Straight away, he finds a 200 pack of cigarettes. If the person is carrying any more, he'll have breached his allowance.
Thank you, appreciate you guys. 1277 Hamilton.
A little deeper in the case, Fitz stumbles across a brown chocolate box, which is clearly being used to hide packs of cigarettes.
For the radar, looking for a white
As the
female
box is
dark hair.
opened, individual packs of
white
cigarettes are
jacket,
found
white
concealed within drawers.
She fell a couple
The
of
man
times and
is
now sitting on the
away
bench.
over his
They think
allowance,
she's overdosing.
and he knows it.
2014 red. Pretty clear. Send us 1919. I have it pulled up. You need it short. Where's the overdose at?
1277 Hamilton, 1277 Hamilton, from Rad Air.
Just go ahead and write it on the top of the form. I know the nurses and doctors for the
Alright, and we'll just ask this question. Have we been stopped by customs before? Have you ever been stopped by customs before?
353807. Is there a marked unit in the area of Harbor Park?
Seizing 800
I have
cigarettes.
Adam 13 replying to code 2 at 59 and Central, but no one
Lies
else
and
ever called. They
deceits
were
are a
near Harbor
challenge
Park.
faced by officers every day.
Okay.
This is a movie letter.
We thought we'd seen a marked unit over here. We're going to be
All
prepared
of
to
the
do
man's cigarettes are
warrant
seized once
service
again.
at
Fitz
36
provides him with guidance leaflets
Longwood.
about his
If you
customs
have marked
allowances.
units, avoid the area, please. And when able, create a
You've
cat.
got it. Oh, you've got
Alright,
it.
right,
So
I
you
think
know
the
them,
marked
do
cars
you?
must be out of area for bid. Marked cars are parked for a bid.
With all pretense dropped, the man is free to go. 800 cigarettes later.
Thank you.
Adam 425 Rod.
In one of Gatwick Airport's
12.3.
X-ray
You have a
spots,
couple
a
cars
woman
heading away
who's
as well.
flown in from Libya has been taken for a full body scan.
390, I think it is.
Black male,
You said you don't have any
2025.
states in England,
black hoodie, possible blue jeans. He had
but you
a
don't know where you're sleeping.
dark
Correct.
gray
They
black firearm
did not
somewhere
make
in his
a
pants
call
with
from
an
medics.
extended
He didn't
clip
mention
and a crown.
Right, okay. You consent
If I say he wanted to hurt himself, but then later on in the call he mentioned that he did not want to hurt himself, so he's going to go and start medics.
The woman confirms she's happy to do the X-ray voluntarily.
Okay,
Yeah, first he did say he wanted to hurt himself, but then later on I just actually started speaking to him, and he said that he does not want to hurt himself or anyone else.
With a suspicious and inconsistent
And,
story, there's good reason to pull
hold off on
through
the
the
medics for now.
X-ray.
16 already.
But finding nothing out of the ordinary, the woman is no longer suspected of importing illegal drugs.
Yeah, 470. Can you go out that suicide red car and check out on
Despite no
Agnes
evidence
Airport?
for drugs,
4101
is still
Agnes.
doubtful. So officers
The
in
caller, the
immigration
caller
will
is named Kim,
investigate
but
her
the
story further.
person's name is going to be
Well, back to
Ronald.
immigration, because I believe
It's a little hard to understand.
but it's out of my
At
hands
first he
now.
said he didn't want to harm himself, 55-year-old male. He was crying on the phone, did say that he has had fears,
Officers.
has a person pretty sure, has a powered chair, but then later on did say that he does not want to harm himself or anyone
You
else.
just take a seat. The immigration officers will be with you soon, okay? Just sit down, alright?
The woman was later interviewed by UK border agency officers working in immigration. She was eventually allowed to enter the UK on her student visa.
I'm not sure if he's still in the ED or not.
Your
The cannabis smuggler pleaded guilty to attempting to smuggle 16 kilograms into the UK. He's now serving 18 months in prison. In our ports and in our airports, the UK border agency is fighting a constant battle against smugglers. Coming up, in Calais, no one can hold a candle to sniffer dog waxes
Everybody's
before
seen Mel on a
finding
bike,
prowess.
blue jacket, black pants, was trying to break into an RP fucking trailer. He didn't leave the location for it, possibly stopped and where the
Charity.
He's a charity worker, but he has no actual charity ID. He said he had
Everybody's seen an RP cop suspect wasn't able to take anything.
And paramedics are called to a flight from Jamaica after a passenger is taken ill.
She said she's been vomiting the whole flight. She told because she'd been given something to swallow to bring back to the UK.
Go to the forward side, can you go around to the shots heard call? 822 Hancock, 822 Hancock. Everybody's seen in the garage of the new senior apartments, RP heard male yelling. No, it's a black shirt.
The
There's
port of
an older
Dover
male
on
with
the
a white shirt.
southeast coast of England
And
is just
they
21
called back here.
miles
They
from
heard
Calais
4
in
shots.
France.
They thought that was going to be an attitude for an RP. So,
Over
that's another
6,000
black shirt and
lorries
a male with
cross the
white
English
shirt.
Channel every day. And with 18 million passengers making the journey each year, it's the busiest stretch of water
More,
in the
Port 60,
world.
which we cleared. Port 60, get
But
back
not
up to
all of the
Port 50.
passengers crossing the channel are welcome. Round the clock, the UK Border Agency has a presence at the port of Calais in France.
Alright, I'll see if they have anything else on them.
Up here, mate, up here.
With the aid of sniffer dogs, officers operate in force to protect the UK borders from clandestines, immigrants who attempt to enter the UK illegally.
And told me to hold on, and then it's a male and a female, having a conversation, nothing further.
So the primary role at northern ports of France is to search for illegal immigrants who in lorries and other vehicles in order to get to the UK. And the dog is body detection dog is one of the best technologies we have.
In the past 12 months, officers searched more than 1 million freight vehicles and found over 29,000 immigrants attempting to come into the UK. Tonight, sniffer dog Fergus and Officer Matt are searching a lorry bound for Dover. Fergus is starting to show signs he can smell human presence.
Is an indication? Kind of, it's more of a...
No. Apparently the owners are from Wisconsin.
647.
Staying at Airbnb. Address is 1364 West 67. They're going to be in town for a few days. They're more calls on the phone. Put that in candy, but they can just come first. Any issues?
What type of caliber is it?
This time, nobody is found.
What's the name?
Ready? There wasn't an overly strong indication, but it was worth a look.
Go ahead.
Officer Alex has continued the search of freight vehicles using sniffer dog wax. And it doesn't take long before wax makes one of his trademark indications.
I think that's 1364.
Second and one cross street.
Wax's highly sensitive nose appears to have made a positive indication for human presence just above the lorry's wheel arches.
Okay, do you have contact info or anything for them? That's in.
At Gatwick Airport, the flight has just arrived from Portugal. Officers are monitoring passengers disembarking the flight and looking out for any signs of suspicious behaviour.
Thank you.
One lone male passenger is of particular interest, as it's been noticed from his luggage tags that he started his journey outside of the EU.
Well, you ain't been Saratoga and
I'm aware. He's a gentleman that's come up Venezuela, Portugal, he's been away for a week. He's got a last-minute ticket.
The man says he's a minister who also works and raises funds for an American charity with a base in Venezuela.
They've got projects, they need funding and things.
578 channel 4.
His short visit to South America causes concern, with Venezuela known as a country with links to the international drugs trade.
So when are you next going to be in contact with these people?
As Officer Tory continues to search the man's possessions, her colleague Gary comes across to swab test his suitcase for any traces of Class A drugs.
3509 memo.
And Gary's face says it all. The swab shows a positive reading for cocaine.
36, you would increase to a suspicious person. Is that male possibly red shorts walking around, no
He
shirt,
relays
was
the
hiding in a
information to
vehicle?
Tory.
There was a search.
I was trying to call you for the first I'm not sure what he wants from us. I'll let you read the remarks.
Gary says that he's got a slight head crack, so I'll take a rub down, like, that's, see if I can get one of them done.
The X-ray of the suitcase is
Give
clear.
her about 10 minutes.
But with traces for cocaine, Tory wants to take her investigation to the next level.
I'll start putting things in there. I'm just going to go and speak to my boss. I'll be in a second. He's got no work ID on him at all. A bit of a email Bible other than that.
Yeah, what's the code
If you're
for
registered,
yours?
like working for a registered charity, you wouldn't have any sort of charitable ID if you've been on a trip. He's got tons of stuff on his
The news is
2
broken
before he
to the
raises, kind of breaking
passenger.
up a little bit.
When we were doing I was doing the baggage search earlier, one of my colleagues, you may have saw him rub.
490, we'll
That's
say,
what we
we'll
call
say
an iron
clear.
track machine, and it's given us a small trace or a small hit of cocaine from the inside of your bag. So I've spoken to my boss, which is authorised like a security search. It's just like a rub down, like a pat down. Okay, so if you can follow me,
The
please.
man is led away to find out if he's hiding in the packages.
Delta 420, if you can back up Delta 490 on that
Back in Calais,
at
Officer Alex and Sniffer Dog Wax have found something of interest within the wheel arches of a lorry bound for the UK.
He's going to be in the lobby.
Wax indicates to Alex to investigate further.
420, we'll say clear.
We've got at least one clandestine pallet. So we've got a box that holds pallets, wooden pallets. For and there's a gap in between the top of the metal box that holds the pallets and the actual trailer.
Delta 415, your case number is going to be 12-001.
What I'll do now is I'll get the dog out of the way and the guys can take a look.
10.
Alex is delighted with Wax's find. The driver of the lorry, less so.
Okay, driver, you stay there? Yeah.
For every clandestine found in his lorry, the driver and his company face a fine up to £2,000.
Maybe that for a suspicious person call at 1101 North Mesquite, 1101 North Mesquite at the historic Georgia County Courthouse. I'll be called advising that there's some suspects en route to a location that wanted to walk around on the inside of the building. They're going to be in a brown truck and a black Mustang. 3 Hispanic females and 3 Hispanic males.
And we'll keep
and I won't get their names.
5 people are eventually found hiding underneath the lorry. It's a significant find. For Wax, it's all a big game.
Dog's happy. He's got his tennis ball, which is what he does it for.
425 right there. Yeah, go ahead.
The clandestines are lined up as they wait for the French authorities to come and process them.
He's a brother's a drug addict. We got him to take a hike earlier. They had some paperwork. All his affidavit for an eviction.
Taken them away to the station in they will process them and then they'll
I guess everybody
them
just
to
set up like
ascertain whether they can be removed from France back to their country.
It's been another successful night all round, due in no small part to Sniffer Dog Wax. In Gatwick, the British minister whose suitcase has given a positive swab reading for cocaine has been taken for a body lockdown.
Well, he's saying that actually works
Well, we did talk to the fire exit on the 4912 Bernard.
No drugs are found on his body, so his shoes are taken away for further swab tests. And with another positive reading for cocaine, the plot thickens.
There's basically a few inconsistencies with what's happened here, and that is the fact that he's obviously said he's a charity worker, he's worked for a charity for a long time, but he has no actual charity ID. Also, he said he had a lot of stuff related to the charity, but he now can't find it. The man who bought the ticket, he had said was arranged by the charity. We now discovered that the man who bought the ticket is his friend who's meeting him outside. It's nothing to do with the charity.
With all of this in mind, officers decide to put the passenger through an X-ray. The positive drug in his shoes may suggest he's smuggling packages inside his body. However, his calm demeanour and full cooperation belies that of a drug smuggler.
She's not a sleeping. Okay, thank you.
Passengers who've swallowed drugs will be arrested and detained for their own safety until all the packages safely come out. This time, however, it looks like the man has not swallowed any drugs.
I think this is all a bit too dense. That is, yeah. But I mean all this.
With the last roll of the dice, Officer Kerry sends a team outside the airport to try and locate the person waiting to collect the passenger.
Yeah, we sent officers out to look for the guy that is supposed to be meeting as turned up to a call for his name or even the call for the meter's name. So we're just been given it a couple of minutes. If we hear nothing from it, I think at this stage, because of what we have, or rather what we don't have, we're probably going to have to. We're going to have to let him go. And just do us
185 out of head transportation, Anymod 1104. 63157, I put 7.2 gallons of fuel.
Search, the man is free to go. The hits for drugs are put down to contamination.
Good.
Coming up,
there's one with
paramedics
a gas
are called to
department
attend a
employee
suspected
who
drug
has
swallower.
He said it went off by itself, there was nobody around.
She'd been given something to swallow to bring back to the UK.
He said it's 1838. We're complete over.
Coming up, an X-ray of a female passenger lends support to
Go to
officers
460, go to 470. Can you go after that at hold the line? 1001 2nd Street, 1001 2nd Street. To get the Cardinal Health,
Gatwick Airport,
it's a hold the line,
passengers have just arrived from Kingston in Jamaica.
Yeah,
The UK Border Agency has just been alerted to a medical emergency on board the flight, and Officer Chris is sent to investigate.
We just we received a call from the inbound Kingston flight that the lady on the flight has been vomiting and collapsed.
And at 470, we are getting a call to cancel 460.
We may be clearing out, I'll let you know if we do. And we have a policy so they're going to call paramedics. And she's very worried. Because she'd been given something to swallow to bring back to the UK.
He said the
A
male that lives
suspected
in
drug
the
swallower on their
garage
hands.
is threatening
Paramedics
him
are
up.
dispatched to the aircraft along with border agency officers who process the woman's arrival.
Are you guys clearing out, or do you still need a 2-minute car?
Go to 490, 470, leave a wrap first, 2130 area. 2130 area. Advising subject walking around his residence, black male, black pants, black shirt. Information to eliminate.
Alright,
470,
We'll go with you.
As the sick woman is attended to by paramedics, provisions are made for her children.
Children have just been taken through the controls, through the passport controls and the customs controls, and they're reunited with the lady, her mother, she'll be taken to East
Go to 490, are you to
along
the
with two detection officers. They'll stay with
For you, 10.0 please. It looks like the
woman's
health
health
calling
continues to deteriorate.
female in the background.
Paramedics must
Advising the
rush
RP
to
up at
assess
460
whether or
nurse in
not she has
rehab.
packages in sight.
The person in the background is going to be a nurse. She says the RP is confused. They were able to speak to the nurse, and she says the patient does have dementia and Alzheimer's, so advice that everything's okay.
Almost certain
The caller is not a dispatcher of the area of that
Lady's just been laid into she'll be taken to local hospital. One of our female officers will go with her.
Yeah, I'll get over there in a
The
little
other
bit.
officers will join her.
Go to 460, go to 470. Can you go left for a hold up alarm? Waterbury North Beach, 44 East Causeway. 44 East Causeway. It's coming in from Zone 3, the counter. They were not able to make contact with anyone outside our key holder
On
yet.
occasion do swallow packages of drugs or have drugs inside them as
So
well.
460.
Negative on
They
that.
think if they say they're pregnant,
That's
Whataburger. She's been vomiting for several hours now.
parking lot.
Again, it's not an uncommon reaction.
That's the one they get
People will swallow packages of drugs. Anything up to a kilo of foreign packages inside their body.
The woman is escorted to hospital by border agency officers who monitor whether she passes any packages.
Go to 490. Person call.
Officers are busy
1722
processing passengers entering the country.
1722
A flight has just arrived from Trinidad and Tobago, and passengers disembarking the flight are being assessed by drugs detection dog Lottie and Officer Claire.
She's advising that someone came to the door and shined a flashlight at the door.
Passengers are questioned
She does
about
not
the
have a
purpose of
description
their
of the
visit to
person.
the UK.
She thinks the subject may be outside hiding. She did not leave the signal caller, did not leave the phone
A
number
lone
displayed.
female has given
There's no phone number displayed on the policy ground and does not want contact.
Right, okay, you can go in here now, Cam. Make your luggage, okay? First of
Go to 420 or 490, we'll take it.
any alcohol, tobacco,
want that
cigarettes, and do you understand it's illegal to bring something
Y'all call for a dog vehicle on
controlled
Causeway
drugs,
going
explosive
with them.
weapons? You understand that?
Negative.
Nothing like that.
The woman told immigration she's planning to visit her fiancé before traveling to France. The alarm bell started ringing when it emerged she had $60 to fund her entire trip.
And is this all your luggage? Yeah? Did you pack it all yourself?
Can you name that South vehicle on the Causeway northbound? White Dodge Ram, right-hand lane, has the lights on.
Do you fully understand what's in the suitcases? Yeah?
Car 30 radio, go ahead and show me complete touring area. Contact the officer meeting.
And your friend is now here.
DB10, DB12, just log zone. Let me see if they're we're getting another call.
The woman seems surprised to have been stopped. And although she's cooperating fully, officers will conduct a thorough check of all of her bags to ensure she's carrying nothing illegal.
When did you get the ticket?
5707 data from
I just drove for it. Did you only get the ticket last
we're getting like 3 or 4 calls on this already. There's a lot of vehicles breaking to avoid the
Conducted
vehicle.
on the woman's belongings as the search continues through her cases.
before the beach exit, they were called out.
The trace reading for cocaine deepens the intrigue. With nothing else found hidden in the woman's luggage, Officer Kevin wants to conduct an X-ray to see if she's carrying drugs inside her body.
What we've got is a body scanner. Okay. You don't mind going through that?
So far, not
seeing anything. If we do that, and hopefully you'll be able to get on.
Kevin approaches his superior to get approval for the body scan.
I'm just going to body scan her.
15226 advised, right before the beach exit.
Just to make sure. Yeah, so she's going to do it as a voluntary. Yeah.
In just a few moments, officers will find out if they were right to be suspicious. Back at Gatwick's South Terminal, an investigation is underway into a woman who became seriously ill on a flight from Kingston. After claiming to have swallowed something to bring into the UK, the woman was immediately taken to hospital. In the terminal, team leader Chris goes through the contents of the woman's suitcase.
So we had a message from the Gatwick Airport, the airport operator's got like a control room that's manned 24 hours. The message we got was that she'd admitted to swallowing packages. She's now saying that she's not swallowing packages. So it may just be Chinese whispers, but also it needs to be investigated.
With nothing suspicious found in her suitcase, an ion swab test is conducted for any traces of drugs.
We have a callback for police folder 2004.
Positive hit for cocaine. It's not saying she has taken cocaine, it's just an indication that she may have.
The woman's circumstances are now even more alarming. Chris conducts an X-ray of her suitcase for any hidden concealments.
There's nothing in the bags from a customs point of view, other than the arm track indications, which does give us something else to think about. The next step is to concentrate on the landing.
Officers head down to the local hospital to check on the progress of their suspected drug swallower.
When someone complains of stomach pain like this, it was
in-service special assignment investigators.
And if a medic dictates they go to the hospital, then they go to the hospital. From our point of view, we still have a responsibility.
We didn't talk to her earlier. Yeah. We advised her to contact Officer Bond. 411, what do you can help her more than we can? No, you're right.
134.
134.
Starting mileage in 997 is going to be 68867. 68867.
Okay, so there's also a teaching. Employees Juanita Coleman and Maria Coleman. I didn't know if they have this address listed actually or not.
No, there was no info on that.
There's a domestic back in June for Juanita.
New Life Church.
Thank you for having me. See about your husband's prayer.
Heavenly Father, thank you, God, for every single person here. Thank you, placed every single member here to make decisions. Father, so we thank you, pour out on us today. Lead us and guide us. Pour out on us today. Lead us and guide us. We thank you, Lord. We praise you, God. And it's in Jesus Christ's name that we pray. Amen.
Charlie.
Thank you,
Rising as the cow on the roadway at FM 624 and FM 666.
To the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Hannah Rock. She is a permanent A honor roll student at Incarnate Academy. She's an AP Commended Scholar and a 3-year varsity cheerleader.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the United States of America.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God.
Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Hannah, and good luck.
Going around right now, you have to go down the
Secretary
access road.
Rebecca Werther, would you please call? Mayor Paulette Guajardo. Present.
Council members Rolando, Sylvia Campos, Gil Hernandez, Michael Hunter, Jim Klein, Mike Pesley, Everett Moore, Dan Suckley, City Manager Peter Zanoni, City Attorney Miles Risley, Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council, and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. And before we move on to the City Manager's report, I'd just like to recognize and welcome the delegation who are visiting South Texas local governments and energy leaders. And they are here today sponsored by the Rotary Club of Corpus Christi through the Congressional Office for International Leadership and the Open World Program. If you'll stand, please, and our Rotary members, please stand.
Item 110, item 120, alarm at 370, Lantana, 370, Lantana.
To the United States and to Corpus Christi, as I said earlier to you, you've always had a home here now. Thank you. So with that, we'll move on to the City Manager's comments and update on city operations, Mr. Zanoni.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor and members of the council. And first item on the City Manager's report is to highlight a tremendous gift from one of our big partners here in Corpus Christi, and that's HEB. And so the first item this morning is to announce HEB's sponsorship for free admission to 3 of our museums here in Corpus Christi for the remainder of the calendar year. Last month, city officials, along with Councilman Barrera and myself, joined HEB and Visit Corpus Christi at the Water Gardens for a joint news conference announcing the sponsorship. And we were really so impressed by it that I wanted to bring it here so more folks can hear about it. So HEB, their ownership is sponsoring free admission for the months of November and December at our 3 museums right behind the American Bank Center, and that is the Art Museum of South Texas, the Museum of Science and History, and then our Texas State Museum of Asian Cultures. And so this is great news for both residents and visitors because we know that this is a popular destination, of these 3 are popular destinations not only for us here in the community but for visitors as well. So from a city standpoint, we value these museums for their cultural and educational experiences, and also because of their economic benefit to the community. We know that when even locals go to the museums, often they come downtown and have dinner or lunch at our restaurants. Some may shop in our shops and even stay overnight. So it has a ripple effect on our economy. Just a quick reminder on the 3 museums. The Art Museum of South Texas focuses on rich multicultural heritage of South Texas with various art exhibitions. Annually it welcomes over 125,000 visitors, and we do have some graphics. We want to put these up if we could, just to show the hours, to remind folks that these museums generally are closed on Monday, but they're open Tuesday through Sunday. The Corpus Christi Museum of Science and History offers various exhibits of local history and interactive science and educational programming, and they see about 2,000 visitors each year. And then Texas Museum of Asian Cultures is dedicated to celebrating and preserving rich tapestry of Asian cultures, and that's right here in Corpus Christi. So we're just going to just flip to the first, where's that click here? Let me see. I'm just going to flip real quick to the hour so you can see here the, this thing's not working. Just 1 second. Can you advance to the next slide? We just want to show the hours. There we go. So the
I'll be 1109, 45198,
Saturday 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. And then Sunday is a great day to go at 1 p.m. to 5. If we go to the next slide, the Museum of Science and History closed on Mondays, Tuesdays through Sunday, 10 to 5. And then on our next slide, you can see the Texas Museum of Asian Cultures is Wednesday through Sunday, 12 to 5. So I don't know if you noticed those slides, but the admission fees for a family of a couple can be pretty, can total some dollars. So we're appreciative of HEB to help pay for these fees in total for these 2 months, so families and visitors alike can go. So with us today is Beth, Dr. Mo, did I say that right, Beth? Dr. Mo, and she's with HEB's Public Affairs Office serving the Gulf Coast region. She's new to the position, not new to the profession, but new to the position. We're going to have her come up and just say a few words as well. She was at the press event that we were at recently.
Thank you, City Manager Zanoni, Mayor Guajardo, and members of the City Council for allowing me to be here today, and truly for your partnership with us. This is a really big deal for us as well. HEB has a great commitment to our community's culture and the arts in the community, and we are really proud that we were able to partner with these three museums for the months of November and December. When we reached out to them, we just asked, what could it take if we provided the members of the community, visitors and residents, and the City Manager Zanoni alluded to, what would that donation look like? So we had conversations with each of them, provided them monetary donations to their museums directly so that that would offset their costs for the months of November and December. I do want to highlight that we're very appreciative of Councilmember Butler for being there and your testimony that day. I think it speaks volumes that people do need these services in our community and would like to visit the cultural arts that this great community provides. And also for your leadership, City Manager Zanoni, and being there and your comments as well. We do truly value our relationship with the City of Corpus Christi and for allowing the community to be there. We do have flyers that we have distributed. The city has them as well. I just brought one today just so that you could see, but we will have these kind of all over the place. We're working with some other entities to get them posted and signage as well so that the community is aware that this is offered and we're now into November. So again, thank you for allowing me to be here today and for the partnership with each of you. We hope to see you at one of the museums soon.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Bert. Thank you for being here. Thank you for that. We can plan now. If we plan on the turkeys and all that other stuff as family comes in, spend an afternoon at any of the museums these coming weeks, thanks to HEB's generosity. So our second item on the City Manager's report is just to remind us of what we may have seen since the weekend on Ocean Drive, and that is our beautiful display of flags for heroes, and that is done by the Rotary of Corpus Christi, Rotary Club of Corpus Christi. So we want to highlight that here as well. Each year, this event offers members in the community, including this city organization, the mayor and council, participate as well as all of our departments, where we can nominate heroes on these flags. The hero could be either an active service member, it could be a family member, a friend, or anybody in the community working to make a difference in Corpus Christi. So our organization gets to select 80 heroes, and we place those on those flags. I believe it's over 1,400 flags, if I'm not mistaken. 1,800, sorry. Okay, they're quick to correct me. 1,800 flags that are there in this city organization. We're proud sponsors, get to dedicate 80 of those flags. So the flags are a token of appreciation and displayed along Ocean Drive at three of our parks there, including Doddridge, Ropes Park, and Oleander, and Cole Park. This year, Corpus Christi, as I mentioned, sponsored 80 flags, and all heroes are all our city family. the culminating this year's Flags for Heroes was the dedication ceremony last night, and the mayor, myself, Chairman Hunter, and incoming council member Scott were there in attendance at First Baptist Church. Great ceremony with the what do we call the singers there?
The Sweet Adelines.
Sweet Adelines, yeah.
Councilman Klein was there.
And that's right, and Councilman Klein was there as well. The Sweet Adelines, it's really a special event. We encourage people to go next year if you didn't make it this year. But it's really a special event, and it doesn't take too long. It was only 30, 40 minutes or so. But what a tremendous start to the flag event. And so there's an event tonight you can participate in if you didn't make it to last night's, and that is tonight from 5 to 5:45. The public is invited to honor the heroes along Ocean Drive. That'll begin at 5 o'clock to 5:45, and then at 6 o'clock tonight there'll be taps played at Rose Park to honor all the heroes that are nominated in these flags. So on behalf of the Rotary, on behalf of the City of Corpus Christi, I want to thank the Rotary Club of Corpus Christi for organizing this very important event. And last night I asked Alan Wilson, who's the Executive Vice President of Charter Bank and also involved extensively with the Rotary Club, to come in and just say a few words. We're going to have him come down and just say a few words on this pretty special event that we have here in Corpus Christi. Alan, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Ditto to what the city manager very well described. We have several members from the Rotary Club. This is a team effort, and I'd like again to ask them to stand.
That's going to be Boy Nora Henry.
Show me other 29, 26,
So this is our 7th year. We had 175 volunteers come out Saturday. We put out 1,800 flags in an hour and a half. That doesn't happen without a lot of volunteers. Each year, people find out about it, and we have a 4th grade elementary class that comes. We have ROTC folks that come. We have Islander athletes that come. We have families that bring out their little children to have a family event. What greater way for a family to celebrate time together? We have, in closing, we have a saying at the Rotary Club that I'd like to end on. Isn't it great that we live in a community where it's still okay to honor your heroes by the posting of an American flag? Thank you.
151. 1-4.
Great, yeah, thank you, Alan, for that, and for all the Rotarians that came in this morning. We do appreciate you being here. And the flags will be up through this Sunday, is that right? Through this Sunday, so if you hadn't had a chance yet, go on down and drive by, and I see a lot of folks out there taking pictures, finding where their hero is, and it's pretty spectacular. So we appreciate the Rotarians for bringing back this display. This would be the 8th year or the 7th year? 7th year. And so it's getting better every year, and that's it, just to highlight it for you all this morning. So with that, Mayor, that concludes the city manager's report.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Well, that will take us to item F, which is public comment, and we will, we don't have that yet, do we?
Show me unit 994.
You have EMS
response. 1-1.
So, here we handle significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we uphold the high standards of decorum and adherence to our policies. Our principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our City Council policy, which has been in place for over 30 years. Public comment serves as one avenue for communication, but it's certainly not the sole method. You can also reach out to members of this council by way of phone calls, emails, or even scheduling an in-person appointment. With that, let's proceed to public comment, keeping in mind the importance of decorum and adherence to this policy. Before I begin, I'd like to ask City Attorney Miles Risley to review the City Council or the Council meeting rules of decorum. The rules will also be displayed on the television screens for our audience's reference. Mr. Risley.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals.
Yeah, what do you got?
Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city-related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you. So individuals will be called upon in the order they signed up electronically. We will first hear in-person comments, followed by virtual public comments. Residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority over non-residents. Please state your name and home address before beginning your comments. You have 2 opportunities to make public comment on an agenda item or city-related business. First, at its present time, and second, when the item is actually heard. Please select one option. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. Resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the City Secretary's desk will assist in managing the allotted time. If you have petitions or relevant information, please present it to the City Secretary before being distributed to us. So with that, we will start with Mr. John Weber.
Even from 2000 East 9th Street.
Traffic, yes, okay.
Go ahead. Can you put us on a personal back at
130 be Tom Boyd, Sam.
8922 Adams Radio.
John Weber, 609 Maple Street. I will be addressing the mayor and the city council regarding city-related matters within my constitutional rights, according to the city attorney, section 5J. Some council members make statements of fact that aren't true and provide no evidence to back up their statements. If this happens again, I will have actual evidence posted after the minutes for the meeting following when the false statement of fact is made. Councilmember Pusley made a statement of fact on October 15th, apparently to discredit a commenter. The public will be able to see the evidence at the end of the posted meeting minutes for the October 22nd meeting. I will display some of the public records now.
10-4 club. 9-4. I'll be out there. 145.
Go ahead.
I got a report from Thatcher and Meter that there's a child that's in the vehicle. I'm going to be making contact with the vehicle. I'm going to be on.
Now let's switch topics to water because posted water level reservoir levels are 20.9%. I have pointed out all of our busy new car washes and offered multiple proven ways to keep us out of further water restrictions, and none of them have been implemented. These include robust water conservation and smart rate design for all customer classes. If these were implemented, we would have much more water in our reservoirs today. Desalination is not a solution to our immediate water situation because it is too expensive and too slow to come online. This is a copy of a contract the city had for 10 million gallons a day groundwater source in the past. The city dropped this contract without explanation. It appears the city and Sampat Municipal Water District both had a lot of money invested in the project, as this slide shows. The total cost of the project was estimated to be $23.125 million with a 17 to 24-month timeline. The water was to be delivered to the Mary Roads pipeline. It is past time to reenact this contract or one like it. The cheaper and faster water source should be the priority water source. I would be happy to provide a copy of the entire contract by request. As always, have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Weber.
Okay, that'll be the last
Garza.
Yes, ma'am. Can you show me out at 6514 High Arch investigation?
Marielena Garza, 702 Furman Avenue, and I'm here to speak on the library board and also the agenda item 24-1804, City Council Policy 5G. I commend the City Secretary Office for sponsoring this amendment. I think everyone up here wants the best interest for people who come, taxpayers who come, voters who come, to feel safe, making public comment. And when you give out your personal information, which I think everyone here who ran for office, you have to provide that. That's public information. So I don't think you would like if I started comment today listing y'all's addresses. It makes you feel uncomfortable. This stuff is recorded on YouTube, and there are some people out there that are actively influencing, bullying, not following protocol. I think we all know who these people are. I don't know if you're aware of what's going on the library board right now, but it's an absolute circus. There's yelling, there's threats of, I'm going to throw you out, and it's blatantly obvious when the city secretary's office prematurely sends November 8th a letter. Miles, you're on. I'm looking forward to you interrupting my comment today. Laura's on, sent to Miss Alice Upshaw Hawkins, telling her that she can't come to the meeting when the election hasn't even been certified. It's certified on the 18th. On the 18th. You could have waited, man. It's absolutely crazy. That's the tone that's being set moving forward. That we're going to continue to just pick and choose what we're going to do, pick and choose what people can say, pick and choose what we're going to do. It's blatantly obvious that Pat Craig is unable to continue that circus over there. And some of you guys are still in a runoff. We're already entertaining this stuff, and you're jeopardizing some of your colleagues who are still up for election over this library board? You're ready to make good on your political promises that bad that you cannot just wait. The reappointments are coming up. Unlike the other side, our side likes to follow the quorum, likes to follow the rules. You can make whatever face. I really don't care. But this is absolutely absurd. My councilman's up for re-election. My mayor is up for re-election. Get control of your folks, man. Like, it's damning. Already, Miles, let's go.
There was a violation of the rules and decorum. The phrase "you can make whatever face" was a phrase that was directed at a specific council person.
You should turn the camera so that it's really obvious. Make it obvious. It was Councilman Hernandez. That was making the face. Okay. So that's public record. The NAACP and LULAC has sent information to you guys telling you to cool your jets. Let the election get certified. Distance yourself from this circus.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. Ms. Huerta, could you please clarify or respond to some of the comment regarding the letter, please?
Yes, ma'am. So the issue at hand is a charter provision. It's in the city charter article 7, section 5, and it states a member of a city, board, commission, or committee may file as a candidate for nomination or election to any non-city public office. Upon the election or appointment to a non-city public office, or upon filing as a candidate for any position under this charter, such board, commission, or committee member shall forfeit his or her position.
I'm referring to the letter. I'm referring to
right. I'm getting to it, Mayor. I was just wanting to provide some background on the provision that was cited in the letter. So in 2022, this was to elected officials. So we did receive a legal opinion at that time. And the opinion stated that the technical language of the provision applies to the current members of the city board who run for office. And while the provision itself does not specifically prohibit the appointment of a person currently serving in a non-city public office, doing so could violate the spirit and intent of the provision. So in appointing a non-city public official to the city board could create a situation where that person is required to forfeit if they successfully won the election. So at that point, the council was advised, it was not recommended, but that appointing elected officials was not recommended at that time. But we did appoint Ms. Hawkins and some other elected officials as well. So coming to this year to the election that just took place, we did have 2 elected officials who were re-elected, and they were Nueces County Justice of the Peace Joe Benavides and also Ms. Hawkins as well. Part of our post-election procedures are to send letters to individuals letting them know that per that provision that I read as well, that they forfeit their position. But what happened was we did ask for a legal opinion on what does upon election mean. Does that mean upon election, or does it mean upon the canvassing? So we received clarification. It was re-examined by the City Attorney's Office, and we received clarification on Monday that it was upon canvassing. We advised Ms. Hawkins and the council. We also advised Judge Benavides too, and Judge Benavides let us know he was resigning from his position, and so he would not be participating, but we did know, like I said, we did let Ms. Hawkins know. And I tried to let as many community members know as well, those who inquired about it, to advise them. So that's the situation.
Okay, and so the letter, well, the letter should not have been sent out initially. So until it's canvassed, that's what you just said, until it's canvassed?
Well, the letter went out, it was post-election procedures. The only thing that was clarified was the timing. The timing of the forfeiture. That was the issue. And as soon as we had that information, as soon as we had that information, we gave that information out as quickly as possible. We notified anyone who contacted my office, so I did let LULAC know. I let them know as well, ma'am. I did. I did. I let as many interested parties know as quickly as I could.
10-4, do you need 820 show you clearing out Dakota?
624, what's the code for 4?
10-4, 180.
413 radio.
134 today. 10-4, 34. 151.
Rachel,
10-4. 5-1.
No, man, we have a meal to take.
597, 597. Reroute to 721, Westchester. 821. 10-4, Grant.
10-4,
My name is Deanna King, and I am the Vice President of the local NAACP chapter, H Board Hall branch, and I'm here on behalf of Mrs. Alice Upshaw Hawkins. She received a letter from the city secretary that she was going to be with the library board. She received a letter this past Friday, which I believe is no coincidence, right before the library board meeting, which was this morning. We want to know who instructed the city secretary to send this letter out to Ms. Hawkins. City Council unanimously appointed Ms. Hawkins to this library board, and this issue should have been discussed during a public meeting before a letter was sent out. We want Ms. Hawkins to remain on the library board this upcoming year, and if the problem is a city ordinance or a code, this city council has the power to change this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King. Okay. I'm sorry. Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, I want to give the city secretary a chance to say that this is not this is part of the charter.
Correct, yes, sir.
And it's not something that we can change directly. It has to go to a referendum for a vote.
Correct.
Change the charter.
It can be changed, but it's something that can only be changed by election because that's our city charter. So a change right now, a change cannot be made until it goes to an election.
Yeah, I have an alarm on everything.
I also want to say that this is not the first time it's happened this year. We had Ed Bennett, who was on the Ethics Commission when he was elected to the Appraisal Board, was also removed from his position on the Ethics Commission. This also applies to when she had mentioned earlier, when somebody applies for a position like on council, we remove 4 individuals, 2 people from the Planning Commission, which was Billy Lerma and Javid Motagi when they filed for city council, and Eli McKay from the SEAC when she filed for city council. So this is not, doesn't just apply to, you know, members that are on boards. It also applies to anybody that's filing for city council. As I stated, this is a charter issue that needs to be brought before the board when this happens. It's not something that can be as a council to make this change. Our city secretary didn't beat up for this, and you know, I beat her up yesterday. So I want to say, you know, she's just following the rules. When Ed Bennett was removed from the Ethics Commission, that didn't come before the council either. It just, she sent out the notification and it happened. So it's not, we're not treating anybody differently or in a negative way. It's just how we did it. I don't think we waited for canvassing for Mr. Bennett. It's, we want to make sure that we're not treating anybody any differently than anybody else.
Well, I will say the canvassing is a very important because Miss Alice, it was a meeting today, wasn't it? Today? Yes, it was a meeting today, and so I think that, you know, in the end, I think the letter was you know, it was sent out too quickly.
And I appreciate legal working with us to get that legal opinion as quickly as possible. So they provided that information prior to the meeting so she could participate. So I do want to thank them.
Yeah, Councilwoman. Thank you, Mayor. I just also want to chime in that we know what has been going on with the library board, and because of this letter that went out, you know, I believe that we needed to have waited until the 18th because the meeting was taking place today. So again, it's a shame that this happened this way, but the other thing is that we also want to keep the lines of communication open, and I am grateful that, you know, our secretary was able to, you know, comply and let everybody know that was interested what the actual date was. So I'm grateful for that. But I also just want to bring up one other thing. We started the public comments 15 minutes to what we normally start. So what happened is, in fact, that a lot of people here are not able to make public comment, and I just would like to ask if it's possible, you know, to just, because we started 15 minutes. Yeah, but I think the sign-up didn't change.
The sign processes are the same.
Yeah, the process is the same. We didn't cut off the
No, but at the same time, you know, we're also human beings, and, you know, sometimes we get behind, or I know in other, you know, at the county and some of our other organizations, public entities, they do allow it. At the end of the meeting, they say, well, if there's any other, you know, someone else that wants to make public comment, they're allowed to. I would like just to offer that at this time, if you were to agree with me. Allow some of the other people that did not in time, allow them to speak.
Okay, so nothing has changed. Every week we have time. It's 11:30. So what is the difference today?
Well,
the difference is that would be every week. I mean, every week we have to say, well, you know, it could be, and I understand you're saying that this conversation might be better offline. Councilwoman Compass, again, talking about changing policy, changing decorum, and the point is that I'm making is that we always go back and forth. We say one thing and then we do another, so it's like double standards. But you're right, we can discuss this later on, but I just would like to point out the fact that we did start out pretty early in 52, and the people that maybe, I guess everybody would sign up, this vote did not change that. Change the time of anyone being able to sign. I would not, yeah, that would not happen.
Well, the only thing that I'm just saying is we could at least change it and allow people that did not get the chance to sign up, if they're here present in person, to allow them the courtesy to be able to have public comment.
Councilman Presley.
Yeah, I just want to add,
Charlie 4, how many calls you got now?
I'll be so glad when I don't have to say this anymore.
Radio 101.
I just have a short perspective. I was serving on the planning commission. I served on the planning commission between 2001 and 2008. 7 and in the middle of that, I was asked to serve an unexpired term of a member of the Toloso Midway School Board who had resigned because he was transferred to another town. And so I agreed that I would look into that, but I asked the Development Services Director to check into that, and I received a letter back from the City Secretary at that time, which was not me. I don't remember who it was, it's been too long, but telling me that I could not do that, that if I served on the Toloso Midway School Board, that I would have to resign from the Planning Commission. So this goes back a while. So anyway, thank you.
Councilman
thank you, Mayor. Ms. When is the first possible reappointment date for this position?
It'd be January, sir. Correct.
George 14, you sent me one.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. The NAACP asked who originated, who authorized the letter that came from the City Secretary's office, and I'm wondering if city staff can meet with the NAACP leadership to resolve that question. NAACP authorized the letter from the City Secretary's office, and I wonder if city staff can meet with the NAACP leadership to resolve that question.
The letters, it's corporate selection procedures. It's just part of our procedures that we handle. There's not a direct authorization. The charter, I guess, would be our authorization.
So
It's a charter provision.
So your office initiated the letter?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, the letters to Judge Benavides and also to as part of our procedures.
Right. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. All questions. We're going to move on to consent agenda items 3 through 8. And we have items, if any individual or any council member would like to pull any items 3 through 8. We have items number 5 and 6 pulled. Would anyone like another item pulled? Councilman. Number 8.
Is the kid endangered?
Anyone else?
He's 11 years old, he would be.
Okay, I will go ahead and entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items 5, 6, and 8. We have a motion and a second.
Okay, David 13.
Suspect is in room 259.
Caller said that they're no longer
room 259.
We no longer have gas in the area.
Is in room 259.
Consent.
259 to 4.
Excluding 5,
That's
6,
180. That's 180.
First location on that stop.
Delta 110 RF. Delta 110 RF.
Radio to Bernie 12.
Okay, the motion carries. Item number 5, Councilman Pusley pulled this one. This is a resolution execution. I'm sorry, resolution authorizing execution of design build agreement with another contractor for the design and construction of industrial park roadway improvements. Councilman Pusley.
Usually when I get ready to talk about something, the internet is not working. I had my question on my pad here, and I can't get the Wi-Fi up, so.
Well, we can hold off.
Can we go to number 8 or something?
Let's go to number 8, Councilman.
Can we get somebody from IT to figure out why the Wi-Fi is not working?
Which ID?
It says network
area.
error.
Can you see if EMS already translated?
Is it out?
I'm going to make sure now, and then I'll give them a call.
Okay. So meanwhile, we'll get Councilman Klein. You pulled out number 8. This is an ordinance increasing the Corpus Christi B Corporation's fiscal year operating budget. Councilman Klein.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have real concerns about this. I think given the budget situation the city's in right now, we should not be increasing the RADC's budget by 62%. So I'm going to be voting no on this. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And we're going to wait for our
Well, let me see if I can wing it. I just want to bring up a couple, in looking at the CIP on the funding for item number 5, that's for District 5, right? And the funding for this must be wrong because part of it includes $1 million for certificates of obligation, and I know that my good friend over here, Councilman Hernandez, would never support that since it's in his precinct. So anyway, and I just okay, they're going to try to fix it here. But and then, Peter, I'd like for you to address that part of this is going to be funded through the sales tax.
Right, yes, sir. Yeah, the issue is
explain how that came about.
Again, so the type A sales tax has dollars for economic development and streets, and this project was identified, I think, 2 years ago as a good candidate project for street reconstruction with the guidelines of using monies for business-related activities using sales tax dollars. And so the reason for the COs is when this was originally approved by council, by the time we got it out to bid and the bids came in, we recognized that price escalation had happened. And so the COs are used to, which they are used in many cities across Texas in this case, to bridge the gap of funding available to the funding need based on current pricing. So that's the summary of the information, Councilman.
Well, I just wanted to point that out because there's been a lot of accusations during the campaign about this council being out of control with spending and whatnot.
Right.
And this just is a perfect example of how we took advantage of these other funding sources. This is a very worthwhile project. I support the project. I think it's very good. But I wanted to point out that the funding sources were put together so that this very worthwhile project could be put forward. And our new reauthorization of the new sales taxes are once again going to give us the opportunity to use that money for streets for the city of Corpus Christi.
Right.
And I think that's an important distinction for us to make and for the voters to understand.
It's good to point out, Councilman Hernandez and I toured this site probably, 3-4 years ago, Councilman? And we literally had to drive on the side of the road because the road was so bad. But what we did see is a lot of small businesses there in this industrial park right off Yorktown. And so this will help them stay in business, help bring business, plus it'll give us drivable surfaces. So it's a good project. Yeah, great project. That's one also to point out is kind of unique in that it's a design build for a road. Usually we design the road and then bid them out. But some cities in Texas do the design build, and that's what this contract is. Jeff can elaborate if you wanted some more information on that. So this hits many buttons that are progressive for the city to get more streets done. In this case, this is an industrial park with a lot of small businesses. Yes, sir.
No, I think it's a great project. I live out there myself.
Yes, sir.
I have some friends who own businesses in that industrial park. Right. But we also have numerous industrial parks here in the city of Corpus Christi that are in the same condition. Sunbelt is a perfect example in District 1 that desperately needs this kind of an overlay revamp of the streets.
Exactly. And so these are people that are businesses that are paying taxes, that are providing jobs, and they can't get in and out of their businesses because the roads are so bad.
Yeah, we agree, and that's why we're appreciative of the voters approving the reauthorization of the sales tax proposition. Let me get it right here. I think Proposition E, for streets in the American Bank Center. So this will give us about $4 million annually for these types of streets across our community. So we'll have more funding, more than ever, to address the area like Sunbelt that we've heard about on this country.
And I think it's worthwhile to note that HEB found that it is important enough for the arts here in this community to step forward with a very nice donation. And our new sales tax organization is going to provide some much-needed upgrades for our museums. And I think that's important to note as well. So anyway, I just wanted to poke fun at my fellow councilman here a little bit. But this is a great project, and I move for approval.
And before we move on, under the comments, but we do have a motion in a second, thank you. Conversation we had, I had asked a while back, it's been quite some time, about creating a, map, if you will, of all of our industrial parks, because we thought we need to address them, but there are multiple. And so that conversation in council took place some time back, but it was about how do we go about it. We need to create I believe we need to create a process for it.
Right, that's done, Mayor. We just need to present it to council at the appropriate time. So SOW goes whenever you want. So he's ready. We wanted to wait till the sales tax was considered.
Yeah, you're busy this afternoon. I'd like to see that little map.
So he has it. He reviewed it with me a couple of weeks
I think it's
ago.
very important.
Yeah.
Because we can't just that industrial park over there needs it. It's part of Sunbelt. So the west side has some as well. Flower Bluff, and so there has to be a system to do that.
Yeah, so we recall that we did, Ernesto did provide a first review with the council, and we got some feedback, and so he refined it, and so we'll bring that back to council. We wanted to wait until after the election, frankly, is the election, but so now that that's behind and the voters have approved it, we'll bring that forward, because it'll help set policy guidance on what streets do we do next now. We'll have $4 million, as I mentioned, annually, and we're working on options to maybe issue debt, to bond it, to be able to do more rapidly. So we want to time it with the policy discussion that has to be had with the city council on this to include more funding quicker. So, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Councilman Holmes.
I have to say that, this was something that found out that, we have funding through the type funding that was available to us. We used it to build Elizabeth, or contract for Elizabeth. And so I said, okay, well, there's no funding available for any of these industrial parks. They're not the priority for us. It's really residential streets and then our arterials and collectors through bonds. So there was no money for this area. So that's when I started looking for opportunities, because it was really bad. But it's the lowest priority. So it's money earmarked for economic development, right? This is kind of what we're talking about. Now, the fact that I just figured this out before some other council members, it's Superior Councilman, right? I'm just joking. Just joking. But I'm disappointed in the method in this, right? I can't tell you how much I despise design build, because I don't know what the final price is going to be until it's 60% design. And, we don't have a clear cost estimate. The certificates of obligation here is even another thing that I despise. Because, we're borrowing money without really informing the citizens that we're borrowing money on their behalf.
14-year-old Madison Stabler Crawford ran away from Harvey Rice.
I would prefer that you don't bring these kind of, especially with regards to streets like this. We want to have more specific understanding of what these are costing. I'd like to understand that we originally were going to look at doing some sort of purchasing of material to try and do this instead of doing this on a contract. Can you tell me why we ended up doing this instead of trying to do this in-house.
Yes, sir, Randy Delores, the Director of Public Works. Yeah, but we discussed the last time we went on our tour, sir. Quite frankly, we don't have a tool in the tool box for the industrial streets because of the and so we do have the street maintenance program which handles overlays for roads that just need light maintenance. Of course, we have a rapid pavement program for neighborhood streets that don't receive the industrial, loading on those kind of streets. I did speak with Mary, and we discussed about working on that concrete contract, and then putting together instead of a joint seal contract, I call it like a Swiss Army knife contract, which allows us to do cemetery and then a little bit more structural type work, which is outside of our current type contracts that we have currently. I'm going to do that in-house and then see if that's a good solution for the industrial streets. Biggest challenge with the industrial streets is all the 18-wheelers that are coming in and out. So if we went in there with SPMP, it would crack. Our rapid payment program for neighborhood streets, that structure won't handle what the industrial streets can handle. So it's either a full blown project or coming in there with another type of contract that is more targeted towards handling those 18-wheeler loads when they come and drop off the deliveries to those type of businesses.
2 hours old.
Okay. I appreciate the comments there. Why did we do this in a design build contract since we don't normally do this for streets?
So we're permitted by law to do 4 days. And it was a decision to try this out. The contractor that indicated to us that they did a lot of work and that it was very successful. Of course, that contractor didn't submit it on this. So we can't do it. The jury's still out. We'll have to see how this works in execution. We had to struggle a little bit. We had to invent this from whole cloth. I think now that we've got a process, we'd like to in the future it'd be easier, more forward. But I think we'll have to see how this turns out. I would recommend hold off on doing more this way until we see how this one works out.
It has been my experience that design build has never been a good situation across multiple entities. So you don't have a clear understanding of what you're doing until you're halfway through it and you've already spent a lot of money.
Well, I don't expect to pay more than what they've established here on the pricing. So when we did on this one, we had an owner's engineer that prepared a basis document that was used for the procurement, and then we also paid a stipend to the loser to do the preliminary engineering to come up with its cost estimate.
I'll re-advise.
Thank you.
So it's not going to go over that number, is what you're saying?
That's my expectation, yes, ma'am.
Councilman Zucker.
Thanks, Mayor. Just tagging on a lot of the same comments is I'm not a big fan of proportionality. I understand proportionality, but and kudos to Councilman Hernandez for getting out in front of this and getting kind of the first project on this path. But I recommend as we look at the policy that we try and, if we're going to do proportionality throughout the entire city, that we try and use it for this same funding source that we try and use proportionality for, to the point of other districts having. Thank you.
I'm happy to see that this is going to be concrete, and I would, for the future, these industrial parks, they ought to all be concrete. If you put it back there, you're just going to be right back in the same situation within 2 years. So, but with respect to the design build, so they have bid a price, and regardless of what happens during that project, they're stuck with that price. Is that correct?
Well, they're as stuck with it as I feel we have on any bid that we award.
Okay. Well, that means if they run into some unexpected issue and they come back and say, well, we didn't see that, we're going to have to get more money from the city?
They could make that argument, yes, sir. But we would have to.
Transport for the budget, Arlington and Blanco.
Make that argument, Jeff, but would that be sustainable underneath the design build structure?
Am I allowed to send transport to Arlington and Blanco for that transport?
Sustainable under any structure. So I don't think it's any more sustainable under this than it would be with the
Arlington and Blanco for transport.
Okay, thank you.
I'm right over here. Take a look at all that. 1325.
I'm not out at the Bank City High School. Can I get a...
everybody knows, I think, mostly in terms of
1525, your case number 0524.
most people know that I've come before this council and have talked endlessly about trying to get some for those streets. We have streets that you can't go down, that tear up trucks. I hear about it on a daily basis.
Yes, that's correct.
But on the other hand, what gets me is that, and I agree that we need to be able to look across the board at these at all of the districts when we make these decisions. But I've been ridiculed about those certificates of obligation. I got to give you a little bit of pushback on this, Gil, because I've heard it on radio shows. I've heard it, I went to a meeting at a steakhouse at a luncheon, and the lady asked me if I even knew what certificate of obligation was. But it's been used as a really hot topic in terms of giving us a lot of pushback and saying, well, it's a misappropriation. I'll never do that. Now here, all of a sudden, we find ourselves in that situation for the good of District 5. It doesn't sit right with me. But we're here, and I do agree with Mike Leslie that it's needed. But so are the streets, and so are the things in District 1 that I've been talking about for a long period of time. So we're opening up a Pandora's box here. I'm just letting you know that right now. And it is what it is. I hope to never hear another conversation where somebody's sitting there ribbing us in terms of, because unfortunately, certificate of obligation sometimes it's necessary. We've talked about that. We've talked about the legality of it. We've went to Miles. Am I right, Miles? And we've talked in the past about, is it a legal form? And can we use it? Is it appropriate? So all I'm saying is that this changes the landscape. And I got to think really hard if I'm going to vote yes for this. Thank you.
Councilman, case number is 24.
Just one last thing. This goes in accordance with our debt management policy, which we need to bring back to update, because it does state specifically that you can use it to supplement construction projects. So we are in accordance with our debt management policy, but I've recommended changes to that so we can have some guardrails and restrictions around the use of certificates of obligations within that realm.
The same thing to you, that we're within the realm.
Right now, no. What I'm saying is that we're in with the realm that currently exists from a debt management policy that was written back in 2010. Okay, so there's some updates that need to be made to it, so we have those guardrails in place, so we don't use them willy-nilly. That's what I said. I'm not a fan of using certificates of obligation like this. And so I would prefer that we have some guardrails in place through our debt management policy that I'm expecting to see here in the first part of next year. Right?
Yes, that's why we'll be bringing it back.
Okay, so I understand we're going to go through this, and I'm going to hold my nose and vote for this. Actually considered voting against it, but as long as we get the debt management policy back, and so where we can put some guardrails in place, we can use certificates of obligation specifically, and limiting how much is the percentage of the debt that we have outstanding, then we can work within that guardrail. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. We have a motion and a second.
It's over here. 1093. They're saying it's at the top of the hill as well. Broadway, Miles, Warner, turns west.
Item 120, item 140, assess the property at 4402 Fleetwood, Fountain Blue Apartment.
East 112 on Film Road.
And Councilman Presley, you pulled item number 6, which is amending the council policy 5G, rules of decorum.
1343, was your last one a citation or a
Give me a
warning?
second. There you go.
Okay. I intend to vote against this change. You know, all of us who are serving in positions of elected officers, not only for the city, the county, or whatever the case may be, we all have to list numerous times on numerous different documents everything we own, every piece of property we own, the address of those properties, all those kind of things are public information. And coming up here and speaking before this council is also a responsibility. And I don't see the harm in notifying the people of where you live. I think sometimes it's important that we know what address you live at so that we know which council member needs to address your issues. But I think that coming before this council and speaking is a responsibility that you need to accept and need to understand. Just like when I signed up to run for this city council, I knew I was going to have to fill out those financial reports, those personal financial reports, and then a dozen other reports that we have to fill out so Mr. Weber has something to do in his spare time. And that's a responsibility. So
Correct.
I'm going to vote against this. Thank you.
Well, we respect that. I think Ms. Weber can speak more in depth, but it's...
Mayor, I don't really care what other cities are doing or other states are doing.
No, that's fine.
This is Corpus Christi. I care about what Corpus Christi does.
And that's fine, and I requested this because I don't feel that an actual address is pertinent to where you live. Councilman, I know you spelled it. I'm letting you know where it's coming from. And you have every right to vote against it. But Ms. Worth, I'd like you to let the councilman, some of what you did on it. And I personally believe that
everyone's got a
person coming to speak is a resident of Corpus Christi is enough. And I don't know that we need their actual address, especially, this day and age. Elected officials, that is different. You know what you're signing up for. And it is what it is. Those are different set of guidelines set by not only maybe local, but also state. Ms. Swift, do you want to go ahead and expand on your work on this item?
Sure. On the research. So we did look at public comment practices in 15 other cities. So 4 of the cities required the name and the city, 8 required the name only, and only 3 required the name and address. So based on that and what happens in our city, the recommendation was to provide just the city, the name and the city. Now the comment was made about if there's a need for follow-up to contact that individual. We are still going to collect that information upon registration. So when they register for public comment, we'll have that information in case there's a need a council member or staff wants to follow up with that individual. We will have the data, but it won't be stated publicly. And that's just to address some of the safety concerns, safety and privacy concerns that have been expressed.
Okay. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. This issue is very dear to me because I do value the First Amendment and public comments, and I just wanted to also just introduce an amendment to this and offer that anyone that comes and makes public comments in person be allowed the 3 minutes. I do agree that the address does not have to be publicly stated, but I am pleased that I believe it was Councilman Suckley that initiated the list of the commenters with their addresses, and it is helpful for district council members because we want to be proactive. We want to make sure that we take care of our constituents. So I usually try to follow up or address whatever issue is being brought up, but I would like to add an amendment that we allow at least whoever is here and making public comments, that they allow the 3 minutes. Also, it would have been nice for our secretary, I don't know if she was directed, but what other cities do for public comments, and I believe you'll find out that most of the other cities provide the 3 minutes, the full 3 minutes. So I hope that we will get a second on that.
Councilman Hernandez.
49. Item 140 and item 120, of course, hold up alarm 4021, 969 at
Instead of just city?
We could. It says some individuals don't know their district, so that's why we thought it would be easier just to include the city. We will capture district information when they register. If they know it, I mean, we do have a link where people can click and see, determine their district, but not everyone uses it. So we wanted to make it as accessible as possible.
David Cole, deputies 2020 and 2021.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I just want to say I have absolutely no interest in hearing what somebody from California wants to say in my public forum here for this city. When I came to this council, we had numerous calls every week in our open session of people from California calling to want to use 3 minutes of our time. I could care less what somebody from California has to say.
228874.
Councilman
Thanks, Mayor. It's probably just a subtle nuance, but can we give direction to Secretary Huerta to ask what resident you're a city of? I think, with respect to folks that live in Calallen, some of those folks say they're from the city of Corpus, but technically their address is Robstown. So just so people state, I'm a resident of, my name is so-and-so, and I'm a resident of
the city, right?
Yeah.
That is the.
It's just a subtle nuance, but
don't they? Yeah, you have to.
Yes, that's the current.
ask what residence you're going to state what city you're a resident of.
You check here and don't see if it's matching.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Huerta, just for clarification, since the internet's still not working for a lot of us, I'm a little confused on some of the questions. When they sign up, they still have to put their address, correct?
Yes.
Okay, when they come up to public comment, they can say district or Corpus Christi or whichever city.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Just making sure.
Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for clarification, this is for, I made the motion for the amendment. It's for people in person, not for people calling from California or anywhere else. And this would also help people that are living in the Robstown area that are, but yet they have issues with, for example, water rates that affects them because we are the provider. This is just one example, but I feel that if we were to allow whoever comes in person and makes public comment, we wouldn't have to worry about what city, as long as it's city related, and they are allowed the 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. So we do have a motion in a second to amend the amendment, I'm sorry. And that is to allow 3 minutes for anybody in person. Please submit your vote.
Activity, 97 Kingsman.
410
Alright. Barney, I have to do this online. This is 1 to 3 family residential apartment building, 4 units or more.
Okay, the motion fails. And we will now, do we have a motion to,
Yes, looks like they're in the process of transporting.
To approve as presented.
Yes, I'm sorry, to approve as presented, item number 5, I'm sorry, item number 6, which is, just instead of the full address, name and city.
I'm sorry, do we have a motion for that?
Full address, not the full address.
Not the full address, right, as presented, right, where the speakers provide their name.
He does have a 217
Okay, we have a motion, do we have a second?
He's a probation violation
We have
or
a
a
second.
sex
Okay,
offender
please
restitution
submit your vote.
violation. He is contraband dangerous, tendencies, floor tradition, but it also lists his address as Silverton.
The mail passed out in the restroom.
Not if he's there to see.
It's okay.
132.
If you're arrested, you can head into the office with 4 female students.
Okay, the motion carries.
5813.
Let's see.
Charlie 150.
I move for approval for item 8.
Okay, do we have a second?
We still have a lot of search of
Okay, please submit your vote.
995. We're still giving over into search of the Swansea.
Oh, Rebecca, I hit the wrong.
134 out of King.
Oh, okay. Never mind, there it is, I think I just changed it.
There's 180 arriving. There's 180 arriving. 2175, copy plate 4boy0550 Edward. 4boy0550 Edward.
414, this one in Grovewood is being given to kennels too, but can you go over there too? Because this female is threatening to shoot the dog.
Mr. Roy?
This is the,
Put me out at 12709 Spectre Avenue.
I'm in the front.
This is
okay,
on
motion
Nicholas,
carries.
314-115.
Is an ordinance, or did we? I'm sorry.
132.
Pulled it, okay. Right, okay, we're going to
10-4,
items 9 through 12. Item number 9 is a second public hearing on the annexation of properties in industrial districts numbers 1, 2, and 4 in Nueces County.
Notifying EMS if they weren't already notified.
9 and 10, they're just public hearings. They don't require action.
Oh, no action, okay, they're public hearings. So item number 10 is the second public hearing on the annexation of properties in industrial districts numbers 5, 6, 7, and 8. So we're going to open public hearing. Is there anyone here who would like to make comment on items 9 or 10? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing and no action is necessary. Item number 11 is zoning case ZN 8420, an ordinance rezoning property located at or near 314 Clifford Street. And I believe Councilman Suckley, you're abstaining? No, that's item 12, I'm sorry. Disregard that. Okay, Mr. Dice.
Good afternoon. So we have a good news zoning case. I like to always say that. This is a zoning case for 314 Clifford Street. Subject property will be rezoning from RS6 single family to include the historic overlay district.
182.
This is an aerial view of the property, which is located off Santa Fe, just on the outskirts of the Delmar neighborhood. So in these historic zoning cases, we like to bring up the significance and things that have been done with the property. This particular structure was built in 1928. It's in the Tudor style, which you'll see over in that area, real popular at that time. And this has been completely renovated by the homeowner according to the Secretary of Interior standards for historic properties. And we'll see some pics later in the presentation. Just kind of recapping, this was first noted in the 1927 Sanborn Act of the City. That at the time it was under plans. I jokingly say it was development services, so we approved the plans rather quickly. But again, it's denotes the building's age and the historic significance timeline-wise. So in mentioning the standards, this is really a shortened version of some of the standards for the Secretary of Interior's rehab standards. Again, some of these standards were followed specifically by the owner to make sure that he had or they had a good rehab of the building. This is the oldest photo we can find. It is 2000. It doesn't seem like it's that old, but it's 25 years ago almost. But shows it in the state at the time. And again, this is the Tudor style, which you'll see in that area. Again, particularly that time frame was built all over Texas in certain areas. You'll see the double gables, decorative fascia, and that brickwork that you see in a lot of that style. This was pre-rehab when the property was purchased. Again, a lot of what was done was specifically through the Secretary of Interior Rehab standards. You'll see that fascia, brickwork, chimney. So again, the process, you can see, they did add some features that are still to the building, to add some light with those dormers. Still keeping it nice and first rehab. So this did go to the Landmark Commission. So in determining the landmark designation, there's a number of key items, that they could focus on. These are the 12. Of these 12, this particular property has the character, interest, and value, and the heritage and cultural characteristics of the city. Property exemplifies the cultural, economic, social, and historic heritage of the city. And finally, the subject property embodies and distinguishes characteristics of the architectural type. So the Landmark Commission recommended approval, and we recommend approval as well. Stand by for any questions.
Councilman Presley.
Yeah, so Michael, what's the main purpose of their asking for the historic overlay? Are they going to apply for tax credits?
It does allow them the option to apply for those tax credits. I would go so far to say not only that, it creates the seed that may, there are some other historic designated properties in the area, but this may be an additional seed to actually get the neighborhood as a historic designated neighborhood. But again, it's homeowner driven. They did the application. This is where they're ready to go.
Yeah, I love those homes. This street and Atlantic and some of there's the Tudor style is off, and some of those houses I've seen, they've actually torn them down, and it's a sad thing to see that happen. But
we would always, it's more efficient to rehab an existing building than it is to build new, especially in some of the older parts of the city. We definitely want to encourage that. And I think this is, again, I started with a good news story. I think this is for people to recognize.
This is great.
Thank you.
Councilman Corpus.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Again, kudos to that homeowner. I think you are correct about the whole neighborhood wanting a designation for historical landmark neighborhood. I believe that this area is exemplified District 2. What is so great about District 2 is having these homes preserved, and I think this is the beginning of a great thing, so I'm excited to do this.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Congratulations, homeowner. This is beautiful. Thank you, Mr. Dice. So I'm going to open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 11? Okay, we're going to close public comment. We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
Northbound towards Galahar. It's going to be a aesthetic female, orange shirt, black pants. Her name is Irene Ortiz.
Okay, the motion with Councilman Secretary abstaining. Our last item, we have executive session, but the last agenda item is zoning case number ZN 8419, an ordinance rezoning property located at or near 601 North Water Street.
601 North Water. Again, Mike Dice, Development Services. Before I begin, I want to get a shout out to Robert. He's in the back. He's our historic preservation officer that's worked with these property owners to get to this point. These are the first two historic designated properties that I've done in the 5 years that I've been here. So Robert's doing a bang-up job getting those people where they need to get. So this is a commercial case downtown. 601 North Water. This is being proposed by the owner. It's an investment group out of Reno, Mr. Gosal. This is going to be CBD with a historic overlay. Subject property is the Bay everybody knows the hotel out on the water. Again, we've got some historical documents to include so everybody kind of gets the story. This was built back in the early 70s as a La Quinta. Back in the day, these are great articles to read. The city was looking at expanding economic development downtown, specifically looking for convention to compete against those up-and-coming cities with their conventions. So the subject property was built architecture known as the commercial office block tower. It includes the arcaded ground floors, some storefront window walls.
Case number is going to be
again, just some more pictures of the location from the side. North Water.
Adam 15. I went to this.
Star. In the back from Chaparral.
Do a welfare check.
46, go ahead.
And then this is finally Chaparral People's. During our walk, you'll see this closed off, and there's a lot of people down there. I think they put a stage either right at this corner or just north of this corner. And again, as stated in the last presentation, there's a number of things in the UDC, a number of applications, determining factors for this landmark. These are the 12. Again, this particular property has character, interest, and value as part of the city's heritage. And again, it exemplifies cultural, economic, social, and historic heritage of the city. Landmark and staff recommend approval. And based on the previous comments, yes, the guys that are redeveloping this, the company that's redeveloping this, will be able for IRS tax credits and Texas historic tax credits. Most important, this as a historic property, they'll be exempt from the majority of FEMA rules, which could come into play with those new FEMA maps. So it's a good niche, it's good economic funding options for this, and hopefully we can get this project.
So if they apply for tax credits, does that impact the tax reinvestment recoup?
You know, that's a good question. I don't have an answer for that.
We need to be very careful on this before we
say yes.
Because we just implemented a new policy in our tax reinvestment zone that says that if people receive funding, they can't protest their taxes.
Well, the tax credit, I don't think will work that way. It's really,
I don't think so either, but I don't know.
Yeah, well, the Texas tax credit from the Texas, it really goes to their franchise fees, some type of,
but under a historical premium tax for most states, they've been tax exemption.
I don't have the answer.
I would almost say we ought to have an answer to that before we move forward. But the DMD staff's there. I don't know. Do you all know that answer? Okay, we don't have the answer.
Yeah, and Andrew brought up a good point. Just because it's eligible.
If we need to table, we can table and get that information and bring it back the next meeting. If that is something that, or can we get the, we are going to go into executive session and just come back.
Yeah, I'll work on that.
Let's do that. So we'll just hold off on this and get that.
Report of an accident, Highway 77 North, East 6th and Bishop.
Mayor, do you want to open the public hearing?
Yeah, let me go ahead and do that. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience?
As far as the reporting party,
Item number 12.
so we plan to help these go, she hit a deer in the road lane.
Close
So there's a lot of traffic on the bridge now.
or public hearing. And the applicant is going to go into executive session on item.
Okay, so you're going to table it?
I'm sorry, yes. So,
19 Delta train route.
So it's going to be a motion a second to table?
do we need a motion to table it? Or we're going to
Table
pause?
it. Yeah, and then we can just, we'll take it off the table when we get back.
Okay, that's fine. Councilman Hernandez.
That's what I was going to make a
Last
motion
before they
to
put the
table.
call in,
But
reporting party said by Hildy
I
Scott.
didn't hear a motion to table. Did you hear
You
that?
made, hang on.
So I'll make a motion to table.
I'm sorry, hold on a second. I made a motion, so do we need to?
Negative.
Motion that I would, to approve, I would rescind that if I needed to, so we can come back and vote.
You want to rescind, just make the motion to table?
Okay. Okay, so Gil did, so you want a second? Okay, great.
There we go.
Okay,
just so you're aware.
Elliot Redmond, first name Edward Lincoln Idaho.
Yeah.
Ocean Tom,
2456.
last name Boy Robert Adam, Nora Henry Adam 010670 010670.
So this is just motion to table, and then the motion carries. So the council will go into executive session. Item number 13, per Texas Government Code, Section 551.071. So we will return.
151.
16, he's 144, Gray residence, 32, and 2035.
Yeah, go ahead and make it 1977.
Yeah, we're going to be 37 northbound. I'll send you the city. So you can just get me another unit parked further south from me. That way we can have some traffic.
Application complete.
3101.
Catering and name suspect.
Blue jeans, likelihood of sweatshirt, probably. Yeah, she got a very 16 on the south side of the city building.
1923.
15 is on highway.
16 starting 00 at 1112.
That's one Indian area. Area.
130.
Advisor,
I think they're going to go around, so they should have already all cleared.
See if anybody's seen her.
They're all invited now. All the ones that are going to follow the procession, yes. Therefore. We still got about a mile and a half before.
422.
Therefore.
Yeah, we're going to limit it.
Just slow down a bit for some kind of
We're the green tank top 10. They are going outside of 7.
Number 41C.
5757 Wood Ridge, apartment 41 Charles, 10-4.
723. She's
We have no callback. I just make sure it wasn't
130. And a kilo 15338 is steady. 15338.
23282.
1303. 1303.
Be advised you have a accident supposed to be at Highway 77 North and 86. Do you know exactly where? Because we're in front of TJ's on 6 and it's not here.
Negative. RP just advised they're on the highway, on the bridge in front of Jalisco's in a gray Hyundai passenger car.
24, show us an area charging.
10-4. 1412. 633.
Okay, slow down a bit because caught up in some traffic coming up to
Temple on the very top. 4175, 10-4. 3150.
Temple, can you give me one record in
Oh, okay. 10-4, rotation or inbound?
COVID, utility.
10-4. 1109.
Okay, so we just passed East 156 entry. We didn't see anything. We're going to keep making our way west. See if we see anything.
So we were able to get the dog. I'm headed there now. Texas Robert, Caesar Lily, 6956.
Mary 6956, 10-4.
Got the location.
Alright, that's 110.
461 Adam.
Transport 2 adult males.
2 adult males to CDC, 10-4.
Hey, can you check on alarm for me? 7642, please.
Adam 110, arriving CDC.
412 UTL.
10-4 UTL. 10-4
Charlie
5813, 10-4-2.
Hey, 624, how many dogs do you have? 1 or 2?
Units on the highway.
1301, 10-4.
Just one. Do you need me to go over there?
Because we're talking to animal control now.
Adam 130.
Signal 4, Hilltop Baseball Field. 402.
Hey, so was the owner unseen? Was the neighbor say
where
where
about?
Detective Callahan to talking about this woman on
4175.
Can you get on there?
1201, can you show me where it was executed? Adam 12140, the theft just occurred at 11100 Leopard, 1110 Leopard.
we met with two parents.
Okay, so I see the update. Are they giving you like an accurate location? Because again, we haven't seen anything.
I got 3 code 2s, but none of them I can have you on.
Then can we put me out at 3644 Bosworth? Or we a company of Detective Format. We're following up on a missing person investigation.
We're gonna look around. We're gonna get back on the highway.
We're just gonna go ahead and take business 77 to Avenue J.
Maybe the issue cars that arrive by 17th and Payne, 17th and Payne, getting a call for a flight 726 female fled on the original call. I know where the suspect is. Go to 601, 602.
Can you have 634 when you call it?
Okay, I know you just pulled up over there. Everything's checking okay. I got a code 131. Still at the area.
916. I'll go over the way. Just soon I'll come back over.
All right, next person. How about 614?
Harvard and any.
614. He's on a job. 614.
Should I get the access code or the exit code? I don't know how to say. If not, I'm just gonna get the four-way stop.
He's on the 17th and Payne.
Show me clear.
Yeah, we're calling for assistance. We got a call for a 15-year-old at a
160. We got a call for 19 minutes Prescott. I believe for that minor. 4175
male wearing dark black jacket, pants.
The last one passed
female had a white black plaid jacket.
Yeah, a couple of stragglers,
she left a white vehicle.
Waiting for the
Assaulted the principal, threatening to kill a teacher in the parking lot. Possibly
we're gonna be clear.
female white van, code 2. Based on warning 14.
That's 160, guys.
Radio.
Okay, show me around. Go ahead. 17900 at Harvard, DOE's calling. 15-year-old male.
Camera guys at 1609.
Zebra 8750, 10-4.
Brand feature. Barney 14, Scott Northeast, call 5100 when able.
Adam 130 in the area.
Adam 130 area.
Could you go again?
Adam 120, I'm in the area.
1450.
Adam 120 area.
Black male wearing a red hoodie in the parking lot. Purity assault is a principal.
I'll be checking the area that looks all.
2049.
Adam 140, 10-4.
21 Sean, we'll give it to you. 06875. Copy with DMST on site.
2200 Prescott, 10-4.
Calling it in. They got a supervisor headed that way.
They had the only person out there on my access. We're gonna hit. We're gonna go.
17, take this out.
We're gonna take this.
Not going away from me and give me that. I'll go since we won't.
I'll kill the light at Bauer. Or Leo, can you get ahead and get to Bauer?
10-13.
And one there is 67. You can put me out here on Bosworth.
That's 180, 10-4.
28 radio.
4175, 10-4.
All that.
I mean, the loss prevention.
Sending 05.
Hey, this was over here earlier today, but when we came out, we gave 544 East 9th Street and now 9th Florence. 2 million.
George 14, send me Whitney.
Tanya, $4,000. 14.
Can you repeat the address?
David Toll, fearless.
Broadcasting like a break for code
4175,
190 West near
Henry Sam 3602, and American Zebra 870.
90 westbound by DMC for 2 propane tanks in the right-hand lane in the car for code 1.
That's 10-4, advising the bag and some more items crossing Violet towards McDonald's. Has a trash bag with the items.
2053. 2053.
I mean,
1014. Resolve that out. Can they handle it?
709 location.
461. Show me 178 on a license revocation order notice to
10-4, and
yeah,
that's
9273 South Chicago.
Adam 110.
10 for your...
You can send me Lucia. I'll go by there with the EMS.
Congrats, Amanda.
4178.
4175. Happy birthday, Zebra 8750.
18 right.
06918.
So much for a planned route.
That's 113.
Complete one contact.
That's negative. Decline contact.
Yeah, we got a person down at 1330 West 76th Street, 76 millimeters.
Adam 130 checking inside McDonald's.
140, I'll be with
Adam 140, 10-4.
411.
Bravo 110, show me QOL at 10022 SBID.
Subject
driving across the street, he's in the Stripe parking lot. Going behind the Stripes now.
Yeah, we still have you on
140, copy behind the Stripes.
Yeah, he just turned behind the corner.
No, I didn't get
Nice to have you from the area floor. We just got some floor.
Units. Adam 130 had a subject running. It's going to be behind the McDonald's at Violet and Shepherd. Alright. It's going to be a Hispanic male, blue shirt and blue jeans, stole from the HEB nearby, working off Patrol 1 and 2, 1125. 10-4, didn't look like he had anything in his hands anymore.
16, go ahead.
3150. 3150.
Could I have a district case number? Also show record already. Domino's mail. Delta 2.
Delta 2.
Can you show me the service ID 1975 and unit 2771? Also down in the area.
02228,
code 11 report. Adam 130.
Adam 130.
140 has them in the back of the unit at Domino's.
Has no back at Domino's at 1124.
White shirt, black female, brown jacket. She had a long way. She was trying to get away from him.
20 hours.
175 cross number.
They're in the middle of the street.
Yeah, jump off and I'll let you know where we're going. Or switching channels.
Crash number is 5603.
EPA will be exploring the area for the student.
I don't want 40 adult male detained in my vehicle.
1419. I did know possible address for that mail.
We're going to be looking up behind the stripe, see if we can locate the property. It's supposed to be in the trash bag.
Fine, straight.
Where's this address over here on Bosworth? 7. Go back to maybe around like the 18th October. See if there were any calls for shots fired.
1345
I'll confirm with staff members inside, say that
what's the apartment?
not on scene.
Apartment 622. 622.
Stand by, I'll try to call back.
Can you confirm it for one?
Copy.
Go ahead.
Yeah, somewhere around there, 18th, 19th.
Well, come on up. I don't know how we're going to light them up, man, but...
I don't think they do.
What?
Can you touch me?
Parkland, Sam 664660.
Can you attach me to a call at Bishop High School with 204 pull? Go ahead and issue me a Bishop case number, please.
Case number 0621 0621.
Okay, that was the only shot fired call on Bosworth was on the 27th of October at 3655.
Did you have medics meet me at the Pacadia?
Yeah,
for the patient? And I wasn't clear if you gave me the case number.
127.
Adam 130.
Adam 130.
I recovered the property.
Go ahead.
Garbage can inside.
Adam 13, can you break for a code 2?
Thank you.
I'm going to line up, well, we got most of them.
3150, the number on your call was 620.
And all the cars over at Whitney, you can go ahead and regard. I guess they got you all clear and
the medics meeting me at the Pacadia.
longer needed.
George 15 radio.
Should be putting up there. Lane 137.
George 15
I'm
radio.
transporting the mail back to the
Copy, copy, all clear.
Adam 130, I'll be on HQ.
I just want to clear 643, you can disregard the last two.
I've
been cleared for the stage 3, check the
10-4, clear close. 54, you on the side?
In the back, we pick up the prisoners.
Yes, ma'am, do this on juvenile.
There's a Mexican restaurant down the street here if you want to go to that, by Rodfield, or Cimarron.
10-4. You think, Weber would be closer?
She walked out at 12.
I haven't been to that one in years. I don't know what's going on there.
Ours. It was made for
1301.
highway phone. That's why it's never got changed. It's ours.
140.
Actually,
Show me Texas service. Transporting one female to the Pacadia parking lot. Starting lot is 48.
So what address are we responding to?
Transport 33.
Oh, wait, no, this isn't ours. Hold on. I thought I got transferred.
Go ahead.
I'll be clear. 180 will be standing by.
624. We're out to the shelter. We have to get another dog loose. 8731.
I'm sorry, I thought it was this. You're right.
Can you show myself in 31?
Over there, they can't put both cars together.
10-4.
Page 7, I'm racing for another dog. 10-4.
Delta 160.
Let us know if that's a shit.
You give him a repeat.
Was calling about another mission, little small, bringing in.
10-4.
And I'm searching here's the break for code 1.
Case number 370037.
Yeah, 14, you show me
You're
right
at
now.
624. No, it's not 54.
Taking an 902.
Show me out on the signal 4, 1500 South Staples, all right.
Charlie 16, Sam 13, or Sam 14.
Sorry about that, Bart.
Oh, okay, I got you. Thank you.
CM13.
154.
Okay.
1018 Route 2 HQ.
10 for HQ.
Yeah, just let you know WCS type.
412.
317, moving on. This is gentleman arrives in St. Herman's.
Why do you love the other one on Detroit?
William 5 George Victor.
Go ahead. 10 for ma'am. Are you all expecting emails? Are they bondable? Is that female bondable? 5-5. What was the case number on the call? What's the name? Jasmine, 32 and 34. Thank you. 87, 3787. Adam 140. Hi, could you show me your name? 10-4, Adam 140.
Adam 130, 40.
There were no previous convictions.
Barney 14, are you going to be tied up over there?
Thank you, man. Mike 7, you're at the main attack.
10-4. Delta 280, Delta 110, verbal family disturbance, 1336 10th Street. Contact Juliet. Duty route.
614, I'm not sure how close you were as far as on the expressway.
No, 160, 159.
Go ahead.
59. Show me how that's developed.
13 360. Assaulted by her living boyfriend. John McLaughlin with a white male wearing a black sweatshirt with a large D on the front.
Delta 260, Delta 270, trespass.
1
on shoreline.
2059.
125. A patient refusing to leave at the ambulance stop in the hallway. 180, show me clear. 10-4.
16 for a hotel. Ma'am, we need to pull you towards the area of 78 South and 81 and also guys are getting called to shot fired in the area of 8100 on Ash. 9 shots were her car just shooting off, and that's going to be at 8100 on Ash.
10.
Clear, I'll take that other credit card.
180.
And if you could copy it to be 3412 West 110th, you would give us a call for lost.
6 detectives going as well as 31 whether
EMS is overrunning as well.
Yeah, copy.
5660.
Do it to Barney 16 right now.
409.
6 I just said that the taxi was going to be going. I didn't say I was going.
Oh, well, we're there. What taxi is going to head over to 788? I know we got one going to the
130. What time did the call come in?
Call came in at 11:12.
Okay, Adam. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
1303. 1303.
You can show me clear from that call and show me back at precinct 3 till further notice.
Still going into the station. I gotta get my car. Delta 210, Delta 263. Major at Twig and Chaparral. Twig and North Chaparral. Delta 210, 250. Advised it was a traffic accident with 1 injured, 2 people involved. 7-year-old male had chest pain that was before the accident. They were on their way to the hospital.
The shot fired 20 was just shot fired on the block. We had a call on that one, but no information.
Were you 10-4 on that TA at Twig and North Chaparral?
And for the 8100 block. 16, I got
it. It's that 2-vehicle TA. They advised there was a 7-year-old male in the car that was having chest pains before the accident. They were in the hospital.
So they left the big one off?
They were still on scene. They were in and out of the hospital when the
I get it. Okay. Okay.
Where she started at. Deborah called in for her family member, 45, Tanya Robinson, 25-year-old female. 417 by 1 second.
Can we route with 187 to the girls' restroom in the 216 hallway?
1107.
Taking for us to either stop in traffic or taking pills. Barristers called in at 1424 Hamilton, 1424 Hamilton. She is inside their dining room. She's wearing a gray hoodie, gray sweatpants, no weapon.
Was it called? Was it one call?
Company. The contact is from
saying that she's not taking her meds. She ran because they called the police for her earlier. It's a 2.
Simply Delta 250 after you available.
10-4 area.
For a quick person.
Delta 1.
I'm arriving. Yeah, they're on the east side of the road.
Yeah, 14.
Delta 120 or 130.
John
Victor
Charles 2433. John Victor Charles 2433.
Yes, ma'am.
David 16, you can disregard.
I'm going to need that.
Edward, Frank, Edward.
Mary, you're majority.
Source up to
Yeah, can you make me a special attention CAD for 3817 MLK? Connection with John Adams High School dismissal.
Mary Frank Charles 1646. Mary Frank Charles 1646.
What call are you giving it?
Right, copy, no action.
4421.
Radio 102.
I don't know.
Good.
Sam Tom 4421. Leopard via Delta.
Yeah, 902. I'll be clear.
1106 civil. 1106. All right, 1524.
Yeah, eyes on that. They need to check on her.
10-4.
10-4.
10-4. Thank you.
Further 19. Can you copy
10-4. Patrick Waterburger. Delta 120 copy. 412.
Level
28 radio.
He actually might be trying to go back to his work. We're turning out Omaha.
Yeah, I have the start at 1720 for now.
Yes, ma'am. What is the first name of Miss Clemens? Is it Tanya or Tania?
But before that, I need you guys to go.
I am probably mispronouncing it. Tom, Ocean, Nick, Ida, yesterday, Anna. Real name is Ann.
Okay, so I'm speaking with the property manager now. She said it's not apartment 917.
That was Tower?
So we'll be going up to 910 here in 1 minute.
Whenever you're done, I can.
Okay, we're going to be a little bit busy.
Am I able to get your call in? 4509 Tower?
They had to wait on the equipment
Yeah, it doesn't verify.
completely remove the utility pole and replace it.
Tower.
That's what they're doing now.
I'm waiting for 6962.
Delta 264 clear. Delta 2 send that.
Therefore,
Clear for a wrong-way driver, Highway 44 on the westbound side in Corpus.
No, we have this juvenile in our
Child
backseat.
units, in reference to Delta 130's kid up in a struggle. They've got a male in custody. Patrol 21156.
140. Show me out for a 7 and this.
7-4.
We're going to have her at...
Okay, we're coming in low. One, what was you going to tell me?
Yeah.
So, Delta 180, you advise
Yeah,
me?
we'll see. We'll take the
Any of the imperfect calls?
14 and 4-wheel alone. We can handle all that.
The service on Gray with Alpha? Delta 250, 260. Failure being requested.
Actually, still in the box now.
Okay, just go for a protocol. You can take lunch. You have a lot of interference. 10-4. It's on the access road. Looks like you might be correcting it now. Know where you guys want to go.
I'm 58 on the right. So I do have a 10 code 2 residential alarm.
Everyone's
priorities at the moment.
Delta 250 being around with Adam 110. It was a wrong-way driver on Highway 44. They're now advising the access road from the westbound side. Cars eastbound on the westbound access road. I noticed that the Jackson Park ticket is related to her job, so if you don't see one at 7637 Easton, it might be at Jackson Park. I don't have any numbers to
Does
call
not
that.
see the EMS device for either call.
1500.
Do you need them to respond to barristers?
I'll be
There's a Delta 130 traffic. You have one running for the concussion.
2063 West 87 with the CPOP inverse.
Did you say 115 in Stony?
Okay, yeah, I don't see the being revised on either call.
Okay, let me know when
And I don't see it pending anywhere on there.
Yeah, I'm clear from this end. Lawyers are up out of the way on this end. Show me back on the details of this.
623, Homie and 6
So
finished
your
up
cat's
the
going to be...
Foremost security has been advised.
We'll be going into
They're not finding 10 to channel 3. Thank you. Good
coming
afternoon.
out? Delta 260, you can disregard.
What do you need for us?
Well,
75.
there's a battery and something
Yes, please clear the system.
I was told to sit on there, split being south on the alley. He
Take
had
it for the radio.
a red jacket and a blue hat. Down on the westbound access road.
Price 16's arriving on 110.
Are you going to try to call it out for you? That was 780 Peoria.
Generate a number for Public Square, 55. For community engagement.
We have a mental 16-year-old disorder having suicidal ideas. 7711.
55 Public Square or the address for the square?
All of mine for now.
Right, we'll have 433. 1013, you have that?
34.
Go for one.
Delta 2.
And we got a little busy there, but when you have a chance, you can clear the
55 Public Square. CFT, go again. Yeah, I'm going to be cleared on my side also. You show me heading back to the district for
245,
must need a personal and to finish this order.
3494.
Yeah, we got a suspicious person on 10411 South
David,
Path.
Your number is 2069 2069 first 233.
There's Mel Black wearing the pink
Yeah, 1107. I didn't advise them already clear and paper.
green shirt, green sweatpants, going door to door knocking on. He claims that he's looking for him. That's a 250 MC out in Delta 2. And they've seen him before in the area. That unit arrived with 434, 104
434 Avenue.
Can you just call back and see what office number, ERP is at?
That's 140. That's 120. Your case number is 42. You won't let so. You want to get more
Can you place a locate on the record so I can clear?
There's a female wearing a sunflower dress and a male wearing all black. 432?
I
believe they may have went to another floor in the building.
14, go ahead.
You have a call on Lakeshore.
Yeah, you in the station now?
110.
Look at the
I had it with the airport.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, I'm already on the access road. I'm on the westbound access.
That is 16 radio. We're cleared through county.
They want to go.
You show us cleared with one female on there. Accepted, booked and housed in the county. If you want to, once I clear, we'll go ahead and take 2070.
Okay, I'm clear here.
15 for info. David 12, you can use 2072 or
David Sam 202024.
That's 250 area. 106, 104, be advised, maybe in front of the building or in the lobby. That's CDC, I don't know. Can't hear you, but go ahead. That's 160.
Yeah, I'm 15 when you're on the lunch. I got to close the lobby. 2079, repeat.
It was no
I'm getting a call reference another theft at the HEV.
The address is 7917.
It was theft of a wallet. No, it's related. It's Mary at the service
got a
center.
female to go with a good around 1257, already confirmed.
14 radio. Who's calling? George 14 radio.
Delta 252.
I didn't catch his car number. Are you okay, Dinehart?
We do the do.
Westbound access all the way to Clarkwood. No wrong way driving around my
127 Corlette, traffic stop, George X-Ray King,
649. Okay, I'm going to be clear. They
I have
don't.
no idea.
412. 10-4,
Clear by, please. I wasn't ready for it. Give me that location one more time.
167 radio. 127 Corlette.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
That's 115,500.
106 radio, you can show me around it.
To 4-serve.
3644 Bosford. You would check to see if you have any management info.
That's a 250. Copy 1436.
No, can you give me a call and call them out live?
Alright, I'm on the freeway. You can't hear me well. You're on the proper mic. But I'm 90 eastbound at East 152.
4155.
Motorcycle plate, Mike Young, 30.
That's 120, alright.
Radio.
Okay, I'll make your cancel. You're on channel 2. You're going to want to switch to 5. What car are you on?
Dispatch for 544.
7215. I'll be in the second in about 20 minutes, just FYI.
Who's on the first report?
12 White class. Okay, I'll make your cancel.
4505. You make apartment
3 and
11.
13.
And I assumed the mom is calling, right?
4155 traffic.
4871.
Audience people.
16 radio. Replace your MKS. You want to give us 2070.
Charles 1465. Holland Staples. Let me call for 455 Lamb Channel 3.
3269 117 3269 117.
4155. We're going to be stopping on the 6500 block of Burham. 5500.
That is 2067.
Driver 120. QL. Staples Lamb Ready.
16 radio also, you can just advise the road boss where we're going.
4215, they're going to 155, 10-4.
Can you hear me, the DP12?
Somebody boss.
10-4.
197, that's the an LLC.
Inside.
Clear out the grant.
10-4.
Coming from 125 Summit County Sheriff for
Signal 4,
in the mail caller.
Robert Victor, 814, 817. Should be a Thomas Young.
DP40.
Copy.
DP40.
That LLC.
KS 01's call.
Simple, say again, I'm sorry, no copy.
159. Okay, well, I have no history here. Well, he's calling saying someone called him saying that his friend cannot pay more and has Go to the front office here for a parent. at this location
Thank you.
being raped by terrorists.
Adam 16 put it down to Summit County Sheriff
245,
for a suburban
121,
pickup.
you got a call with
Summit County?
Affirmative. The one here is
D26. It does say motorcycle required until 10-5 of 25.
Try 150, 10-4. 121, be advised, I got 115.
Sorry, I didn't copy the last.
21, 10-4, 420.
You said court date is 26?
421, could you put it out?
421 connection.
91, November 26, 26.
Obstructing official business.
Sorry, 270, official assignment, and it's an ocean. 12
waits a little bit.
44, 14, dead.
4414, 10-4. See, I'm going to show you now to that 4155's location, Twig and Chaparral.
10-4.
You got my last.
That's
You got code 3?
Nothing going on here, no people.
Right, 3250, just, twice before the only has a chance.
Oh, it was no answer.
It says driver's license, status valid, endorsements, motorcycle, and then the side says motorcycle.
159.
159?
Okay, tell me, Claire, it was just a parking situation that we need to address. Okay, this is
radio.
Helmet required until 10-5 of 25.
You got a female black in a burgundy hoodie, black of pants,
4155 clear, give me the minor 10-4. Correction, Charlie 120 clear.
Let's hold off on that for now.
175 added notes, clear. 74.
You do the voodoo, you do this so well, and see if you can come up with an OLN for a social and DOB.
Sam told I copied him. You got me the whole off and I just...
3155 area.
I'm on the phone with her right now.
Pick up radio, let's go 3, see what's straight time. Let's advertise up on outside the count.
4, David Victor, 2, Adam, Henry 19, 0213.
Social is 25037. 103. Should give me that.
That's 180. That's what you said. It's looking more like a suspicious person.
1440. 1440. 2076. It says motorcycle, no bike.
3910.
Delta,
I'm going to head back.
Bill doesn't know that that's a modified DOA, and I need an ID number for 58.
Wait,
You show me how to back to
Paramedic for female with a head injury, 10-4. Charlie 102. Charlie 102.
He was unconscious, is breathing. We have fire department on. 14. Looking like a sick call.
Yeah, we'll flip those right. Thank you.
1440. Where's he from?
10-4.
HQ.
Adam 13 to 1014. Sorry, we're on our way back.
Negative, not London. 504.
Okay, yeah, just come through you back.
Your event is 06.
Don't know, but he also might have a DOB of 716 of 1973.
It's all good up the teacher.
He's on the offenders list.
10-4.
And I just have no
Only had light colorful clothing, orange and yellow. Your RP is at 701 Flarborough Drive. And the advisor they were shooting down Flarborough Drive at some point.
325.
a welfare check, 3031 Makoto Road at the Rossi Boarding House.
Their neighbor, 106 Parker with a gun, suspect to be a blackmail, mid-sneeze.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
184 radio check.
Black hoodie, unknown color, pants, no description of the weapon. 31-2079.
That was.
414.
This is over on Patrol 3. They had a call come in as a minor over on Wooldridge in front of the Saratoga Cove apartment. 4155 arrived. Requested medics for a female to head injury. Charlie 1 to
Adam 13.
430. Go ahead. Yeah, it's coming in at will be in James Pond.
Yeah, you can clear me.
2009.
200. And you just send me 2077.
Missing might be here.
Alright, sorry, yeah, he comes back and leaves, but there's no,
Hey, 13, this is, 413 and, I think that school, it's gonna be negative results. I don't know if someone is running or not, but I got an address for a friend that she possibly may be with, if you're ready to copy.
718 Carson, Antonia's calling. She's out looking for a 7-year-old autistic niece who was picked up from an Anton, Virginia.
Go ahead. The one on the
Okay, 42 want to send back to multiple
Send like an X-ray 4820.
plates on the dot. The most recent one is 12.
The teachers are advising the female walked off. The female was dressed in a black jacket.
Oh, Robert Young, 2940, H8 towing en route. Charlie Chicani location.
14, we got it.
We're pulling into the calendar. Okay,
Alright,
Robert Frank Williams, 342.
Thank you for
Robert Frank Williams, 3423. Working from McAllister, Saratoga.
2077-2077.
No, I'll be right ready. If I need anything, you'll hear me screaming.
Charlie 250, 10-4.
Go ahead, telling me who
Bill, the 250 case number.
Can you do a call back?
Number is 45-0045.
Did you go to Superior, or did you go to 1424 Hamilton, where I gave you the second address at Barristers?
1203.
You on Superior?
1203.
Are you also checking out the shot suspect call I followed up in Jester?
Cameron, hand the Horvath.
Support.
Charlie 13, how long has she been missing?
Okay, here's some information on
Actually, I believe it just 1438 when it came down.
Parkwood, Olivet, Henry, Charlie, Victor, 91117.
1424.
Delta 210, please.
Bravo 10, survive.
Sam 13, Callahan, call.
I'm trying to make contact with the park.
Do we have any other cars that can go to the area of the school?
Delta
4199. Can I order a tow for a hazard for that vehicle? 9125.
I'm looking for Horvath, where you at?
Sorry, clear from that, and then go to a fight in the courtyard, not in progress. Not in progress, 10-4.
Okay, Bobby, we're almost ready.
Okay, disregard, I got him.
Well, let me know when to shut her down. I got a group of cars coming up to me right now. I can shut it down right after that.
I apologize, I was trying to call back again.
Well, I thought we were ready. People keep getting out of
Victory,
Yeah, go ahead and set it down.
Alright, just a second.
Charlie 4204, La Palmera.
Victory, Nicholas.
So you
Charlie
found
240, 204, La Palmera.
for a property from
Charlie 195, go ahead.
I guess. Sam Victor, the traffic one with 5 reports, I'll hold off on those.
It's going to be 353-571.
2085. 2085. For
7637.
Thank you.
Delta 245.
Charlie 13, I'll be in here tomorrow.
735 but they didn't have a name or anything.
You might be able to hear me good. We're on Tyler Highway here, but we're going to be corresponding on underneath Spring Road.
You said 176 North under Spring Road. Do you want fire or ODOT for traffic?
On Enid and FPRD radio. We'll be pulling to the CBS parking lot. 3-4 Sam Charles and Henry.
I think we're just about everybody's on the grass.
CBS parking lot, 10-4.
Yeah, I'm 11 when you're done with lunch. I got to go too.
Charlie 230, Robbie.
Or 31. Charlie 13, right now. I'm going to be at the school. I don't know if she had like purple shorts on here.
28-year-old son stopped responding. She 1469. You're at 25.
All right,
RB, give me a call.
This is all I'm going to call the last one of the gray. What is that? Hey, Dr. Kia, tell you right.
Simple, we're about halfway to Staples.
Hey, can get more calls from that guy. He's
Go to at 2160 Superior.
At the addresses and voices without calls. Can get that right to
1448. Traffic for hazardous driver, FM 70, Highway 77, FM 70, Highway 77, red SUV driving reckless and speeding, traveling eastbound on FM 70, 1242.
The CAD is 1923.
The other subject is 342-165, 342-165.
Blackmail, Ray Hoodie with blue and red sleeves. He's trying to get in, he's trying to follow employees in the parking lot.
Lincoln George, 0503.
Number 49, 0049. 1448. 12 declare.
From 130, 11,500 calls. 11,500 calls.
11,500 calls.
There's a fucking left way mark out there doing that, any idea?
Must have come off the side street, I didn't see it.
Right, go ahead and have a little urgency on that.
That's a 140 or 150 chicken welfare. Yeah, we made a one. You don't sound like my regular. Yeah, okay, 140, we're clear.
1449.
I was 4:30 out on midnight, but now I get to see a little bit of sunshine.
Oh, welcome to.
Sorry, 195.
16, what's my count? 30?
Adam 30.
And 20 radio. Mom and the kids checked okay.
Individual's name and call. Show me clear.
2062.
Show me on 7 at
Clear for a voice. Show me one at 1236 West 77th Street. First floor for a.
That's a 26270. It's going to be a silver passenger car parked in the grassy lot behind the trees, either an Optima or a Camry. I think it's hidden from the roadway. I think the driver's side doors and trunk were open, and the mail was seen next to the car. No description.
My partner's camera just died. Badge number 2108.
Oh, wait, you kill it.
Transporting the adult female to Bay.
1450. Okay, so
Transport adult female to Bay.
Charlie 1.
Whenever you get a chance, can you send the 50 bucks to auto accident?
Hey, this is 7. Am I reading correctly?
You had a 3-1 leopard. I'm sorry.
What year
4150
is
for the hazard pedestrian at Virginia and Morgan. Virginia and Morgan.
Well, if you do it.
In the traffic, feeling helpful. Information still coming in.
Delta 140 on 10.
Thank you for reporting 13. This juvenile floated to the Learning Center over here on Carson.
Adam 120.
We're just going to go in here and verify. If you want to have mom come over.
And I'll take that. Call back
Ocean
45, we're at.
90 East, E72nd ramp for a tan
County
bus.
with 3 males, 1 female, starting.
Is 1982.
Street between me and you.
Park and Walk, 3740, Carnegie, 3740.
I'll take that call. Virginia, Morgan, clear those units.
Alright, your CAD is 2091-2091.
Carl, David Boy, X-ray 0343. David Boy, X-ray 0343, and it's in McCardle.
Charlie 243.
Charlie 243.
Oh, wait, so
Hey, 408 Charlie, put it in the basket.
33.
So it's going to be in the station.
Apartment Charles.
That's apartment Charles.
Yeah,
Another call from the RP advising he was in Denver, needing contact via phone.
She lives in Denver,
Colorado.
I'm taking her over to health circulation. Sorry, be advised, I'm here at the end now. Child safe.
They go take care of you in that case.
I copy Charles David, 1452.
Can you be advised that I'll be calling from an unknown number?
Can we get 1 second?
14. They had you on the shop. 245. What's the code?
Robert Charles John 0.
10-4 and 10-4 info.
7092.
10-4. Go ahead. Delta 110.
I'm gonna be here in my park. Can you show me special assignment,
Go ahead.
station right for
433.
Alabama passenger.
433.
Radio 104.
Transfer to Rabbit County. Any mileage 57.3.
Buckley and Jerry.
Can you give me your birthday of April? And I don't want to
and I'm not equipped, so I'm going to on the stop, please.
Go ahead, sir.
1453.
Hey, can you step out front?
Go ahead.
Oh my God.
Yes, ma'am. If you create a scan for 1240 West Main.
Domestic disturbance, 3810.
Guys,
810 for cars, male driving stolen vehicle home from
Ismail.
district. So, at Rosewood,
Ismail. And the last name is Adam Robert Adam Favorite Adam.
Francisco. 153, later.
You're welcome. 1453.
You're coming through a little static, but you are coming through.
Okay, 10-4.
Adam 122. Okay, number 510051. We're in the area.
So copy plate King Nora David 2958. King Nora David 2958, 10-4. Well, there's two vehicles on the left-hand lane up here, man. Be careful.
1106. Clear paper strip. 10-4.
Delta 250 area.
Delta 250 area.
Charlie 270 clear, Charlie. Charlie 270 clear.
Any friendly speakers?
Delta 13-4.
For 1157.
10-4.
Alright, I'm slowing them down just a little bit.
Charlie 230.
The first plate Queen 756828.
Vehicles on the portal, Paul John George 1493. Paul John George 1493. Continue from McCardle.
24146 Southeast Line.
Game 35 Patrol 2.
Yeah, Timmy Wagner.
433.
Timmy Wagner.
Copy your plate for registration.
Wagner.
Good.
Yeah, Simone, Keon's out here. It's the same first name, same last name, but different birthday.
How can I help you?
Well, it could be the September the 10th, 1981.
I would say his birthday's in August.
90 boy. So that's a note for that person?
799. Copy 1013. Copy. 26.
228 Okay, wait a minute. What do you have? We can run them.
Ask for George when you go in.
See if you have alias name.
George when you go in, and he'll just tell him I sent you.
1013 or 1014?
Yeah, just tell her to ask for George when you go in. Just say my name.
2066.
Hi, buddy.
And 433, hold up, because we calling the person back to make sure this information on the ticket is correct.
I'm 11 Ryder.
1456.
Timmy, if you need
Come down here so I can get the key when you drive down there.
We'll help you out.
we'll help you out.
Come up here.
You don't need to leave no.
So what I'll shoot back over there and get
back the next priority. I got a bunch of notes that I think are going to be helpful to this run over here on Matheson.
Yeah, Pat on the line now.
You were called back and have her
Innocent, before we got a duck in progress on the 24th, the alarm is at 127, 113, we got a group of milk service on the street. 10 4. 313,
1456.
Martinez 2.
Go ahead.
We're going to be slowing down before the on-ramp.
And I have to know what medic responded to the district for
Slowing down before the on-ramp,
No,
75
Keep it radio. And they were 15, voice on turn 2. 18 left.
You can remember kind of I don't know where that. 461 David, and so I have you rolling there.
David 13, it was,
Okay, Italian, that's not you guys.
1322 to 4.
1457.
471. Yeah, you can make this in 19 call over here. We're close by. We're going to shoot quick too.
Jamal to Alice speaking.
I don't think we'll ready. What do you have?
Jamal to Alice.
Right there, one more time, which medic? I wrote it down, and I'm taking you back. Medic 42.
At the auto mechanic shop, East Main.
1414 radio.
At the auto mechanic shop, I've got 212 on scene.
I was looking for one
Okay, making our way.
Yeah, I see you. I see you.
425 area.
I got a priority 1458. Go ahead.
Then you know when you're ready for the plate.
Yeah, I'm ready for the plate.
CDC 1 or
Yeah,
Echo
1. Back to 1. Start to zone is 1. The other driver.
Adam 43 and a drive away vehicle.
Information on broadcast all 40 cars.
Broadway Church. Adam 45 was clear. It's all fire. 15 radio.
Adam 45, go overcheck. 1710 Galatrol, 1710 Galatrol. Adam 45, further motor vehicle, 13656 T-Lane, 13656 T-Lane, pump number 4.
Adam 45 around.
West 110 in Baltic. Ohio, Henry, Robert, Adam.
5700 Adam and name.
Going California, 7900.
He put his record service in
stolen and black. Jeep Grand Cherokee, Boy Henry, 68899. It's an off-duty patrol PD vehicle.
Coming from the second 7811 Rosewood.
All right,
Silverback Caravan. Henry yesterday, Walter. Sorry, Henry Walter, yes. Robert.
Off-duty PO control vehicle is southbound from 79 Cottage, reported stolen. The license plate will be Boy Henry 68899.
Charlie 14, number robust. Sam 14.
14 Rob.
Yeah, can you give me a call?
It's a black 2015 Jeep Cherokee.
Limited radio.
Patrol, Illinois.
Can you start med start rotation? We don't have a response here. Can you try one more call for the 40-year-old male?
Okay, what's got the VIN?
Adam 433. Adam 415 call. Charlie 44. Eddie, Robert 438437. Everything appears clear for this time.
Alright, I'm going
radio engine model is 322.
Read or robust for info. Sam 14 for info.
Yeah.
1500.
So this code 2 has the wrong address that I have to correct.
It's not the one from the other day on that Gallup Trail.
No ETA.
No, he does not believe so.
We were out there on October 23rd.
I read
David Fall talked to him. This all happened in Cleveland. He advised to
You
contact
have
us about
to
it.
access the train
But then they called us saying it happened in Cleveland. I don't even have a good location.
Yeah, turn into the lot.
Just so you know.
We're going to be at 17 feet.
93rd and Helen,
2099
lot, guys. 471 is there with one of
The
the
original call.
Adam 440.
Yeah, we already have one got running.
George Frank 3770.
Okay, we got one running.
Church Frank 3770 Tupper.
Came in on 1023 at like 11 o'clock in the morning, saying between 01 and 02 he was robbed in his vehicle.
Brown shirt, nice.
Where that?
Some kind of weapon. He said that it happened somewhere past 152 Superior, we didn't know where.
As tabled earlier, that is zoning case ZN8419, and this is an rezoning property located
Based on federal
at the state level. They're eligible for getting some credit back on license for price fees or the insurance premium, whereas the federal level they get it through their income tax. So none of this affects any local taxes. We have a motion, we have a second. Please submit your vote.
We have another unit in the area. They can just stand by. We have 36 individuals out here when we do a person search.
471, where they're running.
1307 came out.
Okay, the motion carries. And there being no further business, this meeting is now adjourned.
Yep, 1520.
Adam 45.
Adam 45.
12 on the radio. You send me 26.
I'm sorry, said you what?
5 Charles.
It's going to be under Robinson, last four.
Okay, sorry, you're coming kind of low. I thought it
Number, yesterday's 80136.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're looking at it.
34. Alright, I'll be complete over on 87. I appreciate you. You can show us some proof. Thank you.
You're welcome. You don't do.
Show me arriving at Woodlawn.
471.
471.
On the Gulf of Mexico,
Yeah, only good by me and my
a
partner
demo
around the
team
track.
chases a new world record.
On the track. All right.
We can not take any chances, let's not.
A hurricane-proof challenge stands in their way.
Adam 13 radio. We have one
We
man
don't have a handle on this structure. We have no way to get the explosives in, no place to put the building. It's going to be a problem.
3 invincible cores.
Does it get better as we go up?
No.
Multi-million-dollar neighbors.
ahead,
We're
Marty.
going way off the book with this.
It could be a record-shattering drop. A world-class disaster.
No, there ain't nobody up there anymore.
2570 clear, show monitor set.
Station's not too much on the earth, and I'll leave liquid
323 Charlie.
Give her a ride back to New York.
Yeah, 10-4. We need a contact for number 2. Maybe 10-4. You just want to sit outside and chill out. So, what is that?
The North Shore Mall's going to be 634.
South Padre Island, Texas.
Partners riding in the back.
Nearly 1 million people visit these beaches every year. More and more want to stay.
Okay,
It may be a developer's dream, but the race to there comes at a price.
Which press box?
In this construction frenzy, one site sits abandoned.
I'm not sure what exactly that is.
This is Ocean Tower,
The multi-stadium cab.
condemned before it was even completed. It was built on a defective foundation
128, 10-4.
and is sinking into the sand.
Camera footage of this accident that happened. Can you note
It's a
that? That's my hazard.
$77 million mistake.
Out of state, and she is here, and she is fine and watching now.
Hundreds of metal shores hold the building up. Columns crack under the weight.
Item 11 radio.
As the tower sinks into the sand,
Delta
it
420
tilts to the
to the
north,
hazard. 3914 upriver, 3914 upriver.
threatening homes just 46 meters away.
Puppies that are running in the street.
Was it just one alarm or
Ocean
were there
Tower
multiple
must be
alarms?
demolished.
Multiple.
And transportation. Traffic is district.
Demolition has accepted this challenge.
In all the years I've been working with CDI, I've never seen a structure this well reinforced, this well built.
It could be a reinforced concrete structure this high has never been imploded.
We've got a 33-story traditionally reinforced tower
325 for the
that
suspicious
rises
activity.
above
5155 by 37
one massively reinforced elevator core, and it's got two stairwells that are separately reinforced.
Magnolia in the front desk.
The tower's height
Our
is
view
a
of the red by
demolition
female
nightmare.
that there's prostitution and drug activity in room 103.
There are mansions to the north, a highway to the west,
Market number 810.
and park facilities to the south. Mark Loiseau, CDI's demolition designer, must drop this 116-meter tower to the east, but he faces a major problem.
28, I'm arriving. What was the name of the alarm?
Even here, the tower is 30 meters too long to land without causing damage. If it comes down at its full height, it will crush these federally protected dunes, or the expensive homes right next to them.
I'm on the home side. He's doing a drive.
To stay in the drop zone, Mark needs to shorten the tower by breaking its spine as it falls.
I'll head to the business side.
Powerful weather systems are a fact of life. The structure is engineered to survive hurricane-force winds. Its cores are nearly 7 times thicker than an average residential building's.
If we can't control the elevator shaft, we can't control the building, and we don't have the option to work.
The property line to the north lies just 3.5 meters away. Losing control is not an option. Normally, this family business from Phoenix, Maryland, implodes structures because they've passed their prime.
Alright,
471?
471. Discount.
Yeah, I got 7 boxes of JBL for speakers in here. I'm going to take some pictures
Keep your last part came in low.
Alright.
Ocean Tower is the newest high-rise CDI has ever dealt with.
Just anywhere on
This
these
time,
things?
Mark has to push demolition engineering to its limits.
First, we're going to straighten the tower because there's a bit of a tilt, about 4.5 inches to the north side. We're going to straighten the tower up in the delay sequence, Then we're going to tilt the tower to the east. And as the tower tilts, we're going to cut it at different levels, so as it comes over and collapses, the debris pretty much stays within the footprint of the tower.
The first step.
Small
Mark
bathroom
needs to
window.
figure out how much rebar reinforces the tower's spine.
Those cracked open, we secured it from the
These
outside.
core walls are up to 9.5 meters long and more than 3/4 of a meter thick.
In progress, 1303 third, 1303 third of the stripe.
A skid steer arrives to open them up.
For their resin, it's going to be a Hispanic male on blue road that's trying to take beer now to Adam 415, I'll train out for the burglar alarm at 301 junior bag, 301 junior bag.
But the skid steer can't even penetrate the concrete.
Come look at it.
Don't look good, Tom. And you're not even to the rebar yet. Not yet.
1508.
185.
I'm sorry, who's it?
Show up clear, look to anybody, doors are secure. We checked the keys we had, and we were able to get to the coaching press box, and the soccer field was not in the multi-purpose field.
3. For the callback. Suspect 4 on his report, and to Mark tagging in her some evidence. Charlie 14.
You were at Sunset, he got started being
Adam 13,
and apparently started doing filthy being paranoid.
15's arriving, 187.
Came back here.
1508.
Then went and got the van.
Adam 430, you can call my city, I'll advise.
Conferred with Sam 14, connection with CAD 1997.
Did he try to
A missing
shoot her with the
person
car, or
from the
did he just
district.
punch it in the face?
Can I get a 2-man to assist me on a check on this missing person? He's got 227 and cautions.
14. What address?
Other person for ID, but had determined to the weapon. Just occurred, 2014 Harvard, 204 Harvard.
Broadway, Warner.
Got the 415, that's a suspicious person, Holden Morgan.
I'll be waiting at East 148th and Elmhurst, and the location is going to be 1163 148.
Original CAD came down at 1314 1970.
Contact. I did at the subject is still in the area in a white Mercedes.
Where's that?
Yeah, he's in a white Mercedes.
I'm calling
Alright, Adam 15, can you hold up and help this Charlie 14 first?
Hi, Jim.
This is Charlie to the weapon, 2014 Harvard. But there's a male pulled a gun on the RP on the highway. She says that the vehicle is still in the area and she's declining contact.
Adam 11.
Yeah, we're not sure it's outside. It's going to do a call back.
Southport 30 for any copy.
Negative.
Where are you about to run,
He advised to still go by the area and check it out.
You say I'm a 6'5" girl.
622? Great report. I'll take a look at it in a second.
1510. Alright, I'm trying to figure it out, but I'm unable to do a lot with the radio traffic at the moment.
You have something, Charlie?
10:15.
No, we can go to cottage this morning now. You have the plate?
Take that moment, but thank you.
I don't know what about
Then, I'm at 148 and I'll be right.
the police
More like
36, 27, 39 cents, and then date of birth.
school. Thank you.
I don't know, somebody, I guess the mother told the call taker that she called the school to say that, oh, if I haven't called back yet, I can call back for M11 at the moment. Go ahead. So I did talk to community officers twice to verify they did not
weapons, 5849 where, 5849 where, contact police.
We have 1 man available or 2 man. Whatever district is there, right away.
What's the 0510-4? The resident with a female with the location carrying out property with an axe. She's going to be a Hispanic female in a purple shirt, blue jeans. She's going to be with another male named Ryan, no clothing description.
One off
Looks like they're leaving in a white Suburban.
Pick them up on the way back and drop
After
them
going to a hospital in the Dollar General.
Adam 430, arriving.
For Barney 14, are you able to?
Some 36, keep the booking and consent.
These notes, but we'll start making our way.
Okay, thank you. Adam 11, where are you at exactly? So I'll come out and talk to you.
Copy that.
Adam 430, there's no one out here. I'll be clear.
EMS way.
No, EMS just pulled off. They called the hospital because we refused them. The hospital said that was okay.
Where are you at specifically so I can have them not talk to you, please?
323
We're gonna be in
Charlie
front of, on 21st, in front of the building.
323 Charlie.
He's on the left
Are we doing 176 south of Denison or north of Spring?
5449, where the address was provided, official leaving, contact female, from the college at the Red Sea.
Bob, Linda Straight, and the Gulf. It also aims to
Charlie 11, how's it going with that?
to threaten regional partners. As you've heard us say before, we will continue to make clear to the Houthis that there will be consequences for their illegal and reckless acts.
Pull into the Red Sea
Charlie 14, what's that first name?
I'll check that other address. Go to 460 for suspicious person at 425 Bravo. 425 South Bravo. Advising that the alarm just went off. There's a female walking into the garage. Male standing near the gate. They advise there's no supposed to be anyone in the garage. They're for staff only. They don't know how the female came. Whether they're going to take contact by female children or show the location. Suspect female, dark shirt, shorts, around 28 years old, person with blood leaks. Go to 420, go for 90. Anyone for suspicious vehicle. Want to bring around SCAD, Alfalfa, 602 SCAD. There's a vehicle sitting in the parking lot, and there for hours, lights on, windows cracked. Could be a red vehicle.
President Biden's commitment to surge security assistance to Ukraine, provide an update on the unprecedented scope and pace of U.S. efforts.
Charlie 11, I'll hold you up for that report. David 14, I got code 1.
The two leaders pledged to remain
157 measures loaded.
Readout of call will be available on
3 Sam 14.
And finally, this Friday, November 15th,
for a 5-year-old
Secretary
Mariana
Austin will
Love.
depart for a 9-day trip to the region to stop
I guess
South
you
Australia,
could
the Philippines, Laos, and
Thirty-two.
This will mark Secretary Austin's
You were on the
return to the region
007,
and comes as the United States builds on unprecedented cooperation with like-minded countries to strengthen regional security. The Secretary's trip engagements
If I
include
still
his
show you on that call, will you clear off the witness?
ADMM Plus in Laos on November 21st, and will drive ongoing efforts to modernize our alliances and partnerships toward a shared vision for a free and open Indo-Pacific. The trip advisory will be available on defense.gov later today, and readouts of the Secretary's meetings and engagements will be posted directly. With that, take questions. We go to 18.
On the attacks on U.S. service members in Syria, we haven't received any details on what personnel were attacked, where the it's been more than 48 hours since that comment about that.
Yeah, so what I can tell you, Tara, is that first of all, there are no U.S. injuries associated with these attacks. There were mission supports at Green Village in northwest Syria. There were two separate attacks, one on both on Sunday, November 10th. One attack consisted of a UAV. The second was indirect fire comprised of two rockets.
So with these two, the UAV and the indirect fire, then it prompted, it seems like a much larger response to 9 different times by U.S. forces. Why the stronger response? Has this been like a repeat? Is this just the latest in a bunch of harassment measures?
Well, as I highlighted there in General Corilla's quote, we are going to take the necessary steps to send a message. But importantly, as we said before, we will preserve the right personnel in the time and place of our choosing. And so, Central to protect our forces and send that attacks against our forces. I do not have anything to provide.
Adam 415, Adam
14,
45.
kind of in a phone number for freedom transportation. All students need to be able to go, and freedom to go does not service that full.
Somebody has Code 1 just got a attempted suicide call at 9001 Leopard at the
late October, we found out that
advised him an employee is UID and attorney himself to have him restrained.
Being brought to J-Lot's mission, 3 sailors or 3 service members were injured. We found out from early media. Why is CENTCOM not proactively announcing when service members are injured in the theater?
Well, again, in this case, there were no service members injured. So, again, these CENTCOM strikes were in response to several attacks within a 24-hour period. And again, Constantine, it's a fair point. It's something that we're going to continuously look at and make sure that we're balancing operation security with the public's right to do so. Again, we've taken that feedback into account, and we'll do everything we can when U.S. forces are in harm's way, or when service members are
Have there been any attacks against U.S. forces?
I'm not aware of any.
And then the State Department said that they had information whether Israel is a violation
Come check out this juvenile 11-year-old male conscious breathing. Just check out his arm.
It was supposed to be a 30-day deadline, essentially. They have an information, so why not?
Yeah, so a few things on that. So first of all,
the attempted suicide call at the SCPD actually they took the cause to be possible suicide delirium. The officers have arrived there to take
ensuring that humanitarian assistance can get to the people who need it most in Gaza. And when it comes to, I'm assuming you're referring to the letter, the 30-day letter from a U.S. government standpoint.
The last update was from Adam 415 that they were detained in the mail. They're getting the mail detained, and they're advising to get production around.
But more needs to be done, so we're going to continue to have those conversations. That's not to say, though, that we haven't seen some progress. My colleagues in the State Department talk about that in depth. And so we also believe that had that letter not been sent, had those conversations not been had, we wouldn't have seen the kind of progress that we're seeing now. We're not going to take our foot off the gas pedal. We're going to continue to speak with our Israeli partners and expect.
4190, can you back up 4190 at Spawn?
The Indonesian president was supposed to meet Secretary Austin today. He didn't come.
But every time I try, it's just dead air.
Secretary concerned that the next 2 or 3 months,
Delta 415, Delta 420, versus vehicle at 1 Shoreline Plaza, 800 North Shoreline, 800 North Shoreline.
Meetings.
White vehicle went up into the garage, just a white SUV. It moved the cones to drive up there. It's no driver hoodie, possible Toyota. Female with a black clothing and blonde hair.
Defer you to the Indonesians for any more details on that. But to address your second question, look, there's a lot going on in the world right now, and the Secretary's remains squarely focused on carrying out his duties as Secretary of Defense. And, as evidenced by his call today with Minister Umar, his upcoming trip to the Indo-Pacific region, Secretary Austin is going to stay in the garage 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, doing his job as the Secretary. And as you know, having traveled with him, he has great respect, is well respected among world leaders and defense ministers. And so,
just be advised, no more alarms at this time.
2 questions,
Both
on the question of humanitarian aid.
Yes, 10-4.
First, can you detail or provide any numbers or specifics on how much has changed since the letter has been sent, whether that's trucks going in or the quantity of aid to the Palestinian population?
So I'd refer you to State Department
in a security uniform.
Detailed breakdown of the number of trucks. What I can tell you, broadly speaking, right now is what we've seen Israel do crossing at Kisufim They restarted the Jordan Armed Forces corridor wave custom requirements that humanitarian organizations had objected to. They approved additional delivery routes inside Gaza. They have restored deliveries to the north that were closed for weeks, first to Gaza City, and then this week to areas around Jabalia. Increased efforts to stop looting and expanded the Nawasi humanitarian zone, and also have instituted
address. We tried to call her back numerous times to try to get her apartment number, but
critically important steps. We're going to continue that the Palestinian people can get the food that they need. Ultimately, we believe that the long-term solution here, as you've heard Secretary Russell and others say, is bringing an end to this war, and we'll continue to work to achieve it.
My follow-up question is, today's the 30-day mark, and we heard this from the State Department, nothing has changed in terms of U.S. policy, and yet, as you and State have pointed out, Israel hasn't met the full letter of the requirements of the letter. What was the purpose of the 30-day deadline?
Well, again, on any type of discussions or request for action, you're going to always want to try to have some type of mark on the wall to work toward. Again, we understand the complexities of the situation here, but it's critical that additional aid get to the people in Gaza, humanitarian assistance. And so, as I highlighted earlier, we believe, the U.S. government believes, had this letter not been sent, had this been sent, we wouldn't see the
she was fighting the mail, they're hitting each other, declining EMS, his name's going to be up to them. But she's going to be at the store,
Let's go to Mike Glenn, Washington Times.
They actually leave the store, but she left the location, she's pulling into the store, following them forward.
Does the Pentagon believe that
For 6, we're leaving it out for now. For 4, we're putting a third watch one in.
that the security situation there at that base has been taken care of, and there's no more expected leaks coming out of there?
Just to clarify, you're talking about the base where the airman was stationed?
Right.
Yeah, broadly speaking, Mike, what I would tell you is the department is confident that steps have been taken to mitigate additional leaks. I'd refer you to the Department of the Air Force for any specifics on that. Let me go to Jeff Schogel, Task
Thank you. And I apologize to the Pentagon Press Corps for my saying it won't happen again. Just to follow up, can you talk about why the attacks against U.S. troops in Green Village weren't announced before the airstrike? And which specific Iranian-backed group was targeting the airstrike? Was it Khatib Hezbollah or was it another group?
On the second question, I don't have any additional details to provide beyond what I highlighted in my top right. As for the timing of that release, just to be quite frank, as there were allegations to respond to these attacks against U.S. forces at Green Village, the decision was made to ensure that those operations were complete before CENTCOM issued its press release. Again, fully aware, as I highlighted to your colleague, of the media and public interest in these types of situations. And so, again, we'll continue to work diligently to ensure we're putting out as much information as possible, as quickly as possible, consistent with operational security and balancing the
Actually, they did not make a compromise. He didn't mention the guy didn't want to hurt himself, but then later on the call he mentioned that he did not want to hurt himself. Did you have a let's start with it?
I do, and again, expect a statement to go out from CENTCOM here shortly, but here's what I can tell you. So on November 11th,
he did say he wanted to hurt himself, but then later on, I just actually started speaking to him, and he said that he does not want to hurt himself or anyone else.
During the transit, the Arlington classified missiles for U.S. Stockdale, Bruins, primary attack include aerial systems, 5 anti-ship ballistic missiles, and 3 anti-ship cruise missiles.
Other welfare check on Lakeshore.
the vessels
Go
were
to 420, go to 470. Can you harass that suicide threat call and check out on Agnes Airport? 4101 Agnes, 4101 Agnes. The caller that name is Ken, but the person's name is going to be Ronald. It's a little hard to understand. At first he said he didn't want to harm himself. 55-year-old male, he was crying on the phone. He did say that he has had some beers, has a fluorescent green shirt, and has a power chair. But then later on did say that he does not want to harm himself or anyone else.
However, in the last 48 hours, the NIPC alert about imminent famine in northern Gaza. Oxfam, along with 7 other humanitarian organizations, issued a scorecard where they found that Israel is not in compliance with the letter that the humanitarian situation in Gaza is worse than any time during this year. At any time during this year. Those statements from organizations that work on the ground to increase humanitarian assistance to Palestinians.
The 19-male on a bike, blue jacket, black pants, was trying to break into RP's truck and trailer. He didn't leave the location towards north, possibly stopped at the residence down the street. Information open in
Israeli government to do more.
The 19 RP caught the suspect, wasn't able to take anything.
The people of Gaza.
Contact Damien.
Yes, some progress has been made, as I outlined. But we're having those conversations right now in terms of what Israel should do to surge assistance. And so I know that this
in the garage of the new senior apartments, RP heard male yelling.
Continue to have those conversations.
Now, a black shirt, there's an older male with a white shirt.
Questions the importance.
They call back in, they heard 4 shots. Fish apartment's going to be at 902 Buford. RP saw the male in black shirt and the male in white shirt.
1,000 Russian and North Korean forces are ready, preparing to launch a new counteroffensive to push out.
460, which they cleared. 460, getting back up to 450.
I've seen those press reports. As we've talked about before, we see about 10,000, over 10,000 DPRK soldiers. Most of them have moved to the far western Kursk Oblast, where they've reportedly begun engaging in combat operations with Russian forces. I don't have more to provide at this point in time in terms of what specifically that will entail, or could entail, other than we're watching very closely. You've heard us talk about the fact that Russian forces have trained these DPRK soldiers in artillery, UAV, operations, all of which are skills that will be employed on the front line. And so for our part, what we're doing is we're continuing to ensure that Ukraine has what it needs in terms of security assistance to defend itself from Russian aggression, and we'll continue to keep consulting closely with our allies and partners on the next steps.
According to the UK government, Russian forces suffered an average of 1,500 people die and injured per day last month, October. How do you assess the casualty of Russian forces in Ukraine?
I think, what we've seen is upward, and we've talked about this publicly before, upwards of 1,200, per month. So, staggering casualties in Russian forces. So, again, this is one reason why we assess that DPRK forces have been brought into this fight. Is to help Russia make up for some of those losses. And so we're going to continue to keep a close eye on this and consult closely.
I would like to stay on Ukraine. Is the Secretary concerned about the plans that are reportedly considered in the administration's team of creating a buffer zone, a demilitarized zone that would derail the administration's legacy in Ukraine? Secondly, what are the next steps in the remaining weeks of the administration to ensure that Ukraine is
Yeah, so a few things there. So first of all, I'm not going to speculate on the next administration. We're very on the situation now, and frequent communication with our Ukrainian to defend themselves from Russia.
Secretary
Austin has talked many times about the fact that Ukraine matters, that Ukraine's security matters not only to Europe but also to the United States, and we've seen strong bipartisan support for Ukraine. So we're going to continue to stay in close communication with our allies and partners. We're going to continue to focus on the task at hand right now, which is helping Ukraine defend itself from Russian aggression. But as for what the future may portend, I can't speculate.
The brother and girlfriend are arguing. She's
I'll come back.
destroyed them.
Yes, sir.
She destroyed the property that they were
Regarding to Lebanon, there is some media reports today that the Israeli army has begun the second phase of its operation in southern Lebanon. About their operations, ground operations, and do you believe that
Yeah, so a few things. So first of all, when it comes to any announcements by the Israeli military, I don't have on that. I refer them to talk about their operations and what their goals are. Broadly speaking, again, you've heard them say that their focus is on enabling the return of citizens to their homes in northern Israel. And as we've said, we want to see the situation resolved as quickly as possible through diplomatic means, understanding that Hezbollah has presented a significant threat to Israel. But again, we believe that the quickest way to get people on both sides of the border back into their homes is through a cessation of hostilities through diplomatic means. So we will continue to emphasize that going forward.
Before we raise it, kind of break down a little bit.
I had a couple of questions. First of all, Secretary
it did come up, we'll again have a readout here shortly, just the discussion of what I highlighted, the presence of DPR forces in person. I'll just leave it there.
No more than that in terms of...
again, a discussion of battlefield dynamics. From the podium here, Charlie, I'm just going to be able to go into more detail.
Go to 420 and back to 490 on the system at Hawthorne to the agreement. 1442 SKD, 1442 SKD, contact that to me in the lobby.
Yeah, 33-year-old.
January 20th is a change to the pacing or delivery.
What I would say, Charlie, is we had to hurry up and deliver assistance to Ukraine from the very beginning. I mean, since 2.5 years ago, almost 3 years ago, when Secretary Austin that has been a priority, is to get assistance to the Ukrainians.
415, your case number is going to be 12.
Yeah, AKA of
We're here in November of 2024. It is still the same as it was 2 years ago. So we are going to continue to do everything we can to rush security assistance to Ukraine to help them defend themselves against Russian aggression.
Can you refresh our memory of how much Ukraine assistance has been given to PDAs this year? And can you confirm the $7 billion still left in the account?
At 1101 North Mesquite, 1101 North Mesquite at the county courthouse. I'll be called advising that there's some substance to go out to the location and walk around on the inside of the building. They're going to be in a brown truck and a black Mustang. 3 Hispanic females and 3 Hispanic
We've highlighted before, when we draw down
then I want to get there
immediately available from the ship it within days or weeks. Between the passage of the supplemental and to Ukraine, 83% of critical munitions have been committed from stock, including 155mm artillery rounds, 10 more Patriot NASAMS missiles, and more. We've also delivered 67% of other critical defense commitments, including Stingers and Hawkins, and we've delivered 60% of the fires capable we have created, including small diameter bombs. If it's something that's not immediately available because it requires repairs, we repair it as quickly as possible and ship it immediately after. And then just since the passage of the supplemental, we've delivered multi-thousands of rounds, thousands of vehicles, thousands of software and anti-tank weapons, dozens of artillery systems, significant air defense its capabilities, including the Patriot
You want to go over there with
Battery,
Paul and Adam and put one on commercial just to make sure everything's all
and
right.
together with our allies and partners, the deliveries of the strategic air defense system will be provided primarily. As far as funding goes, Alex, right now what I'm tracking is we have a total of $7.1 billion in PDA. That includes the $4.3 billion for fiscal year 24 plus the $2.8 billion that's been captured, with a $2.21 billion remaining in USAID. And so, as was highlighted earlier in this year, we are going to continue to rush aid and use the funds that we have to ensure that Ukraine gets what it needs in order to deter and fight against Russian aggression. So, we just recently announced the PDA, and I'm confident you will continue to see those coming out at a steady clip. And to Charlie's question, we understand the urgency of the situation, not because of politics, but because of the situation on the battlefield, and we're going to continue to do what we can to make sure that Ukraine has the aid that it needs.
A through F, what's your grade on their Israelis' capability and effort to meet the request?
I went to the University of Florida, so we used a number scale, so I'm not going to put a letter on it. Again, as I highlighted, a lot has been done, but more needs to be done, and so we'll continue to as I highlighted, a significant amount has been done, and we're going to continue to consult with the Israelis to ensure that those we go here and they'll come back.
Can we handle the transportation bomb? Are you aware of
attempting to evict
I'd refer you to
the transportation in body level 463-157-83-157, number 7.2 gallons of fuel.
Region, the Lebanese government, for you them to the LAF are going to play a very important role in any post-6.
460, 470, after that, a hold-up alarm. 1001 2nd Street. It's a hold-up alarm for the pharmacy. To be building 2.
It's a Pentagon concern that this Chinese-funded junk identification is used by the Chinese Navy.
I appreciate the question, but I don't have any specific on that report other than to say, again, we will continue to consult with our allies
we're getting another call from a passerby
about Chinese malign activities and behavior.
Disabled vehicle blocking? There's a vehicle left there?
Let me take just a couple more from the phone here. Let's go to Chris Gordon, Air and Space.
Does the Pentagon have a total number of attacks there have been by U.S. forces in Syria and Jordan since October of last year?
Go to 490, suspicious person, 2130 Harriet, 2130 Harriet, 13 subject walking around his residence, black male, black pants, black shirt, information to
I advise you're good to close that out. Offensive underway. And then David Lincoln, how close was he over here in Lincoln to the two destroyers that came in?
And your second question, I'm not going to get into the specific locations. Was not attacked. Allegations, should I say? In terms of first region,
there's female in the background advising the RPs up at Corpus Christi Nursing and Rehab. The freedom background could be a nurse. She says the RP is
geographic.
They were able to speak to the nurse, and she said the patient does have dementia and Alzheimer's, but by the everything's okay. The caller's not a disadvantage of the area that
11012 Peony Avenue in the first district.
Thank you very much. as you
Captain
are
Wright
striking
has
with
claimed
your
her.
allies,
Delta
the German
460, can you go left for a hold alarm? Waterford Northeast 44, 44 East Causeway. 44 East Causeway. The student from Zone 3 then counter.
Saudi Emirati chief visited
They were not able to make contact with anyone outside our key order.
Just to clarify, you're asking if we have any concerns with Saudi Arabia. Look, we fully understand that Saudi Arabia, like many countries in the region, are going to communicate with their neighbors. The U.S. has a very valued relationship with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. But ultimately, it's up to Saudi Arabia to choose who they communicate.
Can we also get an RG number for 57?
Reported that Pentagon officials are holding informal discussions
Delta 420 is to be a suspicious person call. 1722 Morales. 1722 Morales.
Regarding its policy that is going to implement. So, is there a concern regarding the upcoming registration in the department?
David 13
Yeah,
Radio, don't worry, I'm outside with the Sally Brad.
She's about to someone came to the door, shined a flashlight at the door. She does not have the description of the person. She thinks the subject may be outside hiding, and she did not leave the phone number displayed. There's no phone number displayed on the positron and does not want
continue to stand
contact.
apart from the political arena. And again, if you'll allow me to quote Secretary Austin, quote, as it always has, the U.S. military will stand ready to carry out the policies of its next commander-in-chief and obey all lawful orders from the civilian chain of command. So the men and women of the Department of Defense who work every single day to protect our country, to the Constitution and the Secretary that will continue to do the great work that our military members do. Last question, yes, sir.
Delta 420, can you get left that stop vehicle on the Causeway northbound? White Dodge Ram, right-hand lane, has a white top.
Commander-in-Chief here at the Pentagon, and now how the relation today, military-to-military relation between US and India,
DB10, DB12 just logged on. Let me see if they're
So, first of all, the relationship that we have with India is excellent. We've made a lot of progress in our bilateral security relations, and that is something that you've seen Secretary for years. As far as who the next commander-in-chief will be, that will be President Trump, commander-in-chief. As for who he may pick,
yeah, we're getting like 3 or 4 calls for this already. There's a lot of vehicles braking to avoid the vehicle.
Party 152, they're right before the exit. They look like they're called out.
During this, after the election, one, Qatari government asked the terrorists to wind up and no more visits in Qatar. Number 2, Pakistan, Nawaz Sharif and also his daughter were here and negative. At the same time, Sheikh Hasina, the former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, also President Trump. Now, how the U.S. military will affect both countries now the relationship under the new administration because they came to meet with the new commander-in-chief.
I appreciate the question. Here is a U.S. Department
you should look in very detailed.
I'm not going to be able to comment on
if you have priorities, you can break people from lunch
and not going to speculate or get into rules about
whatever you need.
future decisions.
Adam 13, can you hold off on that?
Thanks very much. I really appreciate it.
Adam 14.
Yeah, most of it had a
Adam 11, put it in your CAD and then I put it in the general CAD.
Temporary discussion, read. I'll be outside now.
Sorry, I forgot. Alright, Ed, over in Bridger.
If you told Compound 7 and show me how the Heritage Park is.
Radio
Heritage Park.
Adam 14, Barney 17, I need you guys for some lunch.
Just for that.
Copy, just second the car. Thank you.
13, same track.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to be 10-7, Delta 1, supervisor, authority. Bravo 140.
Bravo 140.
Show myself at 30 and kill well.
Alright, call the radio.
10-4, set the bluff side.
Yes.
Shop Amazon early holiday deals now.
Whatever you do,
We're going to be heading up
do
to
it for us
with this
at
juvenile
Harbor
to
Freight.
go and check out his
In-service special assignment, 30 days.
10-4, Walmart at 5. We didn't talk to her earlier. We advised her to contact Officer Barnes this morning. I think we can help her more than we can.
87137 Jewel. We have
34.
families out here that were suffering and go to the hospital. We pushed them over the street the last few days. We sent another car. We doesn't want to go. No emergency squad.
Pull into the Sonic.
Alright, if there's any units nearby, 633's location on his mental health, he's at 87th and Lafayette, over by the door. One more car, no emergency. Go to the hospital.
2919 Water, City Grove, Park, Lot 21, contact bridge.
Again, if there's
PD to White Oak County radio test.
633.
PD to White Oak County radio test.
Try to help him get him.
PD, stand pat, radio check.
Stand pat, Revo. Coming in loud and clear.
10-4, man, thank you.
5503, 13 Charlie. Advising there's a cow on the roadway at FM 624 and FM 666.
Any tag units or cap cars that are nearby, Lafayette Station, 33,
Through his nationalistic and fanatical speeches, he galvanized
3229 radio.
and he thrust them into the deadliest war of the 20th century. 5 years of war, more than 60 million dead.
front Jewel is on 87th.
Every signal forward, freedom, business, 5 points.
71,000 or West 150th.
29.
And the trauma left its mark on
We have a male
generations.
walking on the right side of the highway towards West 130th. A white male wearing gray hoodie and jeans.
70 years after his death, the
Going around right now, you have to go down the access road, so be careful.
Sam 813061. I'm equipped.
how did he rise from nowhere to commit the worst war crimes and the greatest crime ever against humanity?
Adam 130
And show me 2 well, and we'll back
The
to
story we will
That's
recount.
fine.
7 beginning 63664.
That's fine. Give me 36.
I'm down to 31 and out there.
1303. Can we get fire up here to help block the traffic? It's going to be in the fast lane.
1303, show me a petrol. Elementary school, what's special with them?
Yeah, is it by Jennings or by Spring, where is it?
How can we imagine that this chubby-faced little boy would one day be responsible for
Alright, looks like they got it fixed, they're getting back to this one.
For at first,
Yeah, we're getting another call for 71.
Adam 110, Adam 120, alarm at 370, Lantana, 370, Lantana. Adam 120.
So, we have in between 130 and 150 or same call?
Well, 110. Yeah, white male, red shirt, short, that's walking towards pretty long hair.
Any units that are available for TA
I'm going to go back from the first now. Send me the numbers for the highway. I'll run over to the field here and help these guys.
Like, I don't know, the second call we got was here that but it's
to have a major at
What are the injuries?
complaining about neck and back pain.
Clear and traffic again.
Stop 71 South Corner. 130 to 150.
William George, 235.
Negative.
William George,
Alright, Adam 14, thank you. It's going to be 7243 L10. EMS got a call, 25-year-old male. Also has a black male, black shirt, black pants.
Alright, for looks like it's second rushing. Downgraded to a minor.
213.
That's the one.
You want to keep that cash here and we're going to open.
We have one ending 1, 2, 3, 1, 1.
Hold on, 13.
It's a call that came in as a minor, got upgraded to a major with subject complete and neck and back pain. Charlie 4 advised was downgraded back to a minor on our side. The Columbia Dilleria. 10-4.
Violent character, often drinking.
Very thin.
But at 13, his father dies suddenly from a heart issue.
Right, you want more cars on it?
Nothing will stand in the way of the path he has chosen. Later, he will be an artist.
Adam 1, gentleman there. Adam 110, 3-4. You're barely coming, sir.
Hold on, 40 it looks like they're open for business. 15 so I'm going to go with another car on the highway with you.
10-5, Adam 120, I'll show back.
Adam 120.
Yeah, we should arrive for, we have an investigation for 3 p.m. Come down there.
4200 block of the
Black, Eastern Road.
Frank Henry Victor, 437, and 4200 blocks of
car that's free to head down to the square. Fusion cars, everyone is before the
Persuaded of his own talent.
180.
And they're not quite there.
That in this
Good morning, I'll be in 1109, 45198, 45198.
18 Eastern.
Last 5 is 12194, 12194.
Adam 130, show me clear.
To enter this institution, one must pass an extremely
11,000
selective
Timber
exam,
Grove.
but that does not
Robert
scare
Williams,
Adolf
Henry
Hitler.
417.
Radio, you receiving a call for that?
For him, there is no shadow of a doubt.
This is they're
The
transporting on
entrance
like a
exam will be
package.
just a
2017,
formality.
4209 Ardmore.
He is someone
And Unit 1105, sorry, mileage 74590, 74590.
Might be why he's slowing down, refusing to pull over, but erratic behavior we haven't seen just yet.
Very slow driving now, but there you see the traffic in front of him, perhaps considering pulling over. You would always hope in this circumstance.
And long line of LAPD vehicles holding the stage as safe as possible. They just seem to be kind of slowly moving from one lane to the next, but nothing specific to tell of right now.
Far right side of the lane. I'm not sure what exits are coming.
That if you're playing
You can get a locator.
I think we're past Victory, we're past Burbank, so he seems to be staying locked in traffic. So this could be a process. We're watching. We're not sure. He doesn't seem bent on getting away, but he's not pulling over.
Did you see that? It's hard to say what we're
That with the tinted windows, that's what I can see inside. There's the driver, who is the one that they suspect could be armed. We don't know if there are other people within this. And this isn't something that we've always said that just happened. We don't think it might be something we have been looking for, and now our pursuit is underway.
Any available traffic
right now is traveling.
a
moment ago, now getting back over in a faster lane. It's not very fast though.
He's staying with traffic and staying within his lane and not being very erratic. It's all started, let's see, in the Rampart. Near Hollywood.
995, beginning 73635, 73635, I'll be around to 1824.
And traveling very slowly.
153.
Are you going to check for disabled?
Good morning, Cemetery, 999, Sunmarch, 98158, 98158. And I'll be around
Get a better idea of what's going on here. So he went up the 101 and then onto the 170, and that's where he is right now. As you can see, he's approaching Sherman Way exit, just past that.
Rapids and Sugar, Magnolia, Nora, Robert, Young,
71 North and Denison under the Denison Bridge.
Remember, when you go to the 170, where it actually
on the left-hand side, go to
the 118.
Potentially?
Yeah. I'm trying to remember the freeway system here. 170, I don't travel on that one very far.
So he's trying to maneuver his way through the lanes, only going 9-10 miles per hour. So he's hitting rush hour. So they're just going to be content on following him through the traffic. Okay, 40-31-5939-40-31-5939 cars are pulling over as well, and he's just kind of blending in, but clearly it is the minivan right there that they're pursuing, kind of a gold silver color.
Yeah, it's on one of those slower pursuits. Exactly.
Meander through the freeway right now at 13-14 miles per hour on the 170 again as he's coming up the Sherman Way. I thought he passed it already, but the Sherman Way exit is what's coming up in Hollywood.
And all we know about this suspect is that it's shooting.
Can you see in there? A little bit of a oh, there's something else. There's
German Shepherd looking dog.
He sold his whenever he could. He didn't eat much because it didn't
Giovanni Scott residence at 128 Weatherford.
For many years.
Adolf Hitler. See that little white in the middle of the windshield?
Oh, you're right. Going just
It'd be 1209,
on the 173 right now through North Hollywood.
145.
He's not being violent or staying within his lane.
Okay, I guess the desk is saying right now that is working. Good eye.
Okay.
Give me a return on Texas LP, Sam Tom 4925, Sam Tom 4925.
Not going to see what's in the back of that van. Nevertheless, just to give you an idea, this is considered a very dangerous situation because this is a person who is believed to be some sort of a shooting suspect. We don't know what the incident was or when it happened or the result of that shooting, but they are saying that this could be an armed person in this van. So you can see the line of LAPD vehicles.
Returning a mattress is a pain. That's why we created the engineered sleep. So you can change your mind without changing your mattress. Only the Duo mattress comes with a flippable support layer that allows you to adjust to a slightly firmer side or a slightly softer side. Plus, a refreshable Duo comfort layer allows you to choose your materials and feel protected. The best part, this Duo comfort layer is replaceable. So when your bed starts to wear out, you just replace the comfort layer, not the whole bed. Your preferences change. You need a mattress that can keep up. Don't buy a mattress that's stuck in one thing, or you can get the engineered sleep. Order yours today.
I guess when the supervisor went out there, he said it was until tomorrow.
Are you ready for retirement? Our free retirement planner shows you where you stand now and how you can meet your goals. Sign up today at empower.com.
I copy that. So, are we sitting on this?
They are perfect
No,
scapegoats
5:30
for the
25.
area.
We're getting a little bit more information from scanners that they believe this may be a female suspect inside the vehicle with the dog.
Majority was men in these.
This is all, keep in mind, this is preliminary information, so we're just kind of gathering what we can when it comes to the suspect and the fact that this person is not pulling over may be an indication of something. Maybe they know who this person is. We assume that they do, considering the information that we have right now.
The tide was going Stay on the 170 going north.
I'll go ahead and put it down. Let me know when it begins.
That would be the next step.
In the midst of the election, Jews are depicted as
Zone
the
car check
adversary.
151 Hayfield, apartment 1105, 4850, individual Braylon Lewis.
Got stuck on the 170 before when it comes to the sticky traffic right now. It's about 445 in the evening.
Wood River, Calaveras, Small Fall North,
14-year-old supposed to be here with his grandmother Addie, one father Danelle Lewis.
Showing unit 994, 7 miles 11.
Use the word of the county for the detective. If he's here, they want you guys to call 3-9 for kids and see if he's okay to stay there or if he has to go back.
We're still trying to gather more information.
Yeah, it looks like one party took off. We can be late for throwing in a box for this. Boy, Nora,
That it may have taken place
72744.
in Echo Park. So somebody apparently was shot in Echo Park. That might have some connection to this suspect within this vehicle. And that's why this is even though this person doesn't seem to be driving crazy or erratically, this person in this vehicle.
Oh, they're
Yeah, I called him at the last minute. I said, really, I called him. He could be past 150th going
Just to finish the thought, this person is considered armed and dangerous. Even though it may be a woman in the car, that's what some early preliminary information is. That may be a dog, which is what we were able to see.
Yeah, he's going to be in the
Let's see
car
where this
already.
person goes.
Shoulders, bounce the ball around.
Army 13, can you guys take a call on Adams?
2919.
EMS hasn't
We'll
dispatched
see.
yet. You can call
We'll
back
get
now.
back on the
Just so you know, we're
The
going to
Austro-Hungarian Empire and Germany enter into war against
Alicia called. She said that.
Caroline, we have
She was called by
It's going to be
one
around.
in the German army.
Did you copy that 82
We'll end
text
up
from
He wants to
probably
South on
Case
Hampton?
number is
It is
14-014.
My right shoulder.
discover a new meaning for his life.
Copy. It's going to be a
Very
code 2.
slow.
Yeah, that's
So
yours.
far, let's see what they do
Using
when it
their
comes to
blinkers and
If I do 11 of it,
which is
12, they're going to be at the Art Center at 100 North
There's the
Shore.
dog.
He stands
All right, the dog's in the front seat.
10 minutes, gotcha.
The young man will discover a reassuring environment. And for him,
10
revelation.
At a 120, it's minor accident at 1921 Overland Trail.
6 miles per hour.
this is one of the slow officers that we've
Yeah, 902.
Yeah, 902.
I'm going to be out.
We're trying to gather more information on the situation.
352 all police units. The dog comes to be closed from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. today for refueling.
two gunshot victims. Okay.
He was merely a mediocre
Related to that, this is
and
the
a failed
So if this is true, and this is the if this is that suspect that they believe, then this could be somebody who was just shot two people with alcohol.
Correction, John, Reaper, Paul, 4-4,
Keep in mind, if this person does finally give up, it's going to be tricky. Hopefully she will abide by all the commands because they do believe that she's 16 miles per hour on Sheldon Street.
Yeah, throw this driver's license on his ticket as well.
This would be.
Fully 635
Nobody else on the
5406
this could be
0320.
but this is a larger vehicle and this person also being armed and potentially dangerous to shot two people. I'm not sure if that changes protocol. Right. Plus, there is no barrier between the oncoming traffic as well. Maybe that will restrict things. As you can see, this person who's driving this vehicle is not opening it up like they could. It's only going 25 to 30 miles per hour, all by themselves on the road. Let's see what police choose to do.
Well, we had another minor drop in 30
My partner's camera depleted.
If you're familiar with the area that we'll be approaching, lead up.
And the young man
And there's a divider now.
that's what
10
Dash
Green
Sabrina Holly, Paul George Williams, 550.
Perhaps
Fort
that's
Daniel
not
female
even
Bell,
available
2016 GMC of Blackton College, registered to Richard Burial Jr. with an address of 134 Beanston Drive, the city. Also, looks like a Valerie Campos is going to... I'm a 24. I'm a 27.
Barely making it.
My name is Jennifer. I mean,
very slow, 15 miles per hour. Really slow speed pursuit. So this person might be trying to figure out what to do. Maybe he or she is on the phone with somebody right now.
25, -29 is coming back to a Jasmine Nicole Spada, white female, 130 of 01. She's starting at 4029 Greenville to City, Seattle, cars and 30.
Yeah, when you're signing this, to send the car to Trinity, ambulance somebody wants to relocate there. His car's just being a stinger, we'll get it off to the side, so they'll figure out what they're going to do with it later.
Yeah, clear. 71 to the 480 split. We are coming up. Actually, he's named even further. We're going to try to make contact with him because he makes the turn.
That'll be the last dump bed.
Okay, good.
Okay, let's see what they do.
And they worried.
Yes, ma'am. You show me out at 6514 High Arch.
Even though it was a slow
71
speed.
before you make the bend to go to Snow Road is going to be the next exit.
Triple 45 at 806.
13 badge, 2297.
I'm going to be back on 1. Number 2 is Agnes George. You broke up. What happened?
Okay.
Meanwhile, 45, I'm going to be doing a follow-up on
there's the dog.
1353.
Some sort of a some sort, maybe.
1353.
And there's some headlines here. The driver made an armed suspect maybe connected to a shooting in Echo Park. Do you know there are 2 people that have shooting there? You could see there's the dog. We could see a little bit of the driver's behavior.
With your 365. David 2 with your 365.
She's coming out of the house. She said somebody. You wrote by. Can you go back to the
1109, get up.
7250, go ahead with it.
Twice stopped and then...
Let's see.
My one insurance has confirmed it's coming back to a 2005 Chevy car.
Maybe a spike.
That caravan white covered registered to Valentin Martinez with an address of 721 Westchester Drive.
She's free to come out and then check on me. I don't know if she's going to...
I'm going to get off the road for now and let traffic flow.
Luckily, she's driving pretty slowly.
They're coming out. Harold Sausage in the head. Pain doesn't feel well.
It's going to be clear. Insurance has confirmed. Alright, therefore, go ahead and tell me all about mail. Okay, there's 2 plates that are coming back. One is registered to Raimundo Chavez, and the other one to Fred Valentin, but it looks like it's the same address.
Either look, there's another one of those. Whatever that is in the back seat where you just cannot see inside the vehicle.
Right, exactly.
That's our 140.
Like a shade of some sort.
Yeah, exactly.
So victims found them, and they're transporting one?
Set ahead of her, but
The accident was between West Point and National. They're in Glendale, looks like they're transporting one.
Anticipate this car coming toward him.
If she continues on like that, maybe they can just drive ahead and do something like that.
Stopping
085 047 085 047.
It's interesting that they didn't have to block her.
085
Moving around inside, no opening the door.
Let's see what this is.
I'm missing numbers. Can you repeat it? We should have 8 numbers.
Same scene we have seen.
Dodge Caravan 2008 to 2020.
I'm going to be contacting Oliver, one of the neighbors,
Really happy to.
concerned about the parents. Haven't been able to make contact with her.
Because you don't want to hit a vehicle that
Kelly was confused for hitting her. Never heard of that.
there's a dog. You can see the dog on the passenger side. She make out the driver. The driver is staying at least on surface streets on Arleta Avenue right now, approaching the
crash number is 6596 5596. Delta 140, can you copy 2 please? Delta 140, guys. John Young 4675, Lincoln Eagle Robert 9970. John Young 4675, Lincoln Robert 9970. That's 180 arrival. That's 180 arrival. Crash number please. Crash number is 5597 5597.
Heads up for
Alright, everything's on the road.
Trying to bypass that.
It's that boy's there. We're trying to reach his bed body somehow, but he's got a flat tire.
It's going to be a metro, so juvenile victim.
This is his
sexual assault.
but she is refusing to give up. So she's still on Arleta Avenue in Arleta, approaching Bracken Street. 30 miles per hour. There you can see kind of the construction on the side of the road. I'm not sure if they're able to get somebody ahead.
I'll be clear on that location for now.
It is in a secret mission that everything will play
Just give my message really to the 4-year-old victim of sexual assault. We don't know where it occurred, but it happened somewhere in
Hey, if you go to the 48, I guess they said,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm flying.
Really trying to get away from officers, but not going very fast at all.
Oh, great. Okay. You may want to let Susan know for the other funeral.
Very slowly. All right, so staying on the street, 25 miles per hour, basically. Let's see if she will choose to pull over again. Very slowly. That's why. There's a traffic.
While the party members discuss
on the sidewalk? No, that is the idea of an individual just cutting through as she gets on, it looks like Osborne Street. Traveling down
Did you let her know we were
Yeah, nothing static.
just meandering through. This is a person as almost as a scene. This is a person that is regarded as very dangerous. They have just shot 2 people, and we believe that this is a female driver that is armed. So they're handling
Put his dog somewhere. Somebody from the church showed up and was willing to put him aside.
maneuvers by LAPD to get her to stop either with a pit maneuver or some sort of a spike strip, but perhaps that opportunity will come in the coming minutes, considering how slow this person is.
All right, no problem. I'll let you know.
All right, David Ono, thank you, and Ellen Leva, thank you for your coverage.
Choosing the right injector for your diesel engine can feel overwhelming. Trust Bosch injectors to deliver reliability, performance, and durability. Visit a Bosch authorized dealer to find the perfect fit for your vehicle. Click below to find one near you.
Heard from David and Ellen.
133, right, disturbance in progress with the weapon, 46 Valdez, 46 Valdez, units on the zone, 10-4-18.
As we watch this person drive, the driving is sedate and calm, but the crime for which he is accused is anything but. 2 people shot in Echo Park, and they believe this is the person who did it, and police in the LAPD's Rampart Division are the ones who initiated this pursuit right on the Hollywood Freeway in Cahuenga, and the driver got on the 101, headed northbound, and got on the 170, now continuing on the 5 freeway, got off the 170 for a bit, driving around and then getting back on the 5 now at Terabella. This is the Pacoima area of Los Angeles, still within the LA jurisdiction.
This is the LAPD Rampart Division for and 597 in terms of pursuit. However, when she stopped the vehicle, we watched her stop, and we saw several patrol cars approach her. We saw officers get out of their patrol cars and approach the minivan that she was in, and then she made a U-turn and came at those patrol officers, and we threw a couple of cars to get past them. That was really the only
We're going to be at 7213 for prototype.
but again, we do believe, we are told that she is armed and dangerous, so authorities are continuing to follow her.
It's clean on an 09 model.
1:30. We're getting another call from RP advising that the
Amanda Messer,
chasing the
345
down the
Kimmel
street.
Road. She is
Chris Christie is overhead now in Air 7 to give us more on kind of what's ahead, what the traffic situation looks like, and
yeah, it's a rush hour pursuit. Very light traffic up the 5 freeway now. Approaching the 118 freeway. Serious crimes, prompting a serious response and serious resources by CHP, who is pursuing this woman up the 5 freeway. There's also a LAPD helicopter circling this pursuit, calling out the location. There was also a major police presence.
We have a call for a dangerous animal at
36 to be related to this pursuit is
he advised it was a dog that lunged at her grandson. Says animal control hasn't done anything about it. Wants to speak to an officer. Animal control's been advised. They said disregard PD unit for now. We'll call back if PD
right there in the driver's seat. You can just barely make out the driver. We're going to try to get a better angle here once we come around the 118 freeway, and we'll see if we can get inside the front of the windshield there, but we do not know whether there is anybody else inside the car in terms of people. There is what it looks almost like a bug who's in the center console there.
We got weapons came all the way downtown.
Vehicle in the garage, and not dangerous driving, but definitely a very serious criminal on the right here from law enforcement and up going to pass under the 170 and moving through Arleta and then eventually finding her way back on the freeway. But the northbound 5 freeway is much less traffic.
They have to give one sister, but they don't speak. She talks to the neighbor, and the neighbor talks to her on a daily basis.
Call her and do the report over the phone.
She is encountering
she doesn't work anywhere.
on the 5 freeway. As she comes up on the 405 split, that's going to change here in the next mile.
Fire department over here to
As she gets up towards the
I don't want to
split,
do the rodeo.
all the way
I
up
had
to
a
the
juvenile on board.
pass.
And then it's 143
Adam 136.
Tucker Hall.
And just
Sorry, when I was just 47.
Adam 110, Adam 130. Physical disturbance from the Area 1937, the Motel 6, one product. There's a male and a female arguing in the laundry room. Advising one of the subjects of a gun.
Yeah, I'd like to hear more about the backstory on what was involved in that shooting. 2 people shot reportedly in Echo Park. We don't know the conditions right now. We don't know what connection, if any, this driver had to that shooting, the people involved. But the driver taking off, a woman with a dog in the front seat. We don't know if there are any other people, as you mentioned, Chris, that would be in that. We know is that this person's on the run and refusing to give up, but not driving in high speed.
Driving in
That's right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
You got somebody coming for you?
Some of the speeds
Thank you.
on surface streets.
All right, do you need me over there?
Opportunity for
Yeah, bro, I'm good, thank you.
All
right.
That will play.
You need to have it safe by 11?
We're going to be on 1 Street.
I could tell how fast they change out their food.
To use
Virginia?
Well, good luck with that.
The watch commander decided
Exactly. It'll probably be done next week.
supervisors and watch commanders at CHP. She is doing below on the freeway.
Show me how it's 315 West Drive. Here in Bristol.
They have a solid traffic. There's nobody behind her. The problem, as you can see here, as she comes off the split, is all of the cars in front of her. Execute a pit maneuver. They're going to have to wait for a much more less traffic freeway or surface street.
Robert Tom Frank, where's your license?
13 arriving, ending mile 637.
Especially if they don't know, and they probably know more than we know, obviously, but depending on what they know, who else might be in the car, that kind of thing, that will all come into play. So in the time, she started to slow down. She encounters some of the rush hour traffic. Again, we're right at 5. Go ahead. So, again, she'll have opportunities.
I have different county,
Freeway, she can get off 210 freeway.
32 Adam and 31 Adam.
Being she's committed to those right.
Yeah, and people at home might be wondering, while this vehicle was off on the surface streets, why the LAPD didn't why they didn't necessarily try a spike strip. Spike strip is one issue where you kind of have to know where they're going, and that was but the pit maneuver, there were certainly times, especially in a kind of an industrial area there, in the Sun Valley area, where it could have happened, but when you factor in the firearm, that becomes an issue, and you don't want to be too aggressive with somebody who apparently has a weapon, who's reportedly has a weapon and may have used it already on 2 other people. If they get involved in an accident, then bullets might start flying, and who knows who could be hit by those. The to end in violence, and so just stay behind the driver and not let it go away.
And as we wait to confirm the details of
vehicle that was here coming back to a 21 Ford Ranger pickup, silver color, it's registered to Lisa Michelle.
No gun was displayed. The female was commenting on a gun. Suspect black male with an orange shirt. He was active in the parking lot, reporting parties in the parking lot as well. Can be contacted. He's wearing a blue shirt, blue jeans.
Issued
434
is on the way. Yeah, we have
I'll give her ID.
Do not know.
Send for a good day call, 911.
I believe it was the parked vehicle, the owner of the parked vehicle.
To your point, Giovanna, her state is critical here. Since the crime that they are investigating.
Yeah, be at License Citrus Valley. License plate is Noah Robert Young, 4552.
Investigating that shooting, trying to get the facts. That information is vital for the units in the division office who is making the calls, deciding what the best course of action is. I can tell you that there is no appearance of letting this go. That's one thing we can say for sure. And then dangerous driver on she's
coming back to 2020 Toyota Sierra van, black in color, registered to Olivo Garcia, with an S, Rio Grande do Sul,
San Fernando Valley here, and eventually she stays on the
210
towards Lieutenant King. She is getting off the freeway, and now we'll be on surface streets where they will have more decisions to make here.
It ups the ante. Every time she gets on surface streets, that changes things. There could be cross traffic, it could be a collision, it could be somebody crossing the street, a pedestrian. There are all sorts of other elements that you introduce once they get off the freeway and everybody's going in the same direction versus onto a surface street like this where there's cross traffic and pedestrians involved as well. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and I think these are all LAPD units. Is that correct?
These are CHP
711 of 08.
She is stopping.
Now pulling over.
Paul Mary Victor, 7893.
Stop at Yarnell Street.
3150.
Looks like they are prepared to execute a felony stop here. The dog
He's also saying that one of them had a great video.
with arms on the steering wheel, hands and arms on the steering wheel, moving again.
Yeah, she had lowered the window for a
All of the
second.
officers getting back in their cars. Those are LAPD officers, as a matter of fact. Those are LAPD
Happy Missouri
officers. These are
Sam,
LAPD
George,
Rampart Division.
Charlie 310, Section 310, Charlie, Johnny Heath, Delta, an alarm 2517 Atlantic View.
Getting back on correct. Is then getting back on the freeway. Getting back on the 210 west. So now he's back towards the 5 freeway. He's done on a reverse course here on the 210 freeway. Now heading actually towards the 5 freeway. We'll see what she decides to do. She was not willing to give it up there. And LAPD obviously a lot of pressure pressurizing. You see the mark close to it. That's black and white. Typical pursuit. Maybe
Can you generate a gap for me here at 5300 Riverside Drive for damage to property?
In fact, many times they will intentionally limit the number of pursuits in the pursuit for safety. And right now, they are dedicating a lot of resources. There is no safety is not a concern at these speeds. Obviously, very manageable. Those pursuits have a number of different things that each officer can be doing, creating traffic rings. If there's an opportunity to set up a edge, which you're not going to see. Everybody's got a job here. Once they come to a stop, execute that felony, that's when everybody kicks into action and takes a position behind that. See the traffic slowing down there on the 5 freeway as she moves to the Golden State
battles for the survival of the race. See patrol cars pull back when the driver is driving radically.
Georgia Paul 9970.
Will pull back for the safety of the other motorists on the road. They're not doing that now. It's likely it's and they may have other information about this driver.
Insure, invest, protect. Mutual of Omaha, protect your kingdom.
Who's is there?
Try Native, aluminum-free deodorant with dual actives to help neutralize odor all day. Clean, simple, effective odor protection isn't a myth, it's Native.
All the circumstances around that shooting. Was it a home, a business, where it happened, what happened, and our assignment desk is working diligently right now trying to get those answers from the police department to see what exactly happened there in the Rampart Division, where it happened. So, in fact, if you look to the right here, that apparently is the crime scene there, so it looks like it was in a car. And you see the yellow tape there, indicative of a pretty good crime. Right, so we're going to try to and traffic's still going on. That's apparently what happened. No bodies that are there that are visible, so that would indicate that whoever was there has been transported, taken to the hospital. But the investigation is underway. There will be evidence left behind. And try to get more information about this. But yeah, that's the scene where it happened. That is quite a distance away from where we find ourselves now, which is on the 5 freeway in Granada Hills, still in the city of Los Angeles, but going farther and farther north and getting deeper and deeper into typical LA rush hour traffic, followed by as many as more LA Police Department units. It is interesting that the CHP has not joined this pursuit, to my knowledge, that we can see. And that the LAPD is the lead agency and so far the only agency. It is within the city of Los Angeles, but also, of course, on the freeways, which would make it the highway patrol's bailiwick. So we'll see if any sort of transfer happens or whether they're content to continue things as they are.
Again, still on the I-5 northbound, in the Newhall area now.
Yeah, so she had the opportunity. I'm sorry, we're just listening to the radio traffic.
173 Medic 9 clearance.
Medic 9, 10-4. But she didn't have access to the 5 So she bypassed the 14 split. She is on the 5 freeway. The sun's beginning to set here. So, a few more minutes. Occasionally see rolling through the of that LAPD area. This is indeed an LAPD pursuit. Right now, LAPD is crime that they are investigating. This is a suspect who is on the run from Echo Park. So all of those leads are playing into us, and they are trying to put it all together and figure out.
They just ran towards the monument.
have the cell phone. Are you able to get a crisis negotiator on the line eventually? What is her state of mind? Is she under the influence?
129.
Perhaps even
129.
a violent situation.
We'll put me in service on the call from last night. I'm following up.
Had to deal
That's what I wrote for yesterday, last night, 10
talking sense into this person if they can get a hold of her. But obviously, she is not in her right frame of mind right now.
129.
From a dozen LAPD officers in the Santa Clarita Valley. County's jurisdiction on the 5 freeway, which is the jurisdiction of the California Highway Patrol. LAPD will stay on this if they choose to. There are plenty of resources, though, available to assist. There is mutual aid from the county, and there are CCPD and all
Robert
on the 5 freeway.
Robert and I were 4403 expired 524.
So right now,
They
LAPD
both
plenty
moved
of
into
resources
a white
motivation.
You got it.
This person off the road, I think we're going to see them look better at. This is not a suspect.
I'm assuming we don't have anything with the hotel records or anything like that.
3500 block there. Come on, let's play this Nora Williams.
Well, we're going to watch this along with all of you. We don't know if a spike strip has been employed or might be employed, but if there is, and it was done successfully, the evidence will be apparent and fairly soon. Watching this
See if retired doesn't appear to be impacted by the spike strip. I'm not saying
Or are you at
now, but I am noticing that traffic is
It's going to be behind
pretty light.
1595.
Either fine.
Safer?
Yeah, makes it safer. I mean,
Safer.
if there are fewer people around, as we watch this, you know, with a spike strip, of course, the deflation of the tires would not be immediate. The highway patrol, in fact, did employ a spike strip. She did, in fact, hit it.
There is something dangling behind the backside of that window while the vehicle appears to be driving. That front left tire looks interesting.
Does it appear a little wobbly?
By now, if it was a
I'm
clean
going to be back at the district on my
That's the one said 140 for physical disturbance in progress.
it's part of the
22
file.
Guadalupe.
Looks like
60 Guadalupe. See a male having an episode trying to fight people, disturbing other tenants. Hispanic male, white shirt and shorts, and computer room.
Party 13, if you're ready,
If it was a good spike, you would start to see those tires by now. You would see the behavior of the vehicle change. But you know, it could be.
Lincoln Lake
property on a park.
But she's not going slow either. Doing a
Yeah, Mary Henry comes back to a 2022 free truck, white color, lots of the bin.
It's a gradual process. What they don't want to do when they use a spike strip is design to cause a gradual deflation of tires. Blowout is dangerous.
When you need a new diesel injector, you should look for one with the exact fit, form, and function that was originally in your vehicle. That's an OE injector. Just look for the Bosch name. You can find the best injector to optimize your diesel at ChooseTheRightInjector.com.
Say good day to a warm Australian welcome. With friendly faces, welcome locals, and really handsome hosts. So what are you waiting for? Come and say good day.
That's 180 area.
It must have been before.
3103 Bravo. Can you show me a service? No computer, unmarked.
Sign of a spike strip on the freeway, that's for sure.
That's
Must have happened maybe when she got off the
that one.
perhaps.
that spotlight we saw just a moment ago. Is that
Right
the
here, that goes
helicopter?
to and Garden Break. We're going to juvenile school elementary,
That is
11-year-old.
LAPD. Was right over here.
Inside
Actually
the
falling
school,
back
kicking out windows.
towards the
Also
tail
throwing
end of the
bricks.
pursuit. It's probably
11-year-old male wearing orange, blue, Army fatigue sweats and dark.
And that could change as the sun goes down and they need that night more. Sometimes, you know, the night it's a very helpful tool for obviously to help law enforcement maintain visual. It's also helpful and letting other motorists know.
It's going to be apartment 259 for
As if the lights and sirens are warned up, they definitely take once there's a big shiny light item that something's in this case, you can see as it gets darker, they're looking to keep that nice on her. It is a tricky thing. I think it's an easy it is not easy. It takes a lot of practice. These guys are experts. They do it every single time. Apparently getting ready to get involved in this
trying to figure something out other than walking on the freeway. We can do that help too.
That means LA has to
that one in Westlake or the one on that one?
and let the state troopers do their job and bring this to them.
And Chris,
it is their jurisdiction. LA can stay on it, or they can bring all those resources back to the city. Right now, you got a dozen officers from Rampart that are now well outside the city.
I think they've worked on possibly trying to make contact with the city.
So, right now, it looks like California Highway Patrol is preparing to take this pursuit
Everyone is calling 7816 Maryland.
You guys pulled back, Chris, and we could see the
Karen
white
Trouble with
on
your
the freeway.
15-year-old daughter, Angel,
Trying to control traffic, how close the other vehicles are approaching.
The callers registered
Because they're taking the cars behind these patrols.
They are.
That's for 84.
Can you
Can you
tell
me is the area there?
Now,
there is an issue for his report. His report number's in there.
2 units at least. And
the caller states if we don't get there in 10 minutes, we're going to do something about it. You guys arrived already, or do you have to bring like one?
Usually they'll at least one black and white trail behind, and eventually make your arrest. The city of LA, California Highway Patrol has now officially taken over the pursuit and basically have a brand new pursuit. I say that because the policy's changing. Once CHP takes it over from a local jurisdiction, decision makers, the supervisors, the commanders, a whole team dedicated to bring this pursuit to a peaceful resolution. Take over with a whole new handbook, if you will.
14 is over to Superior.
And again, for those of you just joining us, this is a pursuit of a shooting suspect. 2 people reported who have been shot in the Rampart area of Los Angeles in Echo Park. Started a little before 4:30 this afternoon. 2 people shot. We don't know their conditions, but they have been transported. They are not still at the scene, so it appears they were at least taken to the hospital. I don't know how they're doing or if they are still with us. What is reported to be a woman behind the wheel of this vehicle, armed with a silver handgun. A silver handgun. And about this, Giovanna, is that she's got a dog.
She has a white dog with, I believe, a seatbelt on it. I thought that that's what I saw. It's hard to know for sure, but again, we've been following
47 accident on putting in the belt light already.
almost an hour now. Again, this started around 4:30, and the woman has been driving. You know, accidents have been moving in and out several patrol cars have been following her. Other cars are deputies. She's been on freeways, local side streets as well. And because this is a serious crime that they suspect her of.
Yes, ma'am. In the parking lot, Carol, I have one student who is refusing to come out of the vehicle to come into school.
Taken to the hospital. The shooting suspect. He may still
and for spoke with the father. I'm going to speak with him to see if he was coming to
as it was leaving a crime scene. And that police to gain this pursuit. And, the LA the Highway Patrol If you're watching at home and you want to keep track of which agency is which, somebody spoke on this a long time ago. The highway patrol vehicles, although they are black and white like LAPD vehicles, LAPD has 2 white doors, the front and rear door white, and the CHP, just the front door is white. So that's a quick way to spot it, to determine which agency is involved in the pursuit.
Thank you, Mark. Well, now we know. But yes, and it's confirmed that the CHP made the transfer from the LAPD taking over this pursuit now. And
181.
Driving through Valencia on their way north, and you just wonder how far north this driver will continue.
Yeah, and a spike strip was employed about, I'd say, about 7 or 8 minutes ago. He did reportedly hit the spike strip. That spike strip has had no effect because the tires are not flat. We can only see one side of the vehicle. I don't know that left front, but it's hard to tell. I think if it was flat, it would be maybe smoking, there'd be some disintegration, there'd be some pieces taken off of it now. But Chris, you're closer to it. You might be able to tell us with more accuracy what you're seeing in terms of the tires.
Yeah, I was suspicious of that front left tire as well. You would expect to see a little more of a wobble in the vehicle. The behavior of the vehicle would change, and you would see it in the front.
I'll be on street 3 off.
She's going to do it 5 miles per hour. What we just saw there,
145 on the other
speed right now. That is a clue that perhaps we have an opportunity up ahead. We'll give it another try. Spike strip. Now, right now, units are right behind her. I'm trying to think back. We saw her pull over now a couple of times. Going at times off the freeway, she got off the freeway, almost as if she was thinking about giving up, and then she didn't give up, and she kept on going. Once it's in her head that she's on borrowed time,
let me know and I'll disregard
it was a larger individual behind the wheel that was probably less likely to go right for she's on borrowed time here, and so she's going to realize that, and not too short as we get up to
any unit expedited transport for the bike unit, Arlington and Blanco.
Santa Clarita Valley, and that will provide even more room on the freeway to get.
Am I allowed to send transport to Arlington and Blanco for that transport?
She slows down enough, even potentially a pit maneuver if they feel
Arlington and Blanco for transport.
Move in this situation. In any event, whatever happened with that original spike strip does not appear to have
1325.
And as she continues, she will drive north into the Grapevine and down into the
1325, your case number 0524
before she gets to either one of those areas. And we know this is a Dodge Caravan, and we were given some information that it has a 20-year tank, so maybe gas will become a factor at some point.
Yeah, so will daylight. We still have a little bit of dusk left here, which is going to allow
not to Arlington and Blanco at this time.
helicopter down there to follow another couple of miles, a few more miles.
5813, copy.
It's going to stay late at some point in the next few minutes. It's going to be pitch black. It's going to be pitch black. The freeway is going to narrow. And
realize on that, students getting regardless, we made it into the school, so I'm going to
I have 4 coaches attending. I have Adam 13 and Barney 16 on lunch. On my break. It looks like 33 was possible in the route with you guys. It looks like they got
Santa Clarita Valley, and now limited opportunities on the freeway.
You're barely coming through.
Pretty committed to the freeway.
Accidental
What I've been able to look at, George, you just brought up how much, how far this pursuit may go. This thing can get 25 miles per gallon highway. And it's been
we're going to be in the 80 traffic.
So maybe get that 25 miles per gallon. So then the question is, everybody gets how much gas was in it to begin with?
This is Revia.
1307 West Side.
So remember to the notes
calling to their 8-year-old that was dropped off.
The details that we
Did that
we are still
Like I said, he was trying to climb in through the window.
on
The female maroon jacket
She'll be around for the
situation that prompted all of this in Echo Park, that double shooting. Still hoping to get some information on the conditions of the victims in that initial crime.
There's a spike strip. There's a spike strip.
180.
Only clear on that case, have a passenger rear tire low out of the yellow strip.
We saw that unit speed by her just a few minutes ago, and sure enough, he was able to set up.
Case number is 24.
This empty section provided a perfect opportunity. However, I think she saw it at the very last second.
We're going to have an additional double in custody.
You guys might be able to replay.
You need a
She went right around and she used the shoulder.
That second case number is 25.
Got right back around. She is
Alright, 13. You check 135 please, Leroy.
Got this car cruise control because the variance of speed. There's another one. That one might have hit. That one might have hit. That one I think did hit. We're going to see this one here
arguing. It's escalating. There's kids on scene.
with the spike strip. Now, whether it was effective enough to eject that tube we were talking about, which is
Adam 136.
The outside and of white Nissan supposed to hit his 191.
you're going to see this pursuit to a gradual end here in the next mile or so. Reports from the ground are that it was a good spike. So they feel they've got a good spike. There comes the sparks. This vehicle is going to start slowing down. That is probably the spike, the actual spike itself. To the right, just a moment before she hit that spike strip.
435, I coded that job at home. She made a report over the phone.
Is now slowing down. Tires slowly deflating.
130 traffic.
This hopefully will end with a peaceful resolution.
Northbound. Right front, which is very quick.
Just don't want
Mary John Hall, 9-1.
close.
CHP officers have to be just so careful in this situation if she does eventually stop, because they understand that she is armed with a handgun, and if reports are accurate, she has used that handgun today to injure two other people, so they do not recognize that.
Adam 120, Adam 140, access to the property at 4402 Blue Apartment.
Go ahead, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, right off the bat, they know they're dealing with an attempted murder suspect. Now, when somebody, a criminal of that nature, a violent criminal, is wanting that crime, those officers have to take extra caution. I'm sorry, Mark, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, not at all. I'm just trying to see if we can get a read on the tires. Now it looks like the night sun has been kind of removed from it. That's a tactical. Yeah, the front tire's flat, and that's just on the driver's side. We don't know about the passenger side, what the situation is there. It's hard to see.
That rear tire looks suspicious too. But at least is on borrowed time.
Another call by
If you drive slow, you can continue a slow pursuit on a flat tire. But they still weren't able to move on a flat tire. If she went faster, that's when it would give her a real problem, right?
Negative, I can try to call back.
Then you run under the rims, and then it would speed away. Right now, I don't sense that intention of her. She obviously is having some regrets in life right now, but I don't think she's showing signs of let's put it that way. She's buying her time, during her final few minutes. She doesn't want to go to jail, but I think she knows that it's almost over here, and obviously we know it's almost over here. The number of officers involved in this pursuit are just how serious they are about taking her.
In terms of danger to other motorists, this is kind of the best case scenario, because I'm assuming that they have probably stopped traffic on the 5 freeway. These are only northbound lanes that we're looking at. This is a section where northbound lanes and the southbound lanes are separated. So they really have the stretch of the freeway to themselves to minimize any danger.
Yeah, other motorists, now that she's slowing down, are not
I think he's possibly under the influence. His name is Antonio Ramirez. He's sloppy eyes, sluggish.
that front tire might already be shredding. It looks like the treads are starting to come off here. We're going to see that tire spin off of the front of that vehicle here in just a second. And then she sure enough will be riding on the left. That's to say nothing of the front right wheel, which we have not gotten a good glimpse of yet. It could very well be behaving similarly. So the front left tire is starting to shred. She'll be going even slower.
192 advising the front office.
Not saying too soon because they don't want to take this too far.
That's the 181.
Send it through to Valley into the darkness. I mean, it really is pitch black up there. She does decide to get away. It's tricky terrain. It's rolling terrain up here, and then it gets a little steeper the further north she gets.
Can you tell me clear,
Any minute.
And as far as the drivability of this vehicle is concerned, it's front-wheel drive. If both front tires are flat and starting to shred, that rim might end up just spinning on the ground. It's going to be a lot harder to try to accelerate or move. Once the speed gets too slow. Clearly, obviously, the driver's side of the tire completely gone and starting to come off.
Yeah, starting to come off. Also, keep in mind, she's now on the so she is moving uphill on the freeway. That's going to slow her down even more, especially at these speeds. Left of that front right. Again, you can only imagine the...
Show me in unit 998, mileage 67844.
554 by the bridge.
Sure enough, it
Yeah,
does
and I'll be around the screen at about 8 or 9 years old.
All right, we're going to watch now because this is the part that gets hazardous for everybody involved. Because the belief and assumption, the report is that she is armed with a silver handgun. The report is that she has already shot 2 people. Shot and wounded, perhaps even 2 people. We don't know the conditions of the people who were hit by gunfire in Echo Park. And so the police, the CHP officers, and we presume the LAPD is bringing up the rear, and we're also involved in this, are going to have to move with extreme caution to remove her from this vehicle. What they basically have here is a barricade situation. Involving a vehicle out on the open road. There's no cover between the officers and the vehicle. If they're going to be sure to see him walking up a mile over. And so it presents some tactical issues. Now they train for this, obviously. So there are some ways that they are countering
Adam 140 and Adam 120, hold up alarm 4021, I 69 at the
proceed with extreme caution. You can assume or try to contact her via loudspeaker.
That's right.
public service.
Through something
Well,
else.
maybe that is
Could be the case. It could be a cigarette. Might have been a cigarette. I'm not sure. That little white dot you see there next to the door. So just threw that out the window. You described the caution they're taking. Mark, I think it's notable that they have come to a pause. All 5 of those leading units have come to a pause. A pretty safe distance back. I think it's fair to say we normally see them pull up a little bit closer in a situation like this. But again, because she's armed, they were good 100, what was it, about 170 feet back from the vehicle. That is not typical in a pursuit like this. That is indicative of somebody they believe to be very armed. That's exactly what we are, speculating about based on the crimes and the nature of the crimes that were committed here. Now you can see there's a cell phone in her hand. She is now on her phone. And obviously not complying. They are issuing instructions. She knows that they want her out of the vehicle. They want her to open that door and put her hands up. There was a hint of a left hand there, but she's not complying.
I wonder if she is on the phone with a family member, someone's talking her down. We just don't know. Maybe she's on the phone with authorities. Maybe there's a negotiation underway. Now we see, is that her hand?
Is
I think she might have peeked out. There's her left hand, and she's spreading her fingers, so it might show signs of.
She's opening the door.
It looks like she's willing to give up here. Showing her hand up.
1109,
From E4, information received for report. Every source on the
Not really.
332180.
She's trying to figure out the dog.
She wants to bring the dog with her.
Clearly concerned about the
Yeah.
dog. Yeah, they're going to want to put the dog. That's going to be a priority.
It looks like a puppy.
And Tom 7. 2110 is at
Definitely.
1106. 3802 Caravelle. Apartment 29. 2916.
Show her hand.
Well, at least if she's holding the puppy, she can't hold a gun at the same time. Both hands on the dog, they at least know where her hands are. She is speaking with them, gesturing toward them.
Okay, they're telling her to put the puppy dog, show her hand.
She's communicating. That's a positive sign. She is yelling back at the officers. Now, getting back in the vehicle. She was going to put the dog in the vehicle. Unfortunately, the situation, I know it seems like a funny thing, but the fact that she gets out of the vehicle with the dog now has completely retreated back inside the vehicle. Really tells them a lot. This could be a longer.
We also got a call. They built it at 211
that they were planning to put it that way. And at some point, they will start
80 around. Sorry.
because now what they have is a once again, the side door popping open the dog in the vehicle. It's over, so she's showing signs of surrender. She's just probably mostly concerned with the dog.
We've seen that before.
Now both hands up. We have seen this before. They always provide
It is 28
just because
Yes, looks like they're talking to
all of this is the animal itself. So shows signs of giving up.
Indian is second clear for a man down at 1303rd, 1303rd at the
If he gets spooked, he can jump out and run away.
Yeah, we don't want that either. So, yeah, we've seen this a number of times when people, people get into pursuit, put the dogs with them, and their immediate concern almost always is for the dog.
This is not working out for authorities as they would like. And for any of us, really, this is not a good situation. But again, authorities believe she's responsible for shooting and having shot two people. So her mindset is not probably in the best.
She's willing to give up here. It's the dog that's the X factor here. So again, she's out of the vehicle. She can't really make up her mind on how to protect the dog and surrender at the same time. So she's stepping away from the vehicle. They're urging her to follow their instructions. She's stepping further away from the vehicle. She's now in front of the vehicle, stepping away from the officers and away from the animal. Now, we're going to look at that dog. Keep an eye on the dog. The dog is safely inside the vehicle right now. She is showing her hands and arms. She's yelling.
Copy plate 4405550 Edwards.
So communication is a challenge, and you have all the helicopters overhead as well. So it is, I guarantee you, it's a problem for them to be able to communicate here because you've got that right overhead. You have a bunch of other new ships overhead. You've got the distance between the planes.
Yeah, they probably can't hear each other at this point or understand each other. Yeah, you can see her talking to them. What's good here is you don't see any indication of further violence on her. Is not evident. The weapon which was reported to be with her is not on her that we can tell. She's doing it the wrong way. I'm sure they're telling her they want her to turn around because they want you to back up toward her.
I'm surprised they haven't asked her to get on the ground, face down.
They may have. We just don't know if she's compliant.
Yeah, it would be one or the other. Either prone down or walk backwards towards them, where they then they would have her prone down. Arresting.
I got an alarm on.
But if she doesn't come all the way, you'll arrest them together, which is usually 3 or 4 officers. Gingerly, especially as long as she's
They're telling her what to do, and she is right.
Giving it an effort. You have to keep in mind too. We do not know, whatsoever. Is there any other?
They called about 25 minutes ago for Bolton.
Sometimes they have to give her a certain amount
They were blocking the intersection.
of mercy as long as she's showing her hand. As long as she's showing her hand. There's no
11-year-old Herschel Soap wearing a blue and orange something.
The time is on their side. There's really no need to rush in a situation that could turn dangerous or not.
They did have a unit around the west side.
Take their time and have the patience and give her. Why?
What it looks like is she just doesn't want to get on the ground. She just doesn't want to be on the ground. So she's getting
giving up peacefully. Now they have to keep that minivan very gingerly as well until they get the gun for and clear the vehicle. They have to work under the assumption that vehicle is not empty until they know it is for sure.
Robert Charles Norwood.
Inside the
Silver
vehicle,
car carry-on.
there could be a number of situations inside of that minivan.
Okay, where was it taken from?
Very carefully here.
From 1324 Josephine, 1324 Josephine, apartment 12, 1
Full team of officers.
Do we know how long ago?
Do you know how long ago? They're able to get a better glimpse inside the vehicle.
Goodbye, radio check. 55, loud and clear. Alex Jamal Village, 10 p.m. last night until 10 a.m.
Peaceful resolution to what could have been a chase.
151.
What about the dog? They still gotta get the dog out of here.
Still going to get the dog for animal control will be called eventually, but the dog, as far as we know, the dog is still in the vehicle, but we did lose sight of the vehicle at one point when they were arresting her, and now I don't see any movement inside, so we don't know if that dog did jump out of the vehicle. I don't see any
Alex, Jamal, pretty clear on that
I'm
description.
sure we will get a report from the ground here.
Yeah, on the UUMV that occurred, yes, ma'am, I am.
Did run toward her, so
Maybe it wasn't a restraint. She put him in a restraint. We don't know.
all right. So are we moving on at this point? I think we are. So we will try to find out more about the shooting and all this, and about the condition of the dog.
We're heading to Robstown. I'll be a panel member on a conference. I'll be there for about 2 hours.
The news story, of course, that's the mountain fire in Ventura County.
24, is that the fairground?
In about 15 minutes, fire officials are going to give an update on the wildfire, and just coming into our newsroom.
Could have been Solomon.
So far, it has burned more than 20,000 acres. This is a mountain fire. At last report, there was zero containment. Thousands of people are under evacuation orders from Chicago across the 118 toward Somis and Santa Paula. Dozens of homes have burned. We're still waiting for an exact number from fire officials. No word yet on how.
And as we stand by for that very important update from firefighters at the top.
Whatever you do it for less and are afraid.
Who's Shashin this house? Hello? It is, man.
Finding insurance should be easy.
Finding business insurance shouldn't take all that long. It shouldn't, and it doesn't.
Get to know Aquashore. Insurance and fintech solutions delivered with a human touch.
14th and Raleigh. George Sam Robert, 2175.
A region he will traverse from one end to the other in search of the best location. And the land is far from easy to find. as it must meet very specific criteria.
Show myself to you. Gave that address or if it's estimated, estimated area over down here.
DP31, you want me to update this location or just build another software?
I did not.
On the freeway. You guys both units clear?
202, it's class.
Charlie, let's see, I can turn out clear. 3129,
It's going to be a Hispanic male, 14-year-old, full gray hoodie.
That's 180, just look clear. That's 130 clear.
Here's the driver may have come in contact with a spike strip just a moment ago. We'll see if there's an elective spike, a very unusual spike strip on the freeway. Pay close attention to those front right tires. Right now, both of the left tires appear intact.
A verbal disturbance at 49. Greenwood, Baptist location, Greenwood.
Speed doing just under the speed limit here. About 60 miles per hour.
Looks like it might be a disturbance just occurred or to occur. RP advised ex-mother-in-law with something like a threat that she would come back to sleep. Female drives the black
still attempting to coordinate this
William
as
left northbound towards Galahar. It's going to be a synthetic female orange shirt, black pants, that
West 137, San Diego, George X-Ray King 714.
4155, go ahead.
615. Down in Percy for Robert H.I.D. and a Robert H.I.D. to work on OH. Show me, pushing over the freeway.
In this concentration camp, at the beginning of the war, political opponents, resistors, and intellectuals are deported, and Jews.
That's 180 location.
Their conditions in detention are horrific. Prisoners die of hunger. They are beaten to death or tortured. A system of terror where detainees are subjected to forced labor and reduced to slavery. This is exactly the workforce that IG Farbo employed to construct its plant. Here is the report of the contract that the company made with the SS.
That's 180, 10-4. That's 110 grad.
A document from each deportee will be charged between 3 and 4 marks per day to IG Farbo.
The original caller.
14, go ahead.
In exchange, this labor can be used without limits. This is even what the officials specifically recommend to the company leaders.
23.
We'll be out with 8 Vega and 331. 312, 331, 312.
The female we were supposed to get in contact with is not in currently, but he's going to make contact with her and give her a message to call.
And as we get into the Eastern interchange, you'll have a number of options. Right now, still limited to the 5
you're not tracking, you have to turn the unit off and then back on.
into downtown LA.
How about you be clear with the fuel and ready to work?
We received a call from AAA, they were supposed to be on their way.
Use up to 5 here. Looks like she's
Number is going to be 1371 or 1371.
Thousands of deportees from our
Wanted for us, over.
to participate in the construction of the factory located
154, 126.
kilometers from the concentration
46,
camp.
go ahead. Correction, 46. I'm out front. I have
There are of
paperwork
course
for
the
you.
SS, but also managers from IG Farbo who witnessed the terrifying conditions the detainees
By
endure.
3, did you advise a female in custody or 3
We'll
males?
push in once again on those front tires and see if there's any indication whatsoever that she made contact with that spike strip. As of right now, if that was a spike strip, it does not appear to have been an effective spike. So those right tires, I'm sorry, the left tires appear just fine. Can't speak for the right tires, but you may have a chance here to come around the passenger side. For right now, we're focused on that driver's side.
707.
Looks like she's changing lanes again, maybe moving over to the
Almost a
right.
year, the Farbon executives will drive the prisoners to extremes who labor at the factory site.
1109.
However, by exploiting this deportee labor, they will be led
Northbound
much
5 freeway
further
crossing
than
over
they
First
had
Street
imagined.
here in downtown LA.
Mackenzie 37 southbound.
By collaborating with the Nazi regime, the company will fall into a dreadful spiral.
Radio on the radio.
Of Hitler's most
Slowing down a
outrageous
little bit,
plan.
maybe?
The final solution,
First
the
Street.
extermination of
310, what was the
Jews.
first street?
Lincoln. Wait.
Create a backyard that's out of this world. Right now, save $50.
Ray Holland, you got your radio on.
Battery change.
Ray Holland, you got your radio on.
Find yours.
One thing I've learned is that having an online presence is so important. If you're trying to start a successful business, then you absolutely need a website, which is why I recommend Bluehost. Before creating a website, it wasn't easy or as beginner, but if you use Bluehost, I designed to easily generate a really professional, custom-built website in minutes. If you know me, you know that saving time as a new entrepreneur is super important. This is basically like hiring a firm to build you a fully custom website, except you aren't spending your money and time. We also have a ton of e-commerce functionality and much more to help you get started on your business. So make sure to check out Bluehost for all your website needs.
this morning. Vehicle was impounded.
In groups of 5. It feels like we've landed in hell.
I need to clear for a hold-up alarm, 4706 Everhart Road, acknowledge.
A lot of personal belongings.
On the dock.
At least from what we're able to make out through that front
Washington or 10-8 not the mark.
Those right tires still as well in the vehicle.
Over half an hour ago, they found those kids on the corridor as well. I am updating.
She still has a fully capable Toyota SUV. I don't know how much gas she started with, but still refusing to pull over, and she continues up the
Reports of an accident, Highway 77 North, East 6th and Bishop.
number of options there. She could have taken the 60 or the 10, but she is now continuing.
And for the reporting party, Julian Fernanda helped me go. She hit a deer in the roadway, so there's a lot of traffic on the bridge now.
My boyfriend is here making sure I'm other suspect marked. So,
3101.
Brown.
10-4.
There's also
319 Delta, train route, Robed Way.
No longer has denied black male, black city, blue camp. Now I'm sorry again.
Alright.
Now approaching Lincoln Heights.
That's where they put the call in.
We got it running.
They're still updating.
Okay, simple.
Adam 125.
Black
Negative.
The Nazis have expanded.
About halfway through the comment you made of police now.
Now Birkenau. Where death is industrialized.
155 there. Give us a minor assessment.
The most vulnerable
0124
women,
56,
kids, and the
repeating
elderly
2309 01 2456.
The SS make them believe these are showers. In reality, they are gas chambers.
Alright, we're rolling.
Just
go slowly, so all these people can leave the park.
Drops through hatches from the ceiling.
So it's unusual, we should point out, to see the 531 this empty, and I think that's the reason we actually saw a spike attempt to begin with, and if I'm not mistaken, we may see another spike strip attempt on the freeway. These are very rare. These are very rare occurrences. Rarely does LA freeways allow the opportunity to spike strips. You can see there are just so many cars on the freeway that have the opportunity. They're going to give it a shot. They've given the go-ahead, and we'll see where they can set up to place that spike strip. There are 3 units behind her, but there are additional units up ahead. Again, these are basically the original pursuing officers from Orange County that are taking this pursuit into LA County. However, LA chiefs have decided not to engage in this pursuit. So the original OC
All the ones that are going to follow the
LA CHP officers. So they've got this all on their own.
They will be sent to a third site.
Just slow down a bit because I'm going to put the...
Just steps from the factory.
Is the third district bonus?
Oh yeah, we're walking back to the car. There's gonna be that plate that we ran.
Please, robot 5757 Woodridge, apartment 41 Charles.
Being told there are some Santa Fe sporting events in this pursuit package, so we'll see. We'll see again, or if they just continue. Several CHP offices have declined.
You have a accident highway coming from the north and 86. Do you know exactly where? Because we're in front of CJ 06 and it's not here.
Negative, our penis advisor on the highway, on the bridge in front of police goes.
Show us an area checking.
26.
If you want to, you die.
Okay, slow down a bit because I'm caught up in some traffic. I'm coming up to...
So, reading the candidate, it looks like family had advised that possibly
on October
like air master.
4175.
Leisure depths, it was cold.
3150.
Can you give me one record in Rob? Politician?
Heads under our arms between the legs. We lose our identity.
14 for info.
Alright, because you want to over there.
2432 East 36. 7432 East 36. If you want to push attack, I'll tell you.
3150, copy 28.
From now on, Charles's daily life will be
This is Robert Fever, really?
6956. Charles and 100 deportees dig the foundations of a large building. It's grueling work to do for nearly 12 hours a day, with no breaks and almost nothing to eat.
Arriving CDT.
Each prisoner gets, at best,
UTL.
a daily ration of 2 to 5 calories, mainly soup.
5813. You want to wait for the car to get there?
This results in an average weight loss of 2 to 4 kilograms
Copy, you're on
Under these conditions, even a healthy man cannot expect to survive more than 2 months in
a 30-year-old juvenile. She advises that her home is inhabitable. She states that her mother leaves her 5-year-old sister and her 2-year-old brother in the home alone. She has a car on her own. She advises there are maggots when roaches in the home. There's no room in the refrigerator.
Adam 12140
this moment,
Best just occurred at 11100 Leopard 110 Leopard
in those same
we met with a few parents.
She advises the address
And
of
so we were to the
Support 5715
fabricators.
Adam 120. I'm advising the mail to fill about $30 per item.
Meet the Miller Multimatic family. They need a multi-tool for your multi-hustle, featuring AutoSet to seamlessly adjust your settings to the project and whatever you need with the portability you want. Miller Multimatic. Go from mill to TIG to stick and
to be able to document where we're at on a job, photos on a job, ask for approval, communicate back and forth with the customer. That's a massive time.
He has been working in the camp for months. He has shed more than 20 kilos, so he has been chosen for a
237 South near the 71 South entrance. Maria got a call for disabled vehicle on the highway. They're going to check their side, requesting to check ours. They know their calls for it. The 2 headers 2226.
Head of the infirmary.
Thank you.
We must all...
Should I get the accident code or the I don't think they have it, James. It's not on the
I didn't heard it. 19
A pursuit of the
that they are now on 104 vehicles. They're about 7 years old.
SUV with a female driver wheel against the San Juan.
Yeah, it's up for those stragglers, but we can't be waiting for them.
The driver basically and has refused to pull over ever since, but basically
we're going to be clear.
the same speed, doing right around the speed limit, 60 to 65 miles per hour the whole time, straight up the 5 freeway into LA County, through the East LA interchange, and now in Glendale, as she continues to lead 3 CHP patrol officers on this pursuit on what is a basically empty 5 freeway. We saw one spike strip attempt on the freeway, a rare freeway spike attempt. We may see another one here as she makes her way further north.
634. I'll be checking the area of the McDonald's. 634.
And again, I have saved my life. The 35 Of course.
North or south? They're on my axis. We're gonna hit south. We're gonna go. We're gonna take this 77. We're gonna just go ahead and take it. I'll kill the light at power. Or Leo, can you get ahead and get the power?
Is that all the things that they just took over?
On January 27, 1945, will bring an end to the horrors of Auschwitz and the ongoing advance of
Kalahar. Our piece of loss prevention. 20 Adams, get closer.
620 Adams, slow down over there. No synthetic
It looks like CHP's Altadena office has now taken over the pursuit. They are the primary agency involved here. And we are northbound 5 freeway approaching Western here in Burbank, right next to the Empire Center.
4175,
at about 60 miles per hour between that 2 and 3 lanes. Not doing a whole lot of shifting, but that vehicle is unaffected by that other spike that I mentioned. You can see clearly those right tires intact, left tires intact as well. But there may be another spike strip ahead of her, so we will keep an eye out for that. Right now, though, it's a pretty tame pursuit, very composed driving. Not a lot of erratic maneuvers, and it does make you wonder how much longer they will follow this pursuit. It's a safe pursuit, not a lot of danger involved.
Yeah, but it's so much for a plan well. That's the car, the 8140
on an empty freeway, and that's the only reason I think we're really seeing them pursue this suspect. Most likely for her own good, her own welfare. That was how this started. It was a welfare check. A woman inside of her car refusing to come out and fled in this red SUV, and so they are safely pursuing her, attempting to disable the vehicle where they have the chance here.
Subject's running across the street.
At some point, they may make the decision to, there we go, we'll see here. It just doesn't seem like a very serious charge that she's facing if there's any crime committed. Misdemeanor at this point, and we'll see how far they take this, but we are now squarely in the San Fernando Valley area. Making our way past Magnolia through Burbank.
Hispanic male, blue shirt,
1721. Up Burbank Airport off the nose here, continuing at number 3 lane up the 5 freeway.
10-4 didn't look like he had anything else.
6 points Adam.
87 places. After being released in 1952, he pursued a chemistry career in the U.S. before retiring, where he passed away at the age. The company was broken up into several firms that still operate today.
You show me the service at 1975 and 8771. I'll go down there and log it.
Pharmaceutical giant. Currently, IG Father is no more.
Let's get a little over it. We got that sound.
40,000 millimeters unit at Domino's.
The right side.
Has Mel back there at Domino's on 26.
It left not only a past,
Hollywood Way, yeah.
it has left a present. It has provided
Just on the freeway.
of struggle, of activity.
I don't want 40. I don't Mel detained in my vehicle.
Sure, these
Mel detained
forces
1127.
We're going to be looking up behind the stripes, see if we can locate the property. It's in the trash bag.
for a millennium.
Yeah.
I am a survivor.
Could you reassign 23 South Avenue with 41 and the arrestee?
What's
23, 471 with 51 and
Can I get a case
As we continue up the 5 freeway, worth pointing out, if we widen that just a little bit, you'll be able to see they've actually set behind her. You've got 3 units behind her, and then a 4th unit actually keeping the rest of the traffic back behind them. So you can see all of the freeway. That is a empty freeway because they have created that traffic break about a half and she is now
You think you know Adolf Hitler? You've never seen him like this before. Hitler's contemporaries, from his birth in Braunau to his death in the bunker, authentically flesh out the picture. Who was Hitler? Hitler neither finished school nor had any vocational training. He occasionally lived in homeless shelters or on the street. He refused to pursue a regular job. To this day, it seems inexplicable that he could come to power. Out of nowhere, Hitler became the Führer, leader of the German Reich, one of the most powerful men of the 20th century, starting an inferno that engulfed the world and brought death to millions of people. The nation worshipped him and followed him blindly into the abyss. But during his lifetime, he kept his origins and his life secret. No one should know how or who he was. Fascinating and oppressive accounts from companions, friends and enemies, as well as the most extensive collection of archived material ever shown. Much of it, hitherto unpublished, revealed who Hitler was and how he could become what he was. A notorious liar and an unscrupulous murderer. After the death of his strict father and beloved mother, Hitler lives as a layabout in Vienna, with no school graduation and twice rejected by the Academy of Arts. Living in a men's shelter, he paints postcards to bolster his small orphan's pension. In order to avoid being called up for military service in Austria, Hitler moves to Munich in Germany. As World War I begins, Hitler volunteers for the Bavarian army and becomes a German soldier and an ardent patriot. For the first time, he feels that he belongs somewhere and has a normal life. At the end of the war, Hitler does not know what to do next.
Set sold separately. Set devices and set pressing not included.
And it looks like both of the front tires, the right and left tires on the front end are gradually losing air. That driver's side tire almost completely flat, and you can see
On June the 30th, 1903, the 72-year-old Kaiser Franz Josef I visits Braunau am Inn to celebrate its 700th birthday. In a historical coincidence, this border town to Bavaria of all places is the origin of the oldest film footage shot by an Austrian cinematographer.
In the late 80s of the last century, my parents lived in this small town on the Inn, which is Bavarian by blood and Austrian by nationality. Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf.
The worst disaster to strike the town of Braunau occurred on March the 28th, 1874. A violent storm fanned a terrible fire that destroyed 120 buildings. This stroke of fate was a pivotal moment in the history of Braunau. Conrad Meindl, History of Braunau am Inn, 1882.
15 years later, Adolf, the youngest son of the customs inspector Alois Hitler, who worked in Braunau and Simbach, was born. Edward Kriechbaum, History of Braunau am Inn, 1938.
A terrible disaster for hundreds of millions of people worldwide. The customs inspector and his family occupy a small apartment on the top floor of the Pommer Hotel in Braunau. At Easter time on April the 20th, 1889, at about 6:30 in the evening, Adolf Hitler is born.
Yeah, so I guess this...
Attention there, military history enthusiasts. Brace yourself for unparalleled journey into the hearts of warfare with History Hit, where the untold stories of desperate battles come to life. Join James Holland on a gripping road trip through Italy in Road to Victory, Italy 1943, uncovering the often overlooked campaign of the British 8th Army's landing and advance up the Italian peninsula in 1943. Next, explore the forgotten battlefields of the First World War with Alex Churchill, tracing the bloody battles that unfolded before the trenches, revealing the clash of modern weapons and Napoleonic tactics in a conflict that set the stage for the Great War. And finally, follow the one and only Rishi Sharma in untold stories of World War II as he raced against time to capture over 2,200 personal oral histories from living combat veterans, preserving the harrowing accounts of those who lived at the bleeding edge on the front line. Discover hundreds of hours of award-winning documentaries and ad-free podcasts with History Hit. Sign up for a special offer via the link in the description.
Paris Register, Braunau. Adolf Hitler, born on April the 20th, 1889, at 6:30 in the evening. Baptized on April the 22nd at 3:15 by Ignaz Probst.
To begin with, there is this picture of little Adolf from the year 1889, a few months after his birth. One thing worthy of note in this first picture of Hitler is the close resemblance of Adolf to his mother. August Kubitschek, childhood friend of Adolf Hitler.
Adolf Hitler is the third of the couple's 6 children. He and his younger sister Paula are the only ones to survive beyond childhood. The mother is 28 years old at the time of the birth. The father is 51. Clara Hitler is related to Alois Hitler. She's her husband's second cousin.
Until she became his wife, Alois Hitler called her his cousin without further ado. Even though Clara Pölzl was only a second cousin, the bride and groom needed a church dispensation to marry. August Kubitschek.
The history of film as a medium also begins in Hitler's childhood.
132.
When Hitler is 3 years old, his father is transferred to a new post and decides to move into an apartment in Passau on the German side of the border. Adolf Hitler lives with his family in Bavaria for 3 years, until 1895.
Actually, Hitler didn't speak a typical Austrian dialect. August Kubitschek.
In my youth, my German was the dialect spoken in Lower Bavaria. Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf.
The oldest film recording made in Austria-Hungary was shot by foreigners, the Lumiere brothers. It shows Vienna, the capital of a multinational empire, in the year 1896.
In old Austria, you could travel without a passport, from the Mediterranean, over the Alps, way into the east, the west and the north. Oskar Kokoschka, painter and writer.
Get the flexibility you need to pay the elements with an RBFCU Premier MasterCard card.
Hitler's ancestry from Lower Austria, as well as a total of 21 years spent in Upper Austria and Vienna, do not suffice to make him Austrian in the sense of a citizen of that nation.
MasterCard credit card. It's time to take control of your finances.
Kurt Schuschnigg, Austrian Chancellor from 1934 to 1938.
RBFCU.org.
Austrians who spoke about the nation before 1938 meant the national culture that extended beyond their borders, which is what Austrian man also identified with.
This cultural nation is Germany. Transporting a locomotive through the streets of Chemnitz, 16 workhorses pull the locomotive as the factory has no rail connection. The majority of German-speaking Austrians feel close links to the Germans in Prussia, Saxony, Bavaria, and the smaller federal states already united in a partly industrialized Reich.
He was a grumpy, reticent old man, and, like a lot of political free spirits at the time, a stern German nationalist. Joseph Meyerhofer, farmer in the village of Leonding by Linz.
A visit to his parents' grave. His school friends say his mother was loving and kind-hearted. The father cold, silent and strict. Joseph Goebbels, diary, July 22nd, 1938.
In June 1939, Eva Braun films the small farm in the village of Haarfeld in Upper Austria that Hitler's father leases after retiring early in 1895. On May 1st, 1895, Hitler starts school in a one-room schoolhouse in the neighbouring village of Fischelham. After school, he plays popular games of the period.
Playing war, only war games for us boys became boring, but he always found someone to play with. Baldwin from Bellerin, schoolmate for
In the year 1897, Hitler's father sells the farm in Haarfeld. The family lives temporarily in the small town of Lambach.
One-way driver on Highway 44, we're now advising the access road on the westbound side.
Adolf Hitler's parents bought house number 61 with adjacent plots of land in Leonding on November 14, 1898. Their son Adolf had just turned 10 years old. Max Zixter, Leonding, the Führer's hometown, Linz, 1938.
I never loved my father, but feared him all the more. Adolf Hitler, Table Talk, recorded by his secretary, Christi.
My brother Adolf provoked my father to such extremes that he was beaten every day. Paula Hitler, later Paula Wolf.
Pictures from Hitler's school years are always shots of the whole class. You can still remember what it was like.
August Kubitschek. Adolf Hitler lives in Leonding near Linz for about 8 years. He attends the 4th and 5th grades here.
In his stories, his youth played a big part. He was a poor student. Albert Speer, the Kranzberg Protocol.
After 5 years at elementary school, in 1900, Adolf Hitler, aged 11, begins secondary school in the city of Linz. Adolf Hitler has to repeat his first year at secondary school due to poor grades.
I remember the scrawny, pale boy who commuted every day between Linz and Leonding fairly well. He was definitely talented on the one hand, but was not in control of himself. He was considered rebellious, and he didn't work hard.
Dr. Edward Humer, Hitler's French teacher.
At the secondary school in Linz, there is a strident, widespread pan-German nationalism among the teachers. They want to join the united, strong German Reich of Bismarck, who is greatly admired.
Adolf was a great fan of Bismarck, classmate of Hitler's.
Reasons why Acrisure is finding home insurance solutions easy. You can request a quote in just a few clicks. Acrisure researchers
The quiet life enjoyed by the Hitler family on its little patch of land only lasted a few years. The head of the family died unexpectedly of a heart attack in January 1903. Max Zixter, Leonding,
the Führer's hometown.
Alois Hitler leaves his modest savings to his 4 surviving children, Alois and Angela from the second of his 3 marriages, and Adolf and Paula. This inheritance is to be paid out when they come of age.
The quiet cemetery of Leonding was his final resting place. His widow moved to the nearby city of Linz for the better educational opportunities for her children. Max Zixter.
Linz, the capital of Upper Austria, is located 264 meters above sea level on the right bank of the Danube. 2 steel bridges connect the town to Uefa on the other side. Linz has 58,791 mostly German and Catholic residents. Meyer's Great Encyclopedia, Leipzig, 1908.
The tone of society was determined by the business community, the bureaucracy, and the military. If you wanted to be seen, you met in the evening for a stroll on the high street, which, significantly, was called Country Road. August Kubicek.
Mary at the service center.
Although this nonsense also exists in other countries, racial ideology, and with it anti-Semitism, had its center of power in Old Austria. In contrast to Vienna, in Western Austria there were hardly any Jews. Karl Zickmann, German-Austrian dramatist.
At school, I met a Jewish boy who we all treated with caution, but only because we didn't trust his silence. I didn't think anything of it, nor did the others. Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf.
In a coincidence of history, in 1903, 2 students at Linz Secondary School posed for a photo. A few decades later, in professional life, they will become infamous and famous. Adolf Hitler is only a few days older than the factory owner's son of Jewish descent from Vienna. Ludwig Wittgenstein is 2 years ahead of Hitler in school. He later becomes a philosopher and one of the pioneers of the logical positivism and the analytic philosophy of language movements. In 1906, Wittgenstein begins his studies in Berlin. In 1904, Clara Hitler has to send her son Adolf, who due to bad grades is again in danger of not moving upper class, to the state secondary school in Steyr, 40 kilometers away.
Look at my school grades. I had bad marks in German. That idiot of a professor spoiled the German language for me. I would never be able to write a proper letter. Adolf Hitler, in the Führer's headquarters, 1943. Last grades at secondary school in Steyr. Diligence, inconsistent. German, insufficient. Geography and history, sufficient. Mathematics, insufficient. Physics, satisfactory. Freehand drawing, commendable. Sport, excellent.
I don't have a photograph of Adolf Hitler during the years of our friendship. There probably aren't any photos of Hitler during this period. Everything that could be said about images of Hitler as a young man has already been said, were it not for the drawing by a classmate from the 4th grade of the junior high school in Steyr. By chance, this drawing, done in 1905, was preserved. The boy could only draw profiles. Nevertheless, there is something peculiarly fascinating about this pencil sketch. August Kubicek.
After 9 years, Adolf Hitler finishes school without graduating. For the following 3 years, he lives in Linz on his mother's pension, not really doing anything.
All of his relatives considered him worthless, a person who shied away from any gainful employment from the start. August Kubitschek.
Clara Hitler lives with her stepdaughter Angela, her son Adolf and her 12-year-old daughter Paula in an apartment in Urfahr on the north bank of the Danube in Linz. Film is the most modern medium of the time, but Adolf Hitler is keen on architecture and opera. Vienna is the world capital of music.
In the years when I was growing up, everything in music was fermentation and rebirth, with Gustav Mahler at the center. Vicky Baum, student at the Vienna Academy of Music.
Adolf Hitler talks his mother into allowing him to travel to Vienna. He wants to apply for admission to the general painting class at the Academy of Fine Arts.
From early in the morning to late at night, I ran from one sightseeing attraction to the next. But the buildings were the only things that fascinated me. All of Ring Street affected me like a spell from the Arabian Nights. Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf.
From 1904 to 1908, I was Adolf Hitler's only friend in Linz, and thereafter in Vienna. August Kubitschek.
Postcard to August Kubitschek, May 7th, 1906. I've arrived safely, and I'm seeing all the sights. Tomorrow I'm going to the opera to see Tristan. The day after tomorrow the Flying Dutchman, etc. Although I find everything really beautiful here, I miss Linz very much. Greetings from your friend, Adolf Hitler.
Hitler, who later in the opinion of a few art experts was not entirely untalented, manages to pass the first selection but is turned down after the second.
Adolf Hitler, born in Braunau, Upper Austria, on April the 20th, 1889. German, Catholic, few faces, test drawing unsatisfactory. Classification list of the general painting class.
When Adolf Hitler, disappointed by the rejection, returns to his family in Linz after 8 weeks, Clara Hitler is struck down with a serious illness. She's suffering from a swelling. Nowadays it would be diagnosed as cancer. For several months, Adolf Hitler devotedly takes care of his mother at home.
Dr. Bloch, well loved by all, was the Hitler family physician. August Kubitschek.
To a great degree, the boy lived in his own world. I have no idea what dreams he dreamt. Dr. Edvard Bloch, Jewish physician of the Hitler family.
Clara Hitler dies in the night of December the 21st, 1907, surrounded by her family. In 1940, Adolf Hitler will allow his Jewish family doctor and his wife Lily to emigrate to the United States.
The death of our mother had a great effect on me and Adolf. We were very attached to our mother. When she died, Adolf stopped coming home. Paula Hitler, Adolf Hitler's sister.
Hands up, there's the canine at the ready. That was 1600.
Vienna was the heart of the monarchy. This is where the last life of the sick, old body of the rotting Reich ebbed away.
4155 arrived.
Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf.
Many, like me, dreamed that later in life they would make their home in the imperial city. Mannes Sperber, Austrian-French writer.
If we could, Johnny, let's go ahead.
A grey city, wonderfully grey, like Paris, like every one of these very old European cities. Vicky Baum, writer.
In contrast to what Hitler's sister Paula claims later, Adolf Hitler remains in Linz several weeks after the death of his mother. He never tells his family or his friend Kubitschek that he failed the admissions test the previous year.
Apparently, he was having some really bad days. He was easily irritated and gave me short shrift when I started to talk about my studies. August Kubitschek.
but they have now fired something into
In the spring of 1908, Adolf Hitler begins living the life of a wastrel in the metropolis.
Vienna was the most thorough education of my life. Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf.
The small inheritance that was diligently managed by his guardian had to cover both the cost of living and his studies. He may have been able to supplement his income through the sale of drawings and paintings. August Kubitschek.
Adolf Hitler had convinced his friend's parents to allow their son to study music in Vienna.
Dear friend, I'm eagerly awaiting word on your visit. Write soon so that I can prepare the festivities. All of Vienna is waiting. Adolf Hitler.
Our living conditions were extremely modest. For a long time, I couldn't get out of him where he ate for lunch. My question would be gruffly brushed aside. August Kubitschek.
In Vienna, Hitler shares an apartment with Kubitschek and prepares for a second attempt to get into the Academy of Art.
The Führer knew the Viennese well. They're a disgusting pack, made up of a mixture of Poles, Czechs, Jews and Germans. Joseph Goebbels, diary.
He loved Vienna, but not the Viennese. That's how I describe his attitude.
I got a group of cars coming up to the right now. Coming out right after that.
In 1910, there were more than 175,000 practicing Jews living in Vienna. According to the criteria of racial anti-Semitism, which refers solely to ancestry regardless of the practice of religion, the number of Jews is much higher.
I am now fairly sure that Vienna was the most anti-Semitic city that I've ever lived in. Egon Schwartz, Viennese Jew.
But something has been projected into the rear back seats.
Hitler was by no means a Jew hater in those days. Reinhold Hannisch, Hitler's housemate in the Brigittenau men's hostel.
Have been fired at by what appear to be less than lethal rounds.
At the time, the town's mayor was Dr. Karl Lueger, a lawyer, a passionate German nationalist, a known anti-Semite, and the founder of the Christian Social Party that represented people in German-speaking Austria.
Oh, in Vienna there are Jews like sand at the seaside. Everywhere nothing but Jews. Dr. Karl Lueger.
Karl Lueger dies on March the 9th, 1910 at the age of 65. His funeral is reportedly the most beautiful such ceremony in Viennese history.
Karl Lueger was the role model from whom he learned the effectiveness of anti-Semitic agitation. Stefan Zweig, Austrian writer, The World of Yesterday. As the huge funeral procession of the deceased mayor moved from the town hall to Ringstrasse, I too found myself among the many hundreds of thousands watching the funeral procession. Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf. With his catchphrase, "We have to help the little man," Karl Lueger captivated the entire lower class and the frustrated middle class with it. The same social classes that Adolf Hitler later assembled around him. Stefan Zweig. I came to know the man and the movement. I see in the man today, more than ever before, the most powerful German mayor of all time. Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf.
Come off the side street, I didn't see it.
As Hitler watches the funeral, many months have passed since his last contact with his friend Kubitschek. For the next months, there is no trace of Hitler's activities in Vienna. He's broken off contact with his family, and he fails the second entrance test at the Art Academy.
I was a young, inexperienced man, without any means of support, forced to get by on my own. The few kronen, often only cents, from the proceeds of my work were barely enough to pay for my bed and board. Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf.
Hitler probably also went hungry and stayed in community hostels. He begins to copy street views of Vienna from books, and then sells them as postcards.
And yet in one respect, the bleakness of my surroundings didn't bother me. In my mind, I spent these years living in palaces. Adolf Hitler, monologue in the Führer's headquarters.
There's going to be a green Subaru.
In London, a member of Parliament who was raised in a palace is concerned about the fulfilment of his dream. He expresses this in a letter.
Do you know, I would greatly like to have some practice in the handling of large forces. I'm sure I have the root of the matter in me, that never, I fear, in this state of existence, will it have a chance of flowering in bright red bloom. Winston Churchill.
Hitler's share of his father's inheritance is paid out on April the 20th, 1913, his 24th birthday. Hitler met Rudolf Häusler in a men's hostel. With him, he wants to move to the German city of Munich.
He was just full of praise for this city. And at the same time, he didn't forget the large beer gardens and radishes, etc. Housemate of Hitler's in 1912.
The main reason for leaving Austria is probably that the later Commander-in-Chief Adolf Hitler wants to get out of doing military service. On Saturday, May the 24th, 1913, Hitler and Häusler give notice of departure to the police, but don't state where they plan to live.
I had arrived in this town as a boy and departed as a quiet and serious man.
Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf.
These are the years just before the outbreak of the First World War.
And while I'm sitting here waiting on the prosecutor to call me in connection with this
It would be wrong to label these adolescent years untarnished as the dawn of light, but the sun of a believable century was still shining. Mankind was still free of barbarism. One felt century superior to the demons of the Dark Ages. It was really a delight to be alive.
Yeah, you're good for overtime.
Wilhelm II, Königsberg, teach your son.
It was a beautiful Sunday afternoon in spring. Someone knocked on the door and I answered it. It was a young man wanting to see the room we were renting. I showed it to him and we reached an agreement. Frau Anna Popp, landlady.
Adolf Hitler and Rudolf Häusler rent a room together from the tailor Popp at 34 Schleißheimer Straße, near the district of Schwabing. To avoid investigation by the Austrian military administration, Hitler declares himself stateless on his registration form.
Life in Munich was diverse, colourful and energetic, with rich opportunities for employment, activity and fun. It was a luxurious life. We lived cheaply and comfortably. Eugen Kalkschmidt, bookseller, memoirs.
Schwabing was full of eccentric people. All Munich learned to tolerate and enjoy the oddity of their existence. Erich Mühsam, German Jewish publicist.
In purely personal terms, Hitler liked the carefree artists of Schwabing. When I dig out my memory of a Schwabinger, he was really into it with his body and soul and laughed heartily. But on a political level, he rejected artistic folk. Heinrich Hoffmann, photographer, Munich.
Protection can mean shielding those you love.
In Munich, Adolf Hitler has found a city that is to become the centre of his life. He does, however, remain an outsider. His inheritance helps him build an uncertain yet adequate existence on the fringe of society.
Wix gives you the freedom to tell your story.
In 1913, a young man came into the shop and offered me an aquarelle of the Munich residential palace. I liked the painting and I bought several pictures from the young Hitler. As I recall, I paid him 15 to 20 marks for a painting, depending on its execution.
Serviceable.
Create a unique visual experience.
Otto Paul Kerber, goldsmith and gem cutter.
Expand your website.
Usually around 4:30 in the afternoon, Hitler came into the bakery and always bought the same thing. A slice of braided sweet white bread for 5 pfennigs. Then he went across the street to Dairyman Huber and bought half a litre of milk. That was his dinner.
Your website.
Franz Heilmann, baker, Munich.
The younger generation that we belonged to didn't know anything about war, but were intoxicated by foreign wars. We had no real idea what war was. Adolf's father had never been a soldier. Now and again, old men would talk about Königgrätz and Kostotze. August Kubitschek.
Diary. Friday, June the 26th, 1914. Each day goes by just like the last. The children are well. Henrietta Schneider, housekeeper, East Prussia. Diary, Monday, June the 29th, 1914. Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the heir apparent to the Austrian throne, has been killed along with his wife. The scum of moral turpitude. Henrietta Schneider.
The incident triggers a war in the Balkans that grows to become a world war.
Welcome everybody as you join us live on abc7.com.
In the summer of 1914, I was at a spa in Wiesbaden. Day after day, you could see how war psychosis was spreading through the population. Gustav Mannerheim, colonel of the Russian Imperial Army of Finnish-Swedish origin.
Diary. Sunday, July the 26th, 1914. The fear of war is again evident. Dispatches told us that war has broken out between Serbia and Austria because Serbia doesn't want to fulfill the demands of Austria. Henrietta Schneider.
Letter, July the 30th, 1914. Cat dear, it is all right. Germany has quenched the last hopes of peace by declaring war on Russia, and the declaration against France is momentarily expected. The world is gone mad, and we must look after ourselves and our friends. Sweet cat, my tender love, kiss the kittens. Winston Churchill, First Lord of the Admiralty, to his wife Clementine. Diary, August the 2nd, 1914. Germany has declared war on Russia. Swimming classes in the afternoon. Franz Kafka, Prague, insurance clerk.
For me, those hours were a release from the annoying emotions of youth. I'm not ashamed to say today that I was overwhelmed with enthusiasm, fell to my knees and thanked the heavens with all my heart that they'd given me the good fortune to live in this era.
Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf.
The German Reich